Jane Eyre, Charlotte Bronte. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, an autobiography, 1847, as Currer Bell, is the definitive Victorian fiction of the inner life. A first-person Bildungsroman that carries an orphan governess from the window seat at Gateshead through the starvation and typhus of Lowood into the master's house at Thornfield, the open moor after flight, and the restored fireside of Ferndean. This forensic examination tracks the novel's subterranean argument that the autonomy of the plain, poor, passionate self is won against the twin despots of worldly oppression and lawless desire, and that the proper end of love is equality of spirit. The summary inhabits Jane's own cadence and diction, her direct address to the reader, her fire and ice imagery, her scriptural gravity, while mapping the moral structure the romance partly conceals. Abstract. Jane Eyre, 1847, published as by Currer Bell, is the novel that made the inner life of a plain, poor, dependent woman the whole matter of serious English fiction. Its first-person narrator moves through 5 institutions: the oppressive household of Gateshead, the charity school of Lowood, the master's house at Thornfield, the open moor after her flight, and the low fireside of Ferndean. And at each the test is the same: whether she will surrender the self that rank, fortune, and beauty are supposed to discount. This forensic examination tracks the novel's subterranean argument that autonomy is not inherited but won, that dependency is the real despot, and that erotic love is legitimate only among equals, as it is built by the register of Jane's own voice. The summary inhabits that voice, her direct address to the reader, her fire and ice imagery, her scriptural gravity, while mapping the structure the romance partly conceals. The Gothic third story, the paired despairs of Rochester and St. John, the symbol system of Red Room, fire, veil, and split chestnut, and the moral law of self-respect that rules out both bigamy and loveless duty. Body prose runs to roughly a fifth of the novel's length per chapter. Front and back matter. Save a cat. Applied, deep dive, critical evaluation, conclusion, index, reading questions are written last from the completed body. Save the cat. Applied. What is it? The logline that does Snyder's 4 jobs at once. A penniless, plain orphan governess who has learned to depend on no one refuses to become the mistress of the wealthy, passionate master she loves, flees into destitution, finds family and fortune by accident, and returns, rich and free now, the dominant party in the pairing, to marry him blind and maimed as his equal. The irony is structural and moral. The heroine's greatest success, refusing, is a loss, and her greatest loss, the flight, is a gain. The man who holds all the power must be broken before he can love her, as she insists on being loved. The mental picture is immediate and durable. The tiny, composed governess standing in the orchard declaring, "I am no bird, and no net ensnares me," to the master who would keep her. Or the later inversion, the Norwich woman leading her blind master through the wood at Ferndean, his prop and guide. The audience and cost are plain. A Gothic romance for adult readers in which the pleasure is neither action nor scandal, but the narrator's psychology and the slow working out of an ethical dilemma. Bronte called it, in the run-up to publication, an autobiography, and intended the plainness of her title, Jane Eyre, an autobiography, as a marker of the book's inwardness. The title itself passes the test in the strongest way. Eponymous, unadorned, it says exactly what it is. One woman's life, nothing more and nothing less, and promises the reader the thing the book alone, among contemporaries, fully delivers. Same thing, only different. Against Snyder's 10 mechanical types, Jane Eyre sits at the intersection of 3. Its backbone is rites of passage, the Bildungsroman in which a life problem is met by painful coping, and the issues to be fixed of the setup, orphanhood, dependence, social stigma, are worked through in each new institution rather than solved by a single plot turn. Its engine for the central arc is dued with a problem recast for a heroine. An ordinary, under-resourced person is caught in an extraordinary situation, the master who courts her while hiding a living wife. And her whole power lies in refusing the role the situation assigns her, The Duke's classic regular guy in extraordinary circumstances folded into the plain governess confronting a Byronic master. And its dominant emotional register is golden fleece inverted. The treasure Jane seeks is not a thing, but a self, and the road is the sequence of households, each one a fleecing that returns her transformed, so that the false world of Thornfield must be left for her identity to carry through the wilderness to Ferndean. This same thing is the 18th and 19th century foundling Cinderella pastoral line. Pamela, Evelina, the governess tales, and the different is that Bronte reverses its terms. Instead of the heroine raised to the master's class by love, Jane refuses the elevation itself until the master is lowered to her. Snyder's caveat that the same thing must not fight the different holds exactly. The Cinderella machinery, orphan, household, rescue, is kept as the familiar spine, while the moral payload, that the rescue comes from the hero's ruin, not his power, is the reversal that makes it a new story. The immutable laws of screenplay physics. The novel obeys Save the Cat with unusual discipline. Jane's early sympathy is won not by one scene, but by the whole opening. The ungrateful, dependent, rebellious child who is punished for reading, who believes her dead uncle sees her injustice, and whose first act of conscious resistance is to be locked in the Red Room. She is an underdog the reader wants to win before Rochester appears. The "we must sink with our hero" beat is banked in the first quarter of the book. It obeys Pope in the Pool by hiding its entire thesis in entertainment. The courtship's queer feeling. The chord under Rochester's ribs, knotted to a similar chord in Jane's frame, is delivered inside the Orchard Declaration, not as essay. Its deepest alignment with the covenant of the Ark is the point of the whole novel. Jane changes child governess heiress wife, and Rochester changes master confessor ruined penitent, while the antagonists, Mrs. Reed, Blanche Ingram, St. John as coldest, are static, and the novel's argument is carried precisely by who arcs and who does not. Bertha, the one wife who never changes, is the thing that must burn. The law the novel breaks most deliberately is laying pipe. The catalyst, Rochester's arrival at Thornfield, does not arrive until chapter 12, and almost third of the way in, because Bronte is setting the child's moral vocabulary first. The break works because what reads as pipe is in fact the hero's origin, and the Gadarene patience pays in the Chesapeake of the confession chapters. Against double mumbo-jumbo, the one supernatural premise rule, the novel runs two devices, the attic monster and the telepathic Jane. Jane! Jane! But it earns the second by Jane's own protest. Down superstition, so that the device is admitted, named, and naturalized as the work of nature, no miracle, but her best before it is believed. Executive summary. Jane Eyre is Charlotte Bronte's first and most durable novel. A first-person autobiography of an orphan governess that runs from the violence of a rich household's nursery to the equal marriage of a humble master's fireside. In the process, invents the modern voice of psychological first-person fiction. Fierce, self-examining, witty, and morally exact. The narrative is built on a single claim, that in the order of the soul a plain, poor, dependent woman is the equal of the wealthy master who loves her, and the whole structure is the staging and testing of that claim. The child denied even a book at Gateshead, the schoolchild broken by public shame at Lowood, the governess who must keep her caste, even while she commands the heart of her master, the fugitive who would rather die on the moor than be a kept mistress, and the heiress who returns to her blind, ruined lover as his equal in his eyes. Each chapter of the body summary inhabits Jane's cadence, her direct address to the reader, her scriptural gravity, her precise discriminations of feeling, while mapping the machinery the romance conceals. The Gothic third story, the paired despair men in Rochester and St. John, and the symbol system of the Red Room, fire, veil, and split chestnut through which the novel's argument about autonomy and desire is carried. The book's significance is double. As narrative art, it is the founding work of the modern psychological Bildungsroman, the point at which the inner life of an ordinary woman becomes, undiluted and unlicensed, the whole matter of serious fiction, anticipating Dickens's first-person memoirs and the entire first-person tradition of inward narration. As argument, it is the Victorian era's sharpest claim for the autonomy of the dependent woman. The explicit manifesto of Chapter 23, I am not talking to you now through the medium of custom, conventionalities, nor even of mortal flesh. It is my spirit that addresses your spirit. Equal, as we are, is the statement that governs the refusal of Rochester in Chapter 27 and the refusal of St. John in Chapter 35, and it remains the novel's most quoted and most contested legacy. The costs are equally real. The convenient machinery of the inheritance, the fire and the telepathic voice, the silent, symbolic Bertha denied the justice Jane demands for herself, and they're the subject of the critical evaluation that follows the body. This summary is written for the reader who wants the novel's argument and its art at once. The chapter-by-chapter forensic reading that shows how the moral law is built, roughly a fifth of the source per chapter, in Jane's own register. The Save the Cat analysis of its structural DNA, the deep dive into characters, themes, and symbols that the body can only gesture at, and a critical evaluation that weighs intent against execution without flattery. For such a reader, the recommendation is direct. Read Jane's voice here as Bronte demands, not as the story of a courtship, but as the story of a self that refuses, twice, to be bought by either passion or duty, and is finally loved only when it has made itself the giver. Central thesis. Jane Eyre's governing dramatic premise is that autonomy is a possession the plain, poor, dependent woman must win and keep against every power that would discount her, and that real love is possible only between equals who have both been stripped of false mastery. The novel states the thesis in the orchard, I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. My spirit that addresses your spirit, equal, as we are, and enforces it through the two great refusals. She will not be Rochester's mistress over a living wife, and she will not be St. John's mission instrument in a loveless marriage. The structure proves the premise by inversion. Jane must become rich and Rochester broken before the marriage can be legitimate, so that the romance, far from contradicting the argument, is its final demonstration. Foundational observations. Equivalence as the moral law. The novel's engine is the claim that spiritual equality overrides rank, fortune, and beauty, built at every station. The child denied her book, the governess instructed to keep her caste, the fugitive refusing the silken snare, and crowned by the Orchard Manifesto and the Ferndean reversal, where Jane the heiress leads her blind husband. Dependency, not poverty, is the despot. The real evil the novel anatomizes is not want but dependence. The less than a servant of the nursery, the governess's stigma, the destitution that cannot even sell a handkerchief. Jane's freedoms, the honest wage, the divided inheritance, the free return, are all forms of refusing to be kept. The two despots and the third path, Rochester, passion that would break the law, and St. John, law that would break love, are a paired temptation. Jane refuses both, and the novel's resolution, neither the attic nor the mission, is the equal marriage, asserted against both. The Gothic as moral instrument. The third story, the fire, the torn veil, the midnight voice are not decoration, but carriers of the argument about concealment and truth. The hidden wife is what makes the courtship a lie, and the omen and telepathy are admitted, named, and naturalized before they are believed. First-person voice as method. The whole book is the performance of a consciousness insisting on its own story, the cadence, the irony, the self-abasement and self-recovery. And the register is not decoration, but the demonstration of the thesis. A self that speaks, therefore a self that is. Significance and recommendation. Jane Eyre is essential reading both as the founding example of the psychological first-person novel and as the Victorian era's sharpest claim for women's moral autonomy. The book that made the plain governess's inner life the matter of serious fiction and stated, 40 years early, the argument that later feminism would take up as its own. It should be read by anyone interested in how fiction invented the modern self, by students of the novel and of Victorian social history, and by readers of romance who want the genre's conscience, not its concessions. Recommended approach. Read the body chapters as conduct of the argument, then the deep dive and critical evaluation for the structure and the costs, and return to the orchard and the refusal chapters as the two centers on which everything turns. Chapter 1, Gateshead. Opening image/theme stated. There was no possibility of taking a walk that day, and with that sentence of negation, the whole interior life begins. The narrator is a woman grown, recalling a self of 10, and the years between give every early injustice the double register of felt pain and understood design. Cold rain had quelled the shrubbery. The reeds clustered warm about their mother's sofa, and I, a discord at Gateshead, was dispensed from the group on the plea that I must acquire a more sociable and childlike disposition. In the breakfast room, I took a volume stored with pictures and mounted into the window seat, drawing the red marine curtain nearly close, shrined in double retirement, cross-legged like a Turk, while the November weather offered through the pane its pale blank of mist and cloud. The book is Buick's History of British Birds, and its introductory pages, the solitary rocks and promontories, the death-white realms of the Arctic zone, the broken boat stranded on a desolate coast, become a novel's first emblem book, encoding the heroine's climate. Isolation as the seafowl's habitat, salvation as a wreck just sinking, the fiend in black, horned thing passed over quickly as objects of terror. This picturesque is the raw material of Jane's imagination, an inner world as real as the outer. The interruption comes as intrusion and revelation. John Reed, 14, large and stout, gorged with his mother's indulgence, finds her behind the curtain, demands the book, and announces her dependence in the novel's first full statement of her social station. "You have no business to take our books. You are a dependent," Mama says. "You have no money. Your father left you none. You ought to beg." The physics of the household are laid bare in one blow. When he hurls the book and cuts her head, Jane's terror passes its climax, and other feelings succeeded. The first articulation of insurrection in the vocabulary of her tyrant-ridden texts. "You are like a murderer. You are like a slave driver. You are like the Roman emperors." Mrs. Reed, who never saw him strike or heard him abuse me, though he did both in her very presence, pronounces the sentence that ends the chapter. "Take her away to the Red Room and lock her in there." Thus the opening movement establishes the forces Jane will contend with all her life. Oppression that mistakes appetite for right, the complicity of the just who look away, and the child's fierce sense of injustice, already armed with the language of rebellion. The Red Room is the first chamber of the novel's architecture of interiors, the prison of dependence, the foundling school, the master's house that hides the madwoman's cell, the bare moor, and at last the low fire of Ferndean. The window seat, Jane's first refuge, the curtain recess where inner and outer worlds meet, image of the double retirement that is both imprisonment and sanctuary through the whole novel. Quote, "Each picture told a story, mysterious often to my undeveloped understanding and imperfect feelings, yet ever profoundly interesting. As interesting as the tales Bessie sometimes narrated on winter evenings, when she chanced to be in good humor." Quote, "Wicked and cruel boy," I said, "you are like a murderer. You are like a slave driver. You are like the Roman emperors." Chapter 2, The Red Room. Setup/catalyst. I resisted all the way, a new thing for me, and one which greatly strengthened the bad opinion Bessie and Miss Abbott were disposed to entertain of me. I was a trifle beside myself, or rather, out of myself. Like any other rebel slave, I felt resolved in my desperation to go all lengths. So the first chapter of imprisonment is double in meaning. The child is carried to a chamber of punishment, but she is also disclosed as a rebel slave who will not consent to her captivity. Out of a servant's reproofs comes the novel's first explicit statement of Jane's place in the social order. "No, you are less than a servant, for you do nothing for your keep." Abbott adds the sharper cut that she ought not to think herself on an equality with the Mrs. Reed and Master Reed. The ethics of the nursery stand fully exposed, dependence as an original sin, humility as the only atonement. The Red Room itself is the chapter's true subject. It is the stateliest chamber of the mansion, A bed of massive mahogany pillars hung with deep red damask, standing out like a tabernacle. Red carpet and crimson cloth, the piled mattresses glaring snow-white out of the surrounding shades, and beside them a cushioned chair that looks to the child like a pale throne. It is chill because it seldom had a fire, silent because remote from the nursery and kitchens, solemn because it was known to be so seldom entered. Mrs. Reed visits it at far intervals to review a secret drawer, divers parchments, her jewel casket, a miniature of her deceased husband. And in those last words lies the secret of the Red Room, the spell which kept it so lonely in spite of its grandeur. For it was in this chamber that Mr. Reed breathed his last. It is saturated with the unseen and the dead protector, the uncle who took the parentless infant in and exacted the promise that she should be reared as one of Mrs. Reed's own. Left alone, Jane performs the interrogation of the looking-glass that will recur throughout the novel. The dim mirror shows her a strange little figure, white face and arms specking the gloom. Glittering eyes of fear had the effect of a real spirit. She grows cold as a stone, and her courage sinks as habitual humiliation falls damp on the embers of her decaying ire. All retrospective thought surfaces like a dark deposit in a turbid well. John's tyrannies, the sister's indifference, the mother's aversion, and rises the question she cannot yet answer, which the whole novel will answer. Why was I always suffering, always browbeaten, always accused, forever condemned? Resolve instigates strange expedients of escape, running away, or never eating or drinking more, and letting myself die. The desire for death enters the book early, not as melancholy, but as the last available insurrection of a creature with no other power. Into this consternation comes the recollection of Mr. Reed, the dead man who, she never doubted, would have treated her kindly, and the half-hoped-for notion that his spirit might quit its abode to punish the perjured and avenge the oppressed. Then a light glides across the wall. In truth, a gleam from a lantern crossing the lawn, but to a mind prepared for horror, a herald of some coming vision from another world. Endurance broke down. She rushes to the door. Bessie and Abbott enter. Mrs. Reed follows, refuses every appeal, and locks her in again. Left alone a second time, a species of fit closes the scene, unconsciousness as the only egress. The pale throne, the cushioned chair that looks to Jane like a throne, image of the deathly royalty of the room, of authority without love, prefiguring every master she will serve, and finally the blinded king at Ferndean. The looking-glass, Jane's first glimpse of herself as phantom, the self projected as other, a real spirit, initiating the novel's long meditation on the relation between inner and outer worlds. Quote, "It was chill because it seldom had a fire. It was silent because remote from the nursery and kitchens. Solemn because it was known to be so seldom entered. The housemaid alone came here on Saturdays to wipe from the mirrors and the furniture a week's quiet dust. And Mrs. Reed, herself, at far intervals, visited it to review the contents of a certain secret drawer in the wardrobe, where were stored divers parchments, a jewel casket, and a miniature of her deceased husband. And in those last words lies the secret of the Red Room, the spell which kept it so lonely in spite of its grandeur. Quote unjust, said my reason, forced by the agonizing stimulus into precocious though transitory power, and resolve, equally wrought up, instigated some strange expedient to achieve escape from insupportable oppression, as running away, or if that could not be effected, never eating or drinking more, and letting myself die. Chapter 3. The Apothecary. Debate/the Two Worlds. The next thing I remember is waking to a terrible red glare crossed with thick black bars. The nursery fire is seen through a dazed child's fever, and to a gentle stranger's handling more tender than I had ever been raised or upheld before. The chapter opens a second, interior kingdom inside the prison house. The night world of sick beds and talk overheard, where Bessie's superstitions build the ghost stories the drawing room has no language for, and where a kindly apothecary, Mr. Lloyd, becomes the first adult since the dead uncle to treat Jane as a person with a history. His departure, even, is rendered as a little death. The room darkens, the heart sinks, and Bessie's frightened whisper to Sarah that she might die. It's such a strange thing she should have that fit. I wonder if she saw anything, gives the servant's partial verdict on the Red Room's cruelty, half credited as justice by the child who hears it. The next day is one of unutterable wretchedness of mind. The tart Bessie brings on the painted plate, long petition for privilege, cannot be eaten, vain favor, coming like most other favors long deferred and often wished for, too late. And even Gulliver's Travels, that cherished narrative of facts, turns eerie and dreary, its giants gaunt goblins, Gulliver a most desolate wanderer. The passage does careful work. It shows Jane's imagination converting the world's pictures into the furniture of her own distress, and it prepares the deeper pattern of the book, in which the childish belief in a true geography of Lilliput and Brobdingnag, solid parts of the Earth's surface, gives way to a reader's faith in a reality beyond the visible. Bessie's Ballad of the Poor Orphan Child, sung very low, very lingeringly, with its refrain of the father taking the despoiled orphan to his bosom, becomes an anticipatory music for the whole novel. Heaven as home, God as a friend to the friendless. The apothecary's return occasions the first sustained cross-examination of the book. He is shrewd, hard-featured, yet good-natured, given to snuff, and he draws from Jane the first clear indictment of Gateshead. I was knocked down. I was shut up in a room where there is a ghost. John Reed knocked me down, and my aunt shut me up in the Red Room. Bronte pauses on the difficulty of the child's speech. Children can feel, but they cannot analyze their feelings. To excuse the meager response, she finally frames, "For one thing, I have no father or mother, brothers or sisters." Against Lloyd's cheerful urging that Gateshead is a beautiful house and the Reeds' kind relations, Jane answers from the depth of her passion. "If I had anywhere else to go, I should be glad to leave it, but I can never get away from Gateshead till I am a woman." When he asks whether she would like to go to her father's poor relations, poverty reveals itself to her as degradation. "I was not heroic enough to purchase liberty at the price of caste." Yet when he asks of school, her spirit is moved to emulation by Bessie's catalogue of accomplishments, and she concludes the interview with the audible decision that will shape her destiny. "I should, indeed, like to go to school." The chapter closes with the machinery of narration turning in two directions at once. From the servants, Jane learns, for the first time, her own origin. Her father a poor clergyman, her mother married against her friends' wishes and cut off without a shilling, both dead of typhus within a month of each other. The family romance of the Eyre clan that will flower in the novel's last movement. And she hears Abbott's verdict that Mrs. was glad enough to get rid of such a tiresome, ill-conditioned child. The useful child versed in plots being counted, as Jane dryly notes, a sort of infantine Guy Fawkes. Mr. Lloyd's recommendation of a change of air and scene, made to Mrs. Reed, and as readily adopted, is the hinge on which the first phase of the narrative turns toward Lowood, and the interviewer's parting estimate, "nerves not in a good state," is the first professional diagnosis of a condition the novel will trace for 300 pages more. The Orphan Ballad, Bessie's Song of the Poor Orphan Child, Pilgrimage, False Lights, The Father's Bosom, an anticipatory motto for the novel's whole movement toward a truer home. Quote, "Vain favor, coming like most other favors, long deferred and often wished for, too late. I could not eat the tart, and the plumage of the bird, the tints of the flowers, seemed strangely faded." Quote, "I was not heroic enough to purchase liberty at the price of caste." Chapter 4. Mr. Brocklehurst. Bad guys close in / crossing the threshold. From my discourse with Mr. Lloyd, I gathered enough of hope to wish to get well. Yet the change tarried through November, December, and half of January. Mrs. Reed drew a more marked line of separation than ever between me and her own children, appointing me a small closet to sleep in, condemning me to take my meals alone, and passing all my time in the nursery, while my cousins were constantly in the drawing-room. And her glance, when turned on me, expressed an insuperable and rooted aversion. The chapter's first movement is one of long, patient waiting. The excluded child watching the appareling of Eliza and Georgiana, listening to the piano and the broken hum of conversation below, growing ever more convinced that she will not long be endured under the same roof. When John Reed once attempts chastisement, she turns against him with the same deep ire and desperate revolt that had stirred her before, and he runs from her. But the startling declaration with which she answers the ensuing quarrel. Leaning over the banister, she cries out suddenly and without at all deliberating on my words, "They are not fit to associate with me," is the novel's first open assertion of a moral equality the Reed's world cannot admit. Mrs. Reed, sweeping her into the nursery, dares her to rise or speak, and Jane, her tongue pronouncing words without her will consenting, calls up the dead uncle from heaven and tells the aunt they all know how she wishes me dead. That winter has its own intimacy. Left alone when Bessie, having dressed her young ladies, takes herself off to the kitchen, Jane sits with her doll on her knee and reflects that human beings must love something. In the dearth of worthier objects, she cherishes a faded, graven image, shabby as a miniature scarecrow, half fancying it alive, unable to sleep unless it is folded in her nightgown. It is a portrait of love's destitution that the novel will never contradict. The need for affection bounded by no object, and Bessie, in her intermittent kindness, becomes the best and kindest being in the world when she tucks the clothes round her and twice kisses her good night. On the 15th of January, a morning of hard frost, Bessie finds her throwing crumbs from the sash to a hungry robin on the leafless cherry tree, and the scene of the little bird, so foreign to the drawing room, disposes Jane, without knowing why, to be reminded that life has hands other than Mrs. Reed's. But the summons that follows is to the breakfast room, where a visitor is waiting. The visitor is the Black Pillar, Mr. Brocklehurst, the director of Lowood. Bronte gives him the first of her great grotesque portraits, a straight, narrow, sable-clad shape standing erect on the rug, the grim face at the top, like a carved mask, placed above the shaft by way of capital, with a great nose, a great mouth, and large prominent teeth. His catechism is a court of inquiry into the child's soul. Do you know where the wicked go after death? They go to hell. And what is hell? A pit full of fire. When Jane's answer to what she must do to avoid it, "I must keep in good health and not die," proves objectionable, and her confession that she likes Revelations, Daniel, Genesis, and Samuel, but not the Psalms, draws the rebuke that she has a wicked heart. We see the theological machinery that will govern Lowood, a religion of threat, of damnation, and infant piety measured in memorized psalms. Mrs. Reed, interposing, delivers her damning character in Jane's hearing, her worst fault, a tendency to deceit, and the two agree on a system exactly fitting a child like Jane Eyre. To be made useful, to be kept humble, to spend her vacations always at Lowood. Mr. Brocklehurst leaves with the child's guide, marking especially the account of the awfully sudden death of a naughty child addicted to falsehood and deceit, and Jane is left alone with her benefactress. Mrs. Reed is drawn at full length as Jane sees her. Under her light eyebrows glimmered an eye devoid of truth, an exact, clever manager whose household and tenantry are thoroughly under her control. And then, in a room that is still raw with the sting of the accusation, Jane gathers her energies and launches them in the blunt sentence that is the chapter's crisis. "I am not deceitful. If I were, I should say I loved you. But I declare I do not love you. I dislike you the worst of anybody in the world except John Reed." Among the novel's most extraordinary passages, the outburst is not mere anger, but the child's first deliberate self-vindication, an assertion that feelings, being real, are owed truth. "You think I have no feelings, and that I can live without one bit of love or kindness, but I cannot live so." And with the declaration comes a strange exultation. Ere I had finished this reply, my soul began to expand, to exult, with the strangest sense of freedom, of triumph, I ever felt. It seemed as if an invisible bond had burst, and that I had struggled out into unhoped-for liberty. The aftermath is rendered with the honesty that makes the novel's psychology so modern. The fierce pleasure subsides as fast as the accelerated throb of her pulses. A ridge of lighted heath, alive, glancing, devouring, would have been a meet emblem of her mind when she accused and menaced Mrs. Reed. The same ridge, black and blasted after the flames are dead, would have represented her subsequent condition. Something of vengeance I had tasted for the first time. As aromatic wine it seemed on swallowing, warm and racy. Its after flavor, metallic and corroding, gave me a sensation as if I had been poisoned. She would willingly have begged pardon, but instinct told her the way to make Mrs. Reed repulse her with double scorn. And so she keeps her victory, the hardest battle I had fought, and the first victory I had gained, and stand a while on the rug, where Mr. Brocklehurst had stood, enjoying her conqueror's solitude. The chapter's last pages return the narrative to the ordinary and the forward-looking. Out of doors in the black frost, whispering, "What shall I do? What shall I do?" into an opaque sky, onding on snaw. She is found by Bessie, and the two have their gentlest exchange yet. Bessie calls her a little, roving, solitary thing, offers cake in the packing of her trunk, and admits what she has never said before, "I believe I am fonder of you than all the others." Jane, learning that she is to leave Gateshead in a day or two, gains a new confidence. The chapter ends, famously, on the gleam of the possible. Even for me, life had its gleams of sunshine. The whole first movement of the novel, the tyranny, the waiting, the childhood rebellion, and the small mercies, closes on that qualified hope, with Lowood, the Black Pillar's institution, standing ready to receive her. The Black Pillar, Mr. Brocklehurst's architectural grotesque, a shaft and capital in sable, religion as rigid edifice, the first of the novel's false fathers between Jane and freedom. The first victory, Jane's declaration, "I am not deceitful." The child's self-vindication as the novel's primal scene of autonomy, with its exultation and its metallic aftertaste. Quote, "I am not deceitful. If I were, I should say I loved you. But I declare I do not love you. I dislike you the worst of anybody in the world except John Reed. In this book about the liar, you may give it to your girl, Georgiana, for it is she who tells lies, and not I." Quote, "Ere I had finished this reply, my soul began to expand, to exult, with the strangest sense of freedom, of triumph I ever felt. It seemed as if an invisible bond had burst, and that I had struggled out into unhoped-for liberty. Chepter Lovut. Crossing the threshold. 5 o'clock had hardly struck on the morning of the 19th of January, when Bessie brought a candle into my closet and found me already up and nearly dressed. The child had risen half an hour before, washing her face by the light of a setting half-moon, ready for the journey that would take her 50 miles from Gateshead. The chapter is the novel's great departure. The coach, the dark lane, the wild wind rushing among trees, all rendered with the vividness of remembered suspense. Bessie's tenderness at leaving, wrapping biscuits, helping on the pelisse and bonnet, clinging to her at parting with kisses before the guard lifts the child into the inside, is the first genuine affection Jane has known, and the farewell exchange has a hard-edged truth in it. Invited to bid Mrs. Reed goodbye, Jane answers with the book's first open break. "Your missus has not been my friend. She has been my foe." The night before, Mrs. Reed had come to her crib to instruct the child to remember her best friend and to speak of her with gratitude, and Jane had covered her face with the bedclothes and turned to the wall. "Goodbye to Gateshead," she cries, and the words carry all her emancipation. The journey itself is a rite of passage measured in bewilderment, a preternaturally long day, an immense room with a chandelier and a little red gallery filled with musical instruments, fears of kidnappers from Bessie's Fireside Chronicles, and at the end a descent at night into a valley dark with wood where a wild wind rushes among the trees. The arrival at Lowood is handled with Bronte's insistence on the physical. Rain, wind, and darkness fill the air. A door opens in a wall. A servant leads the child through passages into a room with a fire. The tall lady who receives her, dark hair, dark eyes, pale large forehead, grave countenance, erect bearing, who puts her candle down and says the child is very young to be sent alone, is soon revealed to be Miss Temple, the superintendent. Jane's first night is spent among the 80 girls, the whispered repetitions, the thin oaten cake shared into fragments, the long dormitory rows of beds two to a bed, and the chapter's center of gravity is the institution itself. Its poverty, its cold, its church-like aspect, its stone tablet above the door, inscribed Lowood Institution. Let your light so shine before men. The day that follows is a compressed anatomy of Lowood's condition. The morning's prayers and scripture reading last an hour. Breakfast brings burned porridge. Disgusting. The porridge is burned again. Uneatable, so that none had breakfasted. Dinner offers indifferent potatoes and strange shreds of rusty meat. The whole school rises at a distant bell. And Miss Temple, having quietly countermanded Brocklehurst's economy by ordering a lunch of bread and cheese on my responsibility, is the figure of humane authority within the house. The garden, surrounded by walls so high as to exclude every glimpse of prospect, with its beds assigned to the pupils, its wintry blight, its girls herding in the veranda among hollow coughs, is a precise emblem of the charity child's world, bounded, exposed, and already sickly. Amid it stands Jane, isolated to that feeling of isolation I was accustomed, drawing her gray mantle close, watching and thinking. Gateshead and my past life seemed floated away to an immeasurable distance. It is in this garden that the novel's great friendship begins. On a stone bench sits a girl bent over a book. It is Rasselas, a name that strikes Jane as strange and consequently attractive, and the two begin the catechism of the institution, what Lowood Institution means, why they are called charity children, who Naomi Brocklehurst was, whether Miss Temple owns the house. To Miss Temple. Oh no, I wish it did. She has to answer to Mr. Brocklehurst for all she does. The girl, whom Jane will come to know as Helen Burns, answers with a quiet, grave patience that impresses the younger child beyond anything the teachers offer. Her account of the teachers, especially of Miss Scatcherd as hasty, and of Miss Temple as above the rest, because she knows far more than they do, begins the moral mapping of Lowood that the following chapters will complete. When the dialogue is broken by dinner, and Jane eats what I could, wondering whether every day's fare would be like this, the reader understands that she has entered an institution where the promise of nurture and the fact of starvation are in daily collision. The chapter's final scene gives the friendship its first test through contrast with the discipline of the school. In the afternoon, Jane sees her new acquaintance summarily dismissed by Miss Scatcherd from a history class and sent to stand as the central mark of all eyes in the middle of the schoolroom. To Jane, the punishment seems in the highest degree ignominious. She expects distress and shame, but the girl stands composed, though grave, neither weeping nor blushing, her eyes fixed on the floor, yet her sight seems turned in, gone down in her heart, looking at what she can remember, not at what is really present. Jane's wondering inward commentary, how can she bear it so quietly, so firmly, poses the question that will define her own moral development, whether quiet endurance is strength or cowardice, and what it means to live with a gaze turned inward upon remembered things. The chapter closes as the day does, with a glass of water, the piece of oatcake, prayers, and bed. Such was my first day at Lowood, leaving Jane's education and the novels at the threshold of this new discipline. The tablet and the institution, the stone inscription above Lowood's door, charity and scripture in collision, the ministry of Brocklehurst against the humane counter-authority of Miss Temple. The inward gaze, Helen Burns standing composed, though grave, her sight turned inward. The novel's early image of the life of the mind as refuge, soon to be given its Christian formulation. Quote, "This is the little girl respecting whom I applied to you," said Mrs. Reed, introducing her to the stony stranger. He turned his head slowly, and having examined me with the two inquisitive-looking gray eyes which twinkled under a pair of bushy brows, said, solemnly, and in a bass voice, "Her size is small." "What is her age?" Quote, "She looks as if she were thinking of something beyond her punishment, beyond her situation, of something not round her nor before her. I have heard of daydreams. Is she in a daydream now? Her eyes are fixed on the floor, but I'm sure they do not see it. Her sight seems turned in, gone down into her heart. Chapter 6. Helene Burns. B-Story. The Lesson of Endurance. The next day commenced by rushlight, with the water in the pitchers frozen, a keen northeast wind, whistling through the crevices of the bedroom windows all night, had turned the ewers to ice. Before the hour and a half of prayers and Bible reading was over, Jane feels ready to perish with cold. Breakfast brings porridge eatable but small. The chapter's complaints are only the frame for its real event. The Education of Jane by Helen Burns in the Doctrine of Endurance. Jane is enrolled in the 4th class and set to hemming a border of muslin. And from her corner she watches the English history class, where her new acquaintance, Burns as she is called, the girls here being called by their surnames as boys or elsewhere, is subjected to Miss Scatcherd's continual petty tyranny. Burns, you are standing on the side of your shoe. Burns, you poke your chin most unpleasantly. When a lesson is examined, Burns alone answers every question about tonnage and poundage and ship money, and Jane expects praise. Instead, Miss Scatcherd cries out that she has never cleaned her nails. Summoned for the rod, Burns presents the bundle of twigs with a respectful courtesy, unlooses her pinafore quietly, and receives a dozen strokes. Not a tear rose to Burns' eye. Only afterward does a single tear glisten on her thin cheek. The evening finds Jane seeking her in the play hour, the pleasantest fraction of the day, when the bit of bread and the draught of coffee have revived vitality and the long restraint of the day is slackened into ruddy gloaming and licensed uproar. Kneeling by the high wire fender, absorbed and rassless by the dim glare of the embers, is Burns, and the conversation that follows is the moral center of the book's first third. Jane's natural creed is set down with characteristic plainness. She must dislike those who persist in disliking her. She must resist those who punish her unjustly. When we are struck at without a reason, we should strike back again very hard. Helen answers from a wholly different order of being. It is not violence that best overcomes hate, nor vengeance that most certainly heals injury. Read the New Testament. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you. Jane's reply is both confession and limit. Then I should love Mrs. Reed, which I cannot do. I should bless her son John, which is impossible. But the deeper revelation is Helen's creed, delivered in the speech that is the chapter's great lyric set piece. To Jane's proposal that she should forget Mrs. Reed's severity, Helen answers that life is too short to be spent in nursing animosity or registering wrongs, that we are all burdened with faults which we shall put off with our cumbrous frames of flesh, that she holds a creed which no one ever taught me, and which I seldom mention, but in which I delight, that eternity is a rest, a mighty home, not a terror in an abyss. With that creed, she can distinguish the criminal from his crime, forgive the first while she abhors the last. I live in calm, looking to the end. Jane listens in wonder. I could not comprehend this doctrine of endurance, yet she feels that Helen considers things by a light invisible to my eyes. The chapter sets the novel's central spiritual opposition in place. On one side stands the ethic of resistance Jane will always carry, her claim to love those who love her and to strike back against the unjust, the ethic that later fires her declaration to Rochester. On the other stands Helen's Christian submission, patient under tyranny, not because tyranny is just, but because the soul's true citizenship is elsewhere. Neither is allowed to conquer. Bronte holds them in tension, and the reader is left to feel, with Jane, that the doctrine of endurance is difficult to comprehend and perhaps impossible to practice, while sensing that Helen's calm is a form of strength the world cannot touch. The chapter ends as it began. Helen, sighing as her reverie flees, obeys the monitor without reply as without delay. The doctrine of endurance, Helen's creed, life too short for nursing animosity, eternity as a mighty home. Against Jane's passionate ethic of resistance, the novel's first great theological debate, unresolved. Quote, "It is not violence that best overcomes hate, nor vengeance that most certainly heals injury. Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you and despitefully use you." Quote, "I hold another creed, which no one ever taught me, in which I seldom mention, but in which I delight, and to which I cling, for it extends hope to all. It makes eternity a rest, a mighty home, not a terror in an abyss. Chapter 7. The Coming Man. Bad guys close in. My first quarter at Lowood seemed an age, and not the golden age either, an irksome struggle with new rules and unwanted tasks. The chapter opens by extending the anatomy of what? Deep snows, clothing insufficient against the severe cold, snow getting into shoes and melting, numbed hands covered with chilblains, the morning torture of thrusting swelled raw toes into stiff shoes, a supply of food so scanty that the famished great girls would coax or menace the little ones out of their portion. The Sundays are dreariest of all, a 2-mile walk to Brocklebridge Church and back by an exposed hilly road where the bitter wind almost flayed the skin from our faces, quickened by the one bright figure in the landscape, Miss Temple, walking lightly and rapidly along the drooping line, her plaid cloak fluttered by the frosty wind, encouraging the girls by precept and example to march like stalwart soldiers. It is a portrait of moral leadership set exactly against the chapter's coming authority. The central event is the long-dreaded visit of Mr. Brocklehurst. Jane has been looking out daily for the coming man, whose life and conversation was to brand her as a bad child forever. And when the gaunt outline passes the window and the whole school rises en masse, she recognizes the same black column which had frowned on me so ominously from the hearthrug of Gateshead. His business, however, is at first only with economy, the quality of thread, the darning needles, the mending of black hose, the rule of 1 clean tucker a week. Then he comes to the innovation that betrays his whole philosophy, the lunch of bread and cheese Miss Temple has twice served after the burned breakfast. Miss Temple answers with quiet responsibility, and Brocklehurst delivers the chapter's great theological indictment. His plan is not to accustom the girls to luxury, but to render them hardy, patient, self-denying. A spoiled meal ought to be improved to the spiritual edification of the pupils by encouraging fortitude under privation. Oh, madam, when you put bread and cheese, instead of burned porridge, into these children's mouths, you may indeed feed their vile bodies, but you little think how you starve their immortal souls. Miss Temple's face turns to marble. The two authorities of Lowood stand visibly opposed. The comedy that follows is Bronte's satirical masterpiece within the tragedy. The eye of Brocklehurst lights upon Julia Severn's curls. We are not to conform to nature. I wish these girls to be the children of grace. And he orders the hair cut off, pronouncing that all the top knots must go. At the very moment of this mortification of vanity, 3 ladies sail in, Mrs. and the Misses Brocklehurst, splendidly attired in velvet, silk, and furs, with profusions of elaborately curled tresses, the elder wearing a false front of French curls. The satire is complete and silent. The man who would shave the children's heads carries his own family's curls into the room. The girls exchange looks and grimaces he cannot see. Whatever he might do with the outside of the cup and platter, the inside was further beyond his interference than he imagined. Then comes the catastrophe Jane has been dreading. Her slate slips from her hand with an obtrusive crash. Brocklehurst perceives the new pupil, and the girl is hoisted onto a high stool and denounced before the whole school as a little castaway, an interloper and alien, not a member of the true flock. Worse than a heathen who prays to Brahma and kneels before Juggernaut, for this girl is a liar. The scene is rendered with excruciating fidelity. The pink and purple silk pelisses waving below the stool, the family's handkerchiefs at their optics, the whispered, "How shocking!" and the sentence that follows. Half an hour longer on the stool, with no one to speak to her during the remainder of the day. The child who had declared herself not deceitful is publicly branded the liar of Lowood. But the chapter's last movement is one of the novel's finest turns. As Jane stands exposed on her pedestal of infamy, stifling her breath, Helen Burns comes up and passes her, lifting her eyes. What a strange light inspired them. And the sensation that Ray sends through Jane is as if a martyr, a hero, had passed a slave or victim and imparted strength in the transit. Helen is chidden for the triviality of her inquiry, returns to her place, and smiles at Jane as she goes by, the effluence of fine intellect, of true courage, lighting up her thin face and sunken gray eye like a reflection from the aspect of an angel. And the narrator adds the book's great moral gloss, that at that very moment Helen wore on her arm the untidy badge, condemned an hour before to a dinner of bread and water. Such is the imperfect nature of man. Such spots are there on the disk of the clearest planet, and eyes like Miss Scatcherd can only see those minute defects, and are blind to the full brightness of the orb. The black column, Brocklehurst's reiterated architectural image, religion as edifice, authority as petrification, against Miss Temple's marble but humane counter-authority. The untidy badge / Helen's smile. The contrast Scatcherd's eyes miss and Jane's see. The angelic effluence of Helen's courage beside the badge of her condemners. Quote, "Oh, madam, when you put bread and cheese, instead of burned porridge, into these children's mouths, you may indeed feed their vile bodies, but you little think how you starve their immortal souls." Quote, "What a smile! I remember it now, and I know that it was the effluence of fine intellect, of true courage. It lighted up her marked lineaments, her thin face, her sunken gray eye, like a reflection from the aspect of an angel." Chapter 8. The Pedestal of Infamy. Dark night of the soul / all is lost. Ere the half-hour ended, 5 o'clock struck, all were gone to tea. Jane, descending into deep dusk, retires into a corner. The spell by which she had been supported dissolves, and she sinks prostrate, weeping, her tears watering the boards. She had meant to be so good, to make friends, to earn respect. That very morning she had reached the head of her class, and Miss Temple had promised drawing and French. Now, crushed and trodden on, she ardently wishes to die. It is the first of the novel's great collapses of self-esteem, and Bronte refuses to soften it. The recovery comes only through the persons who now approach. Helen Burns finds her, brings coffee and bread, and begins the counter-education of Jane's public soul. To Jane's, "Everybody believes me a liar," Helen answers with devastating arithmetic. "Why, there are only 80 people who have heard you called so, and the world contains hundreds of millions." She insists that probably not one in the school despises her, that Brocklehurst is not a god, that sympathy, if dared, would be offered. Then comes the creed Jane will carry through the book. If all the world hated you and believed you wicked, while your own conscience approved you and absolved you from guilt, you would not be without friends. Jane's answer is the honest limit of that creed. "If others don't love me, I would rather die than live." And Helen answers with her doctrine of the invisible world, the kingdom of spirits that watch us, angels who recognize our innocence, God waiting only the separation of spirit from flesh to crown us with a full reward. Why, then, should we ever sink overwhelmed with distress, when life is so soon over, and death is so certain an entrance to happiness, to glory? The second movement brings Miss Temple to complete what Helen began. In her cheerful room, she gives the accused child a hearing. When a criminal is accused, he is always allowed to speak in his own defense. "You have been charged with falsehood. Defend yourself to me as well as you can." Jane tells her story with a restraint that makes it sound more credible. Miss Temple answers, "I know something of Mr. Lloyd. I shall write to him. If his reply agrees with your statement, you shall be publicly cleared from every imputation. To me, Jane, you are clear now. The machinery of justice will vindicate the child whom Brocklehurst condemned on report alone." The evening that follows is one of the novel's most beautiful set pieces of interior life. Miss Temple gives her 2 visitors tea, the seed cake from her private drawer, cut with a generous hand when the housekeeper refuses more, and the 3 sit about the fire and converse of things Jane has never heard of, countries far away, the secrets of nature, books, the Latin Helen's father taught her, Virgil construed aloud, till my organ of veneration expanded at every sounding line. The scene images the educated life as a form of nurture, and makes explicit the hierarchy of Lowood, Scatcherd the petty lawgiver, Brocklehurst the false father, Temple the true one, who held Helen a little longer and wiped a tear for her as she followed her to the door. The chapter's close returns to justice and its fruits. Miss Scatcherd pins the word slattern to Helen's shoulder, like a phylactery round Helen's large, mild, intelligent, and benign-looking forehead. Helen wears it till evening. Jane's fury burns in her soul all day. The moment Miss Scatcherd withdraws, she runs to Helen, tears the badge off, and thrusts it into the fire. About a week later, Mr. Lloyd's answer corroborates Jane's account. Miss Temple assembles the whole school and pronounces Jane completely cleared from every imputation. The teachers shake hands with her and kiss her. Thus relieved of a grievous load, I from that hour set to work afresh, resolved to pioneer my way through every difficulty. The chapter ends with a modest comedy of ambition, the first two tenses of the verb être mastered on the same day. I would not now have exchanged Lowood, with all its privations, for Gateshead and its daily luxuries. The 80 and the millions. Helen's arithmetic of reputation. The world weighs against the school's verdict, the sovereign self against the crowd's judgment. The phylactery and the fire. Scatcherd's badge of slattern bound to Helen's forehead, torn off and burned by Jane. The novel's image of false judgment answered by true fidelity. Quote, "If all the world hated you and believed you wicked, while your own conscience approved you and absolved you from guilt, you would not be without friends." Quote, "When a criminal is accused, he is always allowed to speak in his own defense. You have been charged with falsehood. Defend yourself to me as well as you can." Chapter 9. Typhus and the Beginnings of Spring. B-story resolves / all is lost. But the privations of Lowood lessened. Spring drew on. The chapter's first movement is a set piece of natural renewal. The frosts cease. Jane's flayed feet heal under the gender breathings of April. A greenness grows over the brown beds, suggesting the thought that hope traversed them at night and left each morning brighter traces of her steps. Snowdrops and golden-eyed pansies peep out, and beyond the high spike-guarded walls of the garden lies the discovered landscape of the book. Noble summits girding a great hill hollow, a bright beck, full of dark stones and sparkling eddies, contrasted with the iron sky of winter when the forest showed only ranks of skeletons. The spring idyll is rendered with a fullness that makes what follows terrible. This is the first sustained sweetness Jane has known, enjoyed free, unwatched, and almost alone, and it's cause the narrator now adverts to as the coming plague. For that forest dell was the cradle of fog and fog-bred pestilence, which, quickening with the spring, breathed typhus through the crowded schoolroom and dormitory, and by May had transformed the seminary into a hospital. 45 of the 80 girls lay ill at once. Miss Temple's whole attention was absorbed by the patients. The healthier girls were allowed almost unlimited license, which is how Jane came by her liberty, while those with friends were carried home only to die. Bronte sets the two worlds against each other precisely. While the rooms steamed with hospital smells, that bright May shone unclouded over the bold hills, its garden glowing with hollyhocks and roses. These fragrant treasures were all useless for most of the inmates of Lowood, except to furnish now and then a handful of herbs and blossoms to put in a coffin. The chapter's real subject is announced in that sentence: the coexistence of beauty and death. Amid the license, Jane enjoys her liberty and finds a new friend in Marian Wilson, a shrewd girl older than herself, who had a turn for narrative, eye for analysis. But the narrator immediately turns on the question the chapter has been holding. And where, meantime, was Helen Burns? The movement is handled with excruciating restraint. Helen has been ill for weeks, removed to a room upstairs, not among the fever patients, for her complaint is consumption, not typhus. And by consumption Jane, in her ignorance, understood something mild, which time and care would be sure to alleviate. She sees Helen once or twice on sunny afternoons, much wrapped up, at a distance under the veranda. The death arrives with the economy of a dream. One evening in the beginning of June, Jane and Mary return after moonrise to find the surgeon's pony at the garden door. The flowers smell sweet as the dew falls, and for the first time the child's mind makes its earnest effort to comprehend heaven and hell, and for the first time it recoiled, baffled. It saw all round an unfathomed gulf. Then the nurse tells her that Mr. Bates says she'll not be here long, and it opens clear on Jane's comprehension that Helen was numbering her last days in this world. She waits only for night, creeps barefoot through passages lit by the unclouded summer moon, and, reaching Miss Temple's room, finds it ajar and finds Helen in the little crib by the great bed. The final dialogue is among the purest things in the novel. "I came to see you, Helen. I heard you were very ill, and I could not sleep till I had spoken to you. You came to bid me goodbye, then. You were just in time, probably. Are you going home?" "Yes, to my long home, my last home." Helen's comfort is the creed she taught in the schoolroom, now lived. She's going to God. "God is my Father. God is my friend. I love him. I believe he loves me." And to Jane's last question, "You will come to the same region of happiness." She asks Jane not to grieve, notices her bare feet, makes her lie down and cover herself with the quilt, puts her arm over her, and says, "Good night, Jane." Jane wakes in the nurse's arms. Only afterward does she learn that Miss Temple, returning at dawn, had found her laid in the little crib, my face against Helen Burns' shoulder, my arms round her neck. I was asleep, and Helen was dead. The grave is in Brocklebridge churchyard, marked by a gray marble tablet, inscribed with her name, and the word Res Surgam. The first great friendship of Jane's life ends in a single inscribed promise of rising again. Hope in the cradle of fog. The spring's brighter traces of hope against the cradle of fog-bred pestilence. The chapter's governing antithesis of renewal and death. The long home. Helen's my long home, my last home. Death as homecoming, the creed made physical, Res Surgam, as the novel's first great epitaph. Quote, "I came to see you, Helen. I heard you were very ill, and I could not sleep till I had spoken to you. You came to bid me goodbye, then. You were just in time, probably." Quote, "I was asleep, and Helen was dead." Her grave is in Brocklebridge churchyard. For 15 years after her death, it was only covered by a grassy mound. But now a gray marble tablet marks the spot, inscribed with her name, and the word Res Surgam. Chapter 10. 8 years and a new servitude. Crossing the threshold / the end of the beginning. Hitherto, I have recorded in detail the events of my insignificant existence. To the first 10 years of my life, I have given almost as many chapters. But this is not to be a regular autobiography, and so the chapter opens by compressing 8 years of Lowood into a few lines, a technique that is itself a form of artful reticence, for the years it passes are those in which the child becomes the woman. The typhus, having fulfilled its mission of devastation, drew public attention to the school. Inquiry disclosed the unhealthy sight, the food, the brackish water, the wretched clothing. Several wealthy individuals subscribed for a better building. New regulations were made, and the school, thus improved, became in time a truly useful and noble institution. Jane remained an inmate of its walls for 8 years, 6 as pupil, 2 as teacher, and in both capacities bears testimony to its value and importance. Mr. Brocklehurst, even here, is not dismissed. He retained the post of treasurer, but was aided by gentlemen of more enlarged and sympathizing minds. The narrative quickens at the point where Miss Temple marries a clergyman, almost worthy of such a wife, and removes to a distant county. The sentence that follows is one of the crucial hinges of the book. From the day she left, I was no longer the same. With her was gone every settled feeling, every association that had made Lowood in some degree a home to me. Jane, having imbibed from Miss Temple something of her nature and much of her habits, had appeared a disciplined and subdued character. But with the superintendent's departure, she discovers that her mind had put off all it had borrowed of Miss Temple, and that she is left in her natural element, beginning to feel the stirring of old emotions. The confession is written with the book's characteristic psychological precision. It did not seem as if a prop were withdrawn, but rather as if a motive were gone, It was not the power to be tranquil which had failed me, but the reason for tranquility was no more. The old restlessness, dormant through the years of peace, returns with the return of possibility. The chapter's center is the long soliloquy at the window and in the night, the first great interior monologue of the book. The real world, Jane remembers, was wide and a varied field of hopes and fears, of sensations and excitements awaited those who had courage to go forth into its expanse to seek real knowledge of life amid its perils. The blue peaks beyond the border of rock and heath are prison ground, exile limits. She traces the white road winding round the base of one mountain and vanishing in a gorge, and longs to follow it. Her years have been passed wholly within school rules, school duties, school habits and notions and voices and faces and phrases and costumes and preferences and antipathies. Such was what I knew of existence. The prayer for liberty is scattered on the wind. And then, half desperate, she cries the sentence that gives the chapter its title. Grant me, at least, a new servitude. The phrase turns the desire for freedom into a wish for a different bondage, one chosen, paid, and moved to the enlarged horizon of the world. The mechanics of escape are rendered with the novel's unglamorous realism. The advertisement to be placed in the Shire Herald, the letters addressed to J. Post Office Lodon, the walk through the rain to post it, the old dame with horn spectacles who fumbles long over the drawer before presenting the answer for J. The reply is a model of correct form. A situation in a private family with but one pupil, a little girl under 10, salary £30 per annum, references to Mrs. Fairfax, Thornfield, near Millcote. The old-fashioned, uncertain writing, like that of an elderly lady, is satisfactory to Jane, who above all wishes the result of my endeavors to be respectable, proper, in regla, and the name Thornfield, which she pictures as a neat, orderly spot belonging to a model of elderly English respectability, is planted in the reader's mind with the first faint premonition of what it hides. The chapter's second half is given to the visit of Bessie Levin, now Mrs. Levin, married to Robert the coachman, mother of a little boy, and of a little girl besides Bobby there that I've christened Jane. The reunion is the first of the novel's returns, and it brings the news of Gateshead. Georgiana, admired in London, planned an elopement that was found out. John Reed got plucked at college and is dissipated. Mrs. Reed is not easy in her mind. Bessie's frankness about Jane herself. You are genteel enough. You look like a lady. You were no beauty as a child. Touches the deep nerve. At 18, most people wish to please, and the conviction that they have not an exterior likely to second the desire brings anything but gratification. And Bessie releases the plot's long-withheld secret, that a Mr. Eyre, Jane's father's brother, came years ago wanting to see her and was turned away, that he went to Madeira. The threads of the second half of the novel, the inheritance, the uncle, the family at Marsh End, begin to be laid in this homely conversation by the fire. The chapter closes on the last night, with the trunk packed, the same trunk brought from Gateshead 8 years before, and the black stuff traveling dress brushed. A phase of my life was closing tonight, a new one opening tomorrow. Impossible to slumber in the interval. The final image is of Jane, wandering in a lobby like a troubled spirit, met by a servant with news of a visitor below. And the visitor is Bessie, come to see her before she goes out of reach. The parting, next morning at the door of the Brocklehurst Arms, sends Jane on her way to new duties and a new life in the unknown environs of Millcote. The threshold crossed, the first great movement of the novel complete. Lowood, Gateshead, the Red Room, Helen Burns, Miss Temple, all are left behind in the past tense of the narrative, and the future opens on a Thornfield. The new servitude. Grant me at least a new servitude. The book's framing irony. Liberty pursued as a chosen, paid bondage, and the threshold of all that will follow. The letter to J. The old-fashioned writing of Mrs. Fairfax. The in regla correctness Jane craves. The machinery of respectable independence, planted before Thornfield's revelation. Quote, grant me at least a new servitude. Quote, I am afraid you are disappointed in me, Bessie. I said this laughing. I perceived that Bessie's glance, though it expressed regard, did in no shape denote admiration. No, Miss Jane, not exactly. You are genteel enough. You look like a lady, and it is as much as ever I expected of you. You were no beauty as a child. Chapter 11. Thornfield. Setup/The New World. A new chapter in a novel is like a new scene in a play. And when the curtain is drawn this time, the reader must fancy a room in the George Inn at Millcote, with large-figured papering and a portrait of George III and a representation of the death of Wolfe. It is 8 o'clock in the evening of an October day. Jane, in cloak and bonnet, is warming away the numbness of 16 hours' travel and is not very tranquil in her mind. She expected someone to meet her, and no one has come. The chapter opens Thornfield with a sustained modulation of expectation and fear. The strange sensation of inexperienced youth feeling itself, quite alone in the world, cut adrift from every connection, uncertain whether the port to which it is bound can be reached. The charm of adventure sweetens that sensation. The glow of pride warms it, but then the throb of fear disturbs it. The first great threshold of the new life is crossed, as everything else has been, alone. The journey to the house is rendered with the novel's exact physicality. The abrupt man and the one-horse conveyance, 6 miles of heavy roads and misty night, the driver letting his horse walk so that the hour and a half stretches to 2, and within Jane's meditation, a clear-eyed rehearsal of her future. She prays Mrs. Fairfax may not turn out a second Mrs. Reed, remembers how her best was spurned at Gateshead, and concludes, with a book's unillusioned self-reliance, if she does, I am not bound to stay with her. I can advertise again. The arrival at last. Gates that open and clang to a slow ascent of the drive, the long front of a house with candlelight gleaming from one curtained bow window while all the rest were dark. The house withholds its face even as it discloses its threshold. The reception inside is one of the most reassuring scenes in the book, and deliberately so. Its comfort is the stage for what Thornfield will become. A snug, small room with a round table by a cheerful fire, an armchair wherein sat the neatest imaginable little elderly lady, in widow's cap, black silk gown, and snowy muslin apron, exactly as Jane had fancied Mrs. Fairfax, only less stately and milder looking, with a large cat sitting demurely at her feet. Mrs. Fairfax treats the new governess like a visitor, removes her shawl, unties her bonnet strings, orders a hot negus and sandwiches, produces a most housewifely bunch of keys. Jane's wonder is the wonder of a life that has known only coldness. I little expected such a reception. I anticipated only coldness and stiffness. And Mrs. Fairfax reveals, in her rambling, kindly way, that she is not Miss Fairfax, but the housekeeper, and that Adele Varennes, the pupil, is Mr. Rochester's ward. A child makes a house alive all at once. Morning brings the first full survey of Thornfield Hall itself, rendered with the painterly attention that marks the novel's great interiors. The chamber, bright with sun between gay blue chintz curtains, is so unlike the bare planks and stained plaster of Lowood that Jane's spirits rise, and the building, viewed from the lawn, resolves into its true character, a gentleman's manor house, not a nobleman's seat, 3 stories high, its gray front standing out from a rookery, an array of mighty old thorn trees, explaining the etymology of the mansion's designation. The whole is a study in moderated grandeur, no grandeur to overwhelm, no stateliness to embarrass. The description itself lowering expectation even while it admits the pleasure of size and age. Within, the tour moves from the stately dining room with its purple chairs and turkey carpet, through the drawing room and boudoir spread with white carpets and garlands of flowers, to the third-story rooms, dark and low, full of antediluvian furniture, bedsteads 100 years old, chests looking, with their strange carvings of palm branches and cherubs' heads, like types of the Hebrew Ark, stools whose half-effaced embroideries were wrought by fingers that for 2 generations had been coffin dust. These relics give the third story the aspect of a home of the past, a shrine of memory, and it is here, at the top of the house, that the first intimation of the mystery occurs. On the leads, looking over the battlements of the grounds laid out like a map. The velvet lawn, the field wide as a park, the wood, the church at the gates, the horizon bounded by a propitious sky, azure, marbled with pearly white. Jane is at the pleasantest point of her arrival. But descending through the attic and the long passage with its 2 rows of small black doors shut, like a corridor in some Bluebeard's castle, she hears a laugh, a curious laugh, distinct, formal, mirthless, passing off in a clamorous peal that wakes an echo in every lonely chamber. Mrs. Fairfax, asked, gives the soothing answer, some of the servants, very likely, perhaps Gracepool. And when Jane sees the servant who emerges, a set, square-made figure, red-haired, and with a hard, plain face, any apparition less romantic or ghostly could scarcely be conceived. The mystery is at once planted and deferred. The chapter's last movement thus completes its design. The reassurance of Mrs. Fairfax's comfort, the beauty of the house, and the first false note of the laugh that will come to define Thornfield's secret, all held in the single framing of Jane's untroubled first day. The George Inn, the scene parlor opening, the novel's play curtain, framing a new act alone, cut adrift from every connection. The shrine of memory, the third-story relics, like types of the Hebrew Ark, the Bluebeard's castle corridor, and the first preternatural laugh, the Gothic planted inside the comfortable house. Quote, a snug small room, a round table by a cheerful fire, an armchair, high-backed and old-fashioned, wherein sat the neatest imaginable little elderly lady, in widow's cap, black silk gown, and snowy muslin apron, exactly like what I had fancied Mrs. Fairfax, only less stately and milder looking. Quote, while I paced softly on, the last sound I expected to hear in so still a region, a laugh, struck my ear. It was a curious laugh, distinct, formal, mirthless. I stopped. The sound ceased, only for an instant. It begun again, louder. Chapter 12. The Gytrash and the Master. Set up slashy as I. The promise of a smooth career was not belied on a longer acquaintance with Thornfield. Mrs. Fairfax turned out to be what she appeared, a placid-tempered, kind-natured woman of competent education and average intelligence. The pupil, Adele, a lively, spoiled child who, committed entirely to Jane's care, soon became obedient and teachable. And the summary Jane gives of her own feeling is one of the book's most quietly modern self-evaluations, she felt. A conscientious solicitude for Adele's welfare and progress, and a quiet liking to her little self, just as she cherished. Toward Mrs. Fairfax, a thankfulness for her kindness and a pleasure in her society, and adds, with the narrator's characteristic refusal of cant, I am not writing to flatter parental egotism, to echo cant, or prop up humbug. I am merely telling the truth. The chapter's first half establishes the settled, comfortable, uneventful order of Thornfield, and Jane's restlessness within it. That restlessness is given its definitive expression in the chapter's great manifesto of feminine discontent. On the leads, looking out over sequestered field and hill, or pacing the corridor of the third story, Jane longs for a power of vision which might overpass that limit. She desires more of practical experience than I possessed, more of intercourse with my kind. And then the passage rises into one of the most quoted in the novel, a statement of the condition of women that anticipates a century of protest. It is vain to say human beings ought to be satisfied with tranquility. They must have action, and they will make it if they cannot find it. Nobody knows how many rebellions, besides political rebellions, ferment in the masses of life which people earth. Women, she insists, feel just as men feel. They need exercise for their faculties and a field for their efforts, as much as their brothers do. The passage is the novel's clearest and most deliberate assertion of what it has been showing all along, that the inner life of the plain, dependent governess is a life of desire and will know less than the master's. And threaded through the restlessness is the recurring laugh of Gracepool. The same peal, the same low, slow ha. Her eccentric murmurs stranger than her laugh, heard and never explained. The second half of the chapter, is the celebrated first meeting. On a fine, cold January afternoon, Jane volunteers to carry a letter to Hay, 2 miles across a lane of utter solitude and leafless repose. The approach of the master through the dusk is prepared with the novel's characteristic interweaving of the supernatural and the ordinary. She remembers Bessie's tales of the Gytrash, a north of England spirit in the form of horse, mule, or large dog that haunts solitary ways. A great black and white, lion-like creature glides past her in the hedge, exactly one mask of Bessie's Gytrash. The horse follows with its rider. And then the man, the human being, breaks the spell at once. Nothing ever rode the Gytrash. It was always alone, and goblins could scarce covet shelter in the commonplace human form. The horse slips on the ice. Man and horse go down, and Jane, obeyed by the dog, walks to the traveler and asks, "Are you injured, sir?" The encounter is rendered with a delicacy that establishes the whole of Jane and Rochester's relation before a word of love is spoken. Jane can see him plainly, middle height, and considerable breadth of chest. He had a dark face, with stern features and a heavy brow. His eyes and gathered eyebrows looked ireful and thwarted just now. He was past youth, but had not reached middle age. Perhaps he might be 35. And she reflects, with the self-knowledge that is her chief instrument. Had he been a handsome, heroic-looking young gentleman, I should not have dared to stand thus questioning him against his will. I had a theoretical reverence and homage for beauty, elegance, gallantry, fascination. But had I met those qualities incarnate in masculine shape, I should have instinctively known that they neither had nor could have sympathy with anything in me. The roughness of the traveler sets her at her ease. His frown reassures her, and when he asks her where she lives, points to that house with the battlements, and learns she is the governess. The exchange has already done the work of the whole courtship in miniature. Two people, alone in a lane at dusk, recognizing in each other the exact note neither is found elsewhere. The close of the chapter brings the disclosure. After the fact, Jane, walking home in the moonlight, rebuking herself for the viewless fetters of a uniform and too still existence, finds on entering Mrs. Fairfax's room a great black and white dog sitting upright on the rug, gazing at the blaze, just like the Gytrash of the lane. She says, "Pilot," and the thing gets up and comes to her and snuffs her. And Leah explains, "He came with Master, Mr. Rochester. He is just arrived." The master, the traveler of the lane, is in the house with a sprained ankle, the surgeon already called. The chapter ends with the two names finally brought together. The stranger of the lane and the master of Thornfield are one. And with Jane going up the stairs to take off her things, the whole order of her new life about to change. Women feel just as men feel. The chapter's manifesto of feminine discontent, the restlessness of the dependent woman as a claim to a wider life, the novel's most direct social statement. The Gytrash and the governess, the supernatural first sight broken by the commonplace human form. The meeting romance both invokes and deflates, establishing the pair's ground of sympathy. Quote, "Women are supposed to be very calm generally, but women feel just as men feel. They need exercise for their faculties and a feel for their efforts, as much as their brothers do. They suffer from too rigid a restraint, too absolute a stagnation, precisely as men would suffer." Quote, "He had a dark face, with stern features and a heavy brow. His eyes and gathered eyebrows looked ireful and thwarted just now. He was past youth, but had not reached middle age. Perhaps he might be 35. I felt no fear of him, and but little shyness." Chapter 13. The First Interview. Setup / the governess and the master. Mr. Rochester, by the surgeon's orders, went to bed early that night and did not rise soon next morning. And when he did come down, it was to attend to business with his agent and tenants. The chapter opens on the changed house, no longer silent as a church, echoing to knocks and bells. A rill from the outer world was flowing through it. It had a master. For my part, I liked it better. The first sustained interview between the governess and the master is conducted at tea in the drawing-room, and the scene is remarkable for what Bronte does not do as much as for what she does. There is no romantic entrance, no instant sympathy. Rochester's reception is a forced, stiff bow, an impatient yet formal tone expressing only, "What the deuce is it to me whether Miss Eyre be there or not?" Jane, quite disembarrassed, notes with her characteristic coolness that a reception of finished politeness would probably have confused her, but that harsh caprice laid me under no obligation. On the contrary, a decent quiescence, under the freak of manner, gave me the advantage. The dialogue that follows establishes the pair's distinctive register. Rochester's catechism is direct and testing. Her age, her reading, her society, her home. And Jane's answers are equally direct. She has no parents, no kindred, no home. She advertised, and Mrs. Fairfax answered my advertisement. The exchange over the cadeau introduces the novel's adultery of wit. Rochester probing, Jane parrying with an exactness he recognizes and respects. "Miss Eyre, you are not so unsophisticated as Adele. You beat about the bush." The play of the men in green, and the fairy tale names he applies to her. I thought unaccountably of fairy tales, and had half a mind to demand whether you had bewitched my horse, plants the novel's governing metaphor of her elfishness. When he asks what she learned at Lowood and sets her to the piano, her playing is dismissed as nothing remarkable, but the sketches are different. The 3 watercolors, which Jane describes while he is so occupied, in one of the novel's most achieved set pieces, are the spiritual autobiography of her imagination. The first shows clouds low and livid rolling over a swelled sea, a half-submerged mast on which sits a cormorant holding a gold bracelet, a drowned corpse glimpsed through the green water. The second rises from a dim hill peak into a woman's shape crowned with a star, hair streaming like a beamless cloud torn by storm, the vision of the evening star. The third shows an iceberg piercing a polar sky, a colossal head resting against it, an eye hollow and fixed, blank of meaning but for the glassiness of despair, the crescent above it the likeness of a kingly crown diademing the shape which shape had none. They are, as Rochester perceives and says, elfish thoughts, images of storm, despair, and beheaded kingship that map with startling exactness onto the Red Room, Helen's dying, and the ruin that awaits Thornfield. Rochester's questions, "And who taught you to paint wind? What did you see, Latmos?" are the first recognition in the book of the inner world that Jane has been carrying, unbeknownst to herself, before his eyes. The evening ends with abrupt dismissal. It is 9 o'clock. "What are you about, Miss Eyre, to let Adele sit up so long? Take her to bed." And the frigid bow with which the pair part is as much a withholding as his earlier stiffness. The close of the chapter give Jane, in Mrs. Fairfax's quiet room, the partial account of Rochester's past, that he lost his elder brother but a few years since, that old Mr. Rochester and Mr. Rowland combined to bring Mr. Edward into what he considered a painful position, for the sake of making his fortune, steps that were not quite fair, and that he is not very forgiving, broke with his family, and has led an unsettled life since. He lost his elder brother, without a will, left him master of the estate, and, indeed, no wonder he shuns the old place. Mrs. Fairfax's answer to Jane's inquiry why, perhaps he thinks it gloomy, is evasive, and Jane should have liked something clearer. But the author's withheld disclosures hang over the chapter's close, painful thoughts, family troubles, and the unsettled life of the master of Thornfield first sketched in the same register of partial knowledge the whole novel will use. The elf and the master, Jane's first recognition by Rochester as fairy, elfish, the look of another world, the metaphor of her strangeness established before their courtship begins. The 3 watercolors, the spiritual autobiography of storm, despair, and beheaded kingship, the inner world carried from the Red Room to Lowood and laid before Rochester's eyes. Quote, "Who taught you to paint wind? There's a high gale in that sky, and on this hilltop. What did you see, Latmos? For that is Latmos. There, put the drawings away." Quote, "I should think he is very changeful and abrupt. True, no doubt he may appear so to a stranger, but I am so accustomed to his manner, I never think of it. And then, if he has peculiarities of temper, allowance should be made. Why? Partly because it is his nature, and we can none of us help our nature. And partly, he has painful thoughts, no doubt, to harass him and make his spirits unequal. Chapter 14. Fire and the Fairy. Fun and games / the first confidence. For several subsequent days, Jane saw little of Mr. Rochester. He was engaged with business, rode out to return visits, and his acquaintance with her was confined to occasional encounters in the hall or gallery, receiving now a distant nod, now a bow and smile with gentlemanlike affability. His changes of mood did not offend her. I saw that I had nothing to do with their alteration. The ebb and flow depended on causes quite disconnected with me. The chapter's central scene is the long evening conversation to which he summons her. After dinner, in the firelit dining room, while Adele, busy with her newly delivered box of presents, is dispatched to a sofa, and Mrs. Fairfax is invited in as auditress and interlocutress. Rochester is in his after-dinner mood, more expanded and genial, and also more self-indulgent than the frigid and rigid temper of the morning, receiving the light of the fire on his granite-hewn features and the great dark eyes that are not without a certain change in their depths which, if it was not softness, reminded you, at least, of that feeling. The conversation that follows is the novel's first sustained duel of wits, and it establishes the peculiar intimacy of the pair. Rochester, catching Jane's gaze, demands, "Do you think me handsome?" And the answer, "No, sir," slips out before she is aware. The exchange opens his delighted discovery of her singularity. You have the air of a little non-net, quaint, quiet, grave, and simple. You rap out a round rejoinder which, if not blunt, is at least brusque. His self-portrait is confided under the guise of raillery. He was once a feeling fellow, partial to the unfull-edged, unfostered, and unlucky. But fortune has knocked me about since. She has even kneaded me with her knuckles. And now, I flatter myself, I am hard and tough as an india-rubber ball, pervious, though, through a chink or two still, and with one sentient point in the middle of the lump. He wants to draw her out, to know her. And when she answers his claim of superiority with the book's first great assertion of moral equality, "I don't think, sir, you have a right to command me, merely because you are older than I, or because you have seen more of the world than I have. Your claim to superiority depends on the use you have made of your time and experience." He mentally shakes hands with her for the answer. Then the confession deepens into the novel's first extended disclosure of his past. He speaks of having been thrust on to a wrong tack at the age of 21, never recovered since, of surveying a past existence, a series of deeds, a color of life, within his own breast, of his envy of Jane's clean conscience, unpolluted memory. He is not a villain. He insists not to attribute to me any such bad eminence, but I am a trite, commonplace sinner, hackneyed in all the poor, petty dissipations with which the rich and worthless try to put on life. And he has a presentiment, he says, that she will often be elected the involuntary confidant of your acquaintance's secrets, for her forte is not to talk of herself, but to listen to others. When Jane counsels him to correction, the exchange turns on a crucial moral hinge. His unheard-of combinations of circumstances demand unheard-of rules, is met by her the human and fallible should not arrogate a power with which the divine and perfect alone can be safely entrusted, that of saying of any strange, unsanctioned line of action, "Let it be right." The dialogue, fencing and genuine at once, sets the terms of all their later moral confrontations. The scene's close is comic and revelatory in equal measure. Rochester, having watched Adele choose a pink silk frock and rush off to dress, foresees a miniature of Céline Varens as she used to appear on the boards, and when the child returns, transformed, rose-colored satin, a wreath of rosebuds, satin sandals, chassaying across the room before dropping on one knee at his feet, he says, "Precise ly," and explains, "Come Selah, she charmed my English gold out of my British breeches pocket. I've been green to Miss Eyre grass green." The revelation that Adele is the daughter of the French opera dancer Céline Varens is held for the next chapter. Here, it is merely the spring of his rueful self-revelation. "My spring is gone, but it has left me that French floweret on my hands." I keep it and rear it rather on the Roman Catholic principle of expiating numerous sins by one good work. I'll explain all this someday. The evening ends with his dismissal. It has struck 9. Never mind. Wait a minute. And his final observation of Jane. I see at intervals the glance of a curious sort of bird through the close-set bars of the cage. A vivid, restless, resolute captive is there. Were it but free, it would soar cloud-high. The image of the caged bird, which the novel will return to at its crisis, is the last note of a chapter whose whole movement has been toward mutual disclosure. He has given her his sense of his own blighted history, and she has given him the evidence of her unbroken spirit. The firelight, the rain against the panes, the child dressing herself before them, while two adults conduct their first real colloquy. The scene composes, as few in the novel do, the exact domestic and psychological ground on which the whole romance will grow. The India rubber ball / the caged bird, Rochester's two self-images, healed over but sentient, and Jane's caged bird that would soar cloud-high. The chapters paired figures of wounded and imprisoned spirit. Let it be right. Jane's moral challenge to Rochester's code, the fallible human asserting no power to sanctify unsanctioned action, the novel's first statement of the moral law at issue between them. Quote, I don't think, sir, you have a right to command me, merely because you are older than I, or because you have seen more of the world than I have. Your claim to superiority depends on the use you have made of your time and experience. Quote, the human and fallible should not arrogate a power with which the divine and perfect alone can be safely entrusted. What power? That of saying of any strange, unsanctioned line of action, let it be right. Chapter 15, Céline Varens. Midpoint / B story deepens. Mr. Rochester did, on a future occasion, explain it. One afternoon, while Adele played with Pilot and her shuttlecock, he asked Jane to walk up and down a Long Beach avenue within sight of her, and told the history of her origins. She is the daughter of a French opera dancer, Céline Varens, toward whom he once cherished what he called a grande passion, which Céline professed to return with even superior ardor. The confession is conducted entirely in his own idiom, self-mocking, worldly, exact. He installed her in a hotel, gave her servants, a carriage, cashmeres, diamonds, lace, began the process of ruining myself in the received style, like any other spoonie, and had the fate of all other spoonies. The scene at the Paris balcony, moonlight and gaslight, the cigars and bonbons, the elegant carriage with the English horses from which Céline alights accompanied by a young roué of a vicomte. All are narrated with the relish of a man who has long since digested his own folly. You never felt jealousy, did you, Miss Eyre? Of course not, because you never felt love. You have both sentiments yet to experience. Your soul sleeps. The shock is yet to be given which shall waken it. The confession carries a weight beyond its sophistication. Rochester's account of how his jealousy was broken. A woman who could betray me for such a rival was not worth contending for. She deserved only scorn. Less, however, than I, who had been her dupe, is self-exposure of a precise and galling kind, and it prompts his own remark on the strangeness of his having chosen Jane for the confidant of such a story, passing strange that you should listen to me quietly, as if it were the most usual thing in the world for a man like me to tell stories of. His opera mistresses to a quaint, inexperienced girl like you. He explains his choice. Jane's gravity, considerateness, and caution made her the recipient of secrets. Her mind, he knows, is one not liable to take infection. It is a peculiar mind. It is a unique one. And the sentence that most directly anticipates the story's course. The more you and I converse, the better, for while I cannot blight you, you may refresh me. Already names the unequal commerce that romance will make equal. Adele's parentage settled. Unluckily, the Varens 6 months before had given me this fillet. Perhaps she may be my daughter, though I see no proofs of such grim paternity written in her countenance. Pilot is more like me than she. Rochester tests Jane's reaction. Will she, now that she knows the child is the illegitimate offspring of a French opera girl, think differently of her post and protégé? Jane's answer is one of the novel's quiet moral climaxes. No, Adele is not answerable for either her mother's faults or yours. Now that I know she is, in a sense, parentless, forsaken by her mother and disowned by you, sir, I shall cling closer to her than before. The charity of the inheriting girl answers the carelessness of the man who has been through the world, and Rochester, acknowledging the light in which she views it, lets her keep the child. The chapter then turns inward to Jane's private review of the master's manner. The confidence he has reposed in her seemed a tribute to my discretion. His deportment has grown more uniform. When he met me unexpectedly, the encounter seemed welcome. The evening conferences are sought, as much for his pleasure as for my benefit. And here the novel does something characteristic. It names the process by which love, unacknowledged, begins. The ease of his manner freed me from painful restraint. The friendly frankness, as correct as cordial, with which he treated me, drew me to him. I felt, at times, as if he were my relation rather than my master. My thin crescent destiny seemed to enlarge. The blanks of existence were filled up. My bodily health improved. I gathered flesh and strength. And was he now ugly in her eyes? No, Rita. Gratitude, and many associations, all pleasurable and genial, made his face the object I best liked to see. His presence in a room was more cheering than the brightest fire. Yet she has not forgotten his faults, proud, sardonic, harsh, moody, and she grieved for his grief, whatever that was, and would have given much to assuage it. The chapter's climax is the great nocturnal scene that seals the bond. Lying awake in the dark, her tranquil thoughts broken by the strangeness of his look in the avenue, Jane hears a demoniac laugh, low, suppressed, and deep, muttered, as it seemed, at the very keyhole of my chamber door, then a gurgling and moan, then steps retreating toward the third story. She rises, and the house reveals its horror for the first time. She finds the air dim with smoke, Mr. Rochester's door ajar, and the bed on fire, the curtains devoured by flames, while he lies stretched in deep sleep. "Wake! Wake!" she cries, shakes him, heaves up his basin and ewer, deluges the bed and its occupant, so that by God's aid she extinguishes the flames. The scene is remarkable for its restraint. There is no Gothic indulgence, only the precise physical comedy and heroism of a girl in her nightgown with water jugs, followed by Rochester's outraged waking. In the name of all the elves in Christendom, is that Jane Eyre? What have you done with me? Which sorceress? The aftermath is the most intimate scene between them yet. Rochester makes her sit by him, wraps her in his cloak, and goes to pay a visit to the third story, the first explicit gesture toward the locked room and its occupant, returning pale and gloomy with the verdict grace pool. You have guessed it. She is, as you say, singular, very. He exacts her secrecy, and their parting takes on the gravity of the bond that has been formed. You have saved my life, snatched me from a horrible and excruciating death, and you walk past me as if we were mutual strangers. At least shake hands. He takes her hand in both of his, calls her my cherished preserver, and lets her go only at the invented sound of Mrs. Fairfax moving. Jane regains her couch, tossed on a buoyant but unquiet sea, where billows of trouble rolled under surges of joy, thinking sometimes she saw beyond its wild waters a shore sweet as the hills of Beulah, but unable to reach it. The chapter ends with the fire of the house answered by the kindling within, the first unspoken acknowledgment on both sides that each has become, to the other, something the world has never yet held. The balcony and the fire, the Paris balcony where Rochester's folly was consumed, answered by Thornfield's midnight fire where Jane's fidelity begins, the chapter's bookend conflagrations. A peculiar mind, Rochester's recognition of Jane's mind as not liable to take infection, the uniqueness that marks her as his confidant and, later, his equal. Quote, "You never felt jealousy, did you, Miss Eyre? Of course not. I need not ask you, because you never felt love. You have both sentiments yet to experience. Your soul sleeps. The shock is yet to be given which shall waken it." Quote, "No, Adele is not answerable for either her mother's faults or yours. I have a regard for her, and now that I know she is, in a sense, parentless, forsaken by her mother and disowned by you, sir, I shall cling closer to her than before. Chapter 16. The Arraignment of Self. B-story deepens / jealousy introduced. I both wished and feared to see Mr. Rochester on the day which followed this sleepless night. The chapter opens on that double anticipation, the desire to hear his voice, the fear of meeting his eye, and then withholds the object of it. The morning passes as usual, and the only event is the domestic bustle occasioned by the midnight fire, which the household has already assimilated into an ordinary accident. What a mercy master was not burned in his bed! In Mr. Rochester's chamber Jane finds, sewing rings to the new curtains, no other than Grace Poole, staid, taciturn, absorbed in her work, with nothing either of the paleness or desperation one would have expected to see marking the countenance of a woman who had attempted murder. The scene that follows is a small masterpiece of oblique interrogation. Grace explains away the fire as a candle, answers Jane's pointed question about the laugh with the impenetrable, "You must have been dreaming," and quietly cross-questions the girl about her habits. "Then you're not in the habit of bolting your door every night before you get into bed?" Closing with the demure maxim that Providence will not dispense with the means. The chapter's first movement is Jane's attempt to understand the enigma, and its rebuff. She puzzles why Grace has not been given into custody or dismissed, why the bold, vindictive master seemed somehow in the power of one of the meanest of his dependents. She toys with the idea of a former caprice that has delivered him into Grace's hands, only to reject it on the evidence of Grace's uncomely face. Yet, suggested the secret voice which talks to us in our own hearts, "You are not beautiful, either, and perhaps Mr. Rochester approves you. At any rate, you have often felt as if he did. And last night, remember his words, remember his look, remember his voice." The interrogations of Grace and of her own heart are set against each other with deliberate symmetry. Both women are mysteries, and the one Jane cannot solve is herself. The chapter's deeper subject, announced in its title, is the arraignment of her own nascent feeling. The second movement turns on the news that reaches her at tea, that Mr. Rochester, who set off the moment he had breakfasted, has gone to the Leas, where there is quite a party assembled. Lord Ingram, Sir George Lynn, Colonel Dent, and the ladies, among them the Honorable Blanche and Mary Ingram. Most beautiful women. Mrs. Fairfax's description of Blanche: tall, fine bust, olive complexion, noble features, eyes rather like Mr. Rochester's, large and black, raven black hair and a crown of thick plaits, pure white dress and amber scarf, plants the rival in Jane's imagination with a bodily particularity designed to wound. And when Jane asks whether the rich gentleman has taken a fancy to the beautiful lady, Mrs. Fairfax answers with the ordinary good sense of the world: "Mr. Rochester is near 40, Blanche but 25. I should scarcely fancy Mr. Rochester would entertain an idea of the sort." Left alone, Jane performs the chapter's central act. She arraigns her own heart. Arraigned in my own bar, memory having given her evidence, reason having come forward and told, in her own quiet way, a plain, unvarnished tale showing how I had rejected the real and rabidly devoured the ideal. She pronounces judgment that a greater fool than Jane Eyre had never breathed the breath of life. The self-condemnation is fierce and entire. "You a favorite with Mr. Rochester? How dared you? Poor stupid dupe." And it is grounded in a clear-eyed account of her position. It does good to no woman to be flattered by her superior, who cannot possibly intend to marry her, and it is madness in all women to let a secret love kindle within them, which, if unreturned and unknown, must devour the life that feeds it. The passage is remarkable for its honesty about the psychology of the dependent woman. The fantasy of the master's regard is not merely mistaken, it is dangerous. Exactly the danger her own history has taught her to recognize. The remedy she devises for herself is characteristic, a discipline of truth rendered in the language of painting. Tomorrow she will place the glass before you, and draw in chalk your own picture, faithfully, without softening one defect, writing beneath it portrait of a governess, disconnected, poor and plain. Afterward, she will delineate carefully the loveliest face you can imagine. Blanche Ingram, as Mrs. Fairfax described her, call it Blanche, an accomplished lady of rank. And whenever she should chance to fancy Rochester thinks well of her, she will take out the two pictures and compare them. Is it likely he would waste a serious thought on this indigent and insignificant plebeian? The chapter ends with the exercise completed. The chalk portrait and the ivory miniature. The contrast as great as self-control could desire. The discipline giving force and fixedness to the impressions she wishes to stamp indelibly on her heart. The self-arraignment is not self-annihilation. It is the strict, unsentimental self-knowledge that is Jane's principal strength, and that will carry her through the trials to come. The two portraits, the chalk self-portrait and the ivory Blanche. Jane's discipline of truth, the painter's remedy for the madness of a secret love. The secret voice, Jane's unconscious confession, you are not beautiful, either. The heart's testimony against the reason's verdict. Quote, you, a favorite with Mr. Rochester? You gifted with the power of pleasing him? You of importance to him in any way? Go. Your folly sickens me. Quote, it is madness in all women to let a secret love kindle within them, which if unreturned and unknown, must devour the life that feeds it, and if discovered and responded to, must lead, ignis fatuus-like, into miry wilds, whence there is no extrication. Chapter 17, The House Party. Bad guys close in / the rival. A week passed, and no news arrived of Mr. Rochester. 10 days, and still he did not come. The chapter opens on Jane's long discipline of waiting. The sickening sense of disappointment she was actually permitting herself, and the stern recall to principle. You have nothing to do with the master of Thornfield, further than to receive the salary he gives you for teaching his protégé. He is not at your order. Keep to your caste. The self-command is characteristic, and its precariousness is at once exposed. The letter announcing his return in 3 days, and not alone. A party from the Lees, with best bedrooms, kitchen hand from the George Inn, maids and valets, brings a fiery glow to her face, a shaking hand, half a cup of coffee spilled. The preparations that follow are rendered with the novel's exact housewifely comedy, and at the center of them stands the figure of Grace Poole, gliding among the bustling rooms, as companionless as a prisoner in his dungeon, and the servants' whispered exchange, cut off the moment Jane approaches. Doesn't she know? There was a mystery at Thornfield, and from participation in that mystery, I was purposely excluded. Thursday's arrival is staged with the precision of a curtain rising. The 4 equestrians, the 2 open carriages, and at the head of them Mr. Rochester on his black horse. Beside him a lady in a purple riding habit, gleaming through her veil's transparent folds, rich raven ringlets. Miss Ingram. Jane, screened by the curtain, watches the cavalcade turn the angle of the house. Then, in the great set-piece that follows, the 8 ladies enter the drawing-room as a band of white plumy birds, and the inventory of the party is given. Mrs. Eshton and her gentle daughters, the haughty Lady Lynn, the ladylike Mrs. Dent, the dowager Lady Ingram with her truly imperial dignity, and the sisters Blanche and Mary, straight and tall as poplars, Blanche molded like a Diana. Jane's scrutiny of Blanche is conducted with a double attention, whether her appearance accorded with Mrs. Fairfax's description, whether it at all resembled the fancy miniature I had painted of her, and thirdly, it will out, whether it were such as I should fancy likely to suit Mr. Rochester's taste. The passage that follows is among the novel's great scenes of social anatomy. The ladies' talk turns, as it must, on governesses, Lady Ingram's tant piece. I hope it may do her good, when reminded that one of the anathematized race is present. Blanche's vivid account of the martyrdoms inflicted on her Miss Wilsons and Mrs. Greys and Madame Joubert's. The dowager's list of reasons why liaisons between governesses and tutors should never be tolerated. Amy Eshton's innocent recollection of the governess who was never cross. The scene does double work. It is the most explicit statement in the novel of the social contempt Jane must live with, and it turns the drawing room into a field of force in which every word defines her place. Rochester's part in it is played with his characteristic mask. Madam, I support you on this point, as on every other, while Blanche, on her high horse at the piano, declares her preference for Black Bothwell, a man with a spice of the devil in him, and commands him to sing. And then the chapter's emotional center opens. And where is Mr. Rochester? He comes in last. I am not looking at the arch, yet I see him enter. Jane's account of that entrance is one of the most concentrated passages of self-knowledge in the novel. The attempt to fix her attention on the meshes of the purse she is forming, while I distinctly behold his figure. The recollection of the fire scene, of holding hands, how near had I approached him at that moment? The estrangement of now, when he takes a seat at the other side of the room without looking at her, and the involuntary gaze she cannot control. I looked and had an acute pleasure in looking, a precious, yet poignant pleasure, pure gold, with a steely point of agony. The comparison with the other gentlemen completes the verdict. Their smiles and laughter are nothing. The light of the candles had as much soul in it as their smile. Rochester's smile alone is both brilliant and gentle, its ray both searching and sweet. The ladies receive it with calm. He is not to them what he is to me. Then comes the confession that is the chapter's true climax. I had not intended to love him. The reader knows I had wrought hard to extirpate from my soul the germs of love there detected. And now, at the first renewed view of him, they spontaneously revived, green and strong. He made me love him without looking at me. The passage ends in the novel's most direct statement of her claim to kinship with him. Though rank and wealth sever us widely, I have something in my brain and heart, in my blood and nerves, that assimilates me mentally to him. Yet the claim itself is chastened by the same breath. I know I must conceal my sentiments. I must smother hope. I must remember that he cannot care much for me. For when I say that I am of his kind, I do not mean that I have his force to influence and his spell to attract. I mean only that I have certain tastes and feeling in common with him. The gaze is acknowledged, the bond is named, the distance is kept, three movements that define the whole of Jane's position at Thornfield. The evening's close is a small masterpiece of misdirection and implication. Blanche, having summoned Rochester to the piano for a Corsair song, is left in possession of the field. Jane, now is my time to slip away, rises and makes her exit by the side door, only to find herself kneeling on the mat to tie her sandal, face to face with the master as he comes out of the dining room. Their brief colloquy, "Why did you not come and speak to me in a room? I did not wish to disturb you, as you seemed engaged, sir," is conducted in the register of total mutual awareness. He notes she is paler than before, that tears are shining and swimming in her eyes, that a bead has slipped from the lash and fallen on the flag, and he gives her the command on which the next chapters will turn. So long as my visitors stay, I expect you to appear in the drawing-room every evening. It is my wish. The single blank in his parting, "Good night, my," where the word is withheld, is the most eloquent punctuation in the chapter. The master who has just watched his queen hold the room has stopped himself on the threshold of an endearment. The chapter ends with him biting his lip and abruptly leaving her, the withheld word hanging in the air between them. The governess's place, Lady Ingram's tant piece, Blanche's martyrdoms, the dowager's reasons, the drawing-room's anatomy of the dependent class, set against Jane's silent dignity. He made me love him without looking at me. The chapter's confession, the involuntary bondage of the gaze, and Jane's kinship with the master of the house across rank and wealth. Quote, I had not intended to love him. The reader knows I had wrought hard to extirpate from my soul the germs of love there detected. And now, at the first renewed view of him, they spontaneously revived, green and strong. He made me love him without looking at me. Quote, I believe he is of mine. I am sure he is. I feel akin to him. I understand the language of his countenance and movements. Though rank and wealth sever us widely, I have something in my brain and heart, in my blood and nerves, that assimilates me mentally to him. Chapter 18, Charades and the Gypsy. Bad guys close and slash the unseen rival. Merry days were these at Thornfield Hall, and busy days too. The gallery, once so hushed, was alive with smart ladies' maids and dandy valets. The saloons were left void only when the halcyon spring weather called their occupants out into the grounds, and when rain set in. Indoor amusements only became more lively and varied. The chapter's first movement is the charade, a piece of elaborate play whose terms Jane, in her ignorance, does not at first understand, and which Bronte deploys with a double edge of comedy and prophecy. The third-story wardrobes are ransacked for brocaded petticoats and satin sacks. Mr. Rochester chooses his party. Miss Ingram is mine, of course, and asks Jane, who shakes her head, which I rather feared he would have done. He allowed me to return quietly to my usual seat. Lady Ingram, when the other party proposes inviting her, delivers her verdict in her hearing. She looks too stupid for any game of the sort. The charade itself unfolds in 3 tableaux. The marriage pantomime of Bride, the Eliezer Rebecca scene at the marble basin, and the sordid bridewell of the chained and begrimed man, which Rochester. I knew Mr. Rochester, though the begrimed face, the disordered dress, might well have disguised him, acts with a violence that draws Miss Ingram's delighted praise. What a gallant gentleman highwayman you would have made! The evening's real drama, however, occurs offstage, in Jane's own perception. Watching the spectators rather than the actors, she sees Rochester and Blanche together, her head inclined toward him till the jetty curls almost touch his shoulder. Their mutual whisperings, their interchanged glances, and the passage that follows is the chapter's central meditation, the fullest statement of Jane's love in its unrequited and self-aware phase. I have told you, reader, that I had learned to love Mr. Rochester. I could not unlove him now, merely because I found that he had ceased to notice me, because I saw all his attentions appropriated by a great lady. She could not unlove him, she says, because she felt sure he would soon marry this very lady, because I witnessed hourly in him a style of courtship which, if careless, was yet, in its very carelessness, captivating. And then comes the chapter's most remarkable claim. But I was not jealous, or very rarely. The nature of the pain I suffered could not be explained by that word. Miss Ingram was a mark beneath jealousy. She was too inferior to excite the feeling. The seeming paradox is argued with the book's characteristic precision. Blanche is showy, but not genuine. Her mind poor, her heart barren, repeating sounding phrases from books, never offering an opinion of her own, and Rochester himself exercises over her a ceaseless surveillance, watching her defects with the clear consciousness of his intended's quality. It was from this sagacity, this guardedness of his, this perfect, clear consciousness of his fair one's defects, this obvious absence of passion in his sentiments toward her, that my ever-torturing pain arose. The interior monologue that follows deepens into the novel's most precise account of the psychology of female rivalry and self-knowledge. If Blanche had been good and noble, Jane says, she could have admired her, acknowledged her excellence, and been quiet for the rest of her days. But to watch her efforts at fascinating Rochester, to witness their repeated failure, when her pride and self-complacency repelled further and further what she wished to allure. To witness this was to be at once under ceaseless excitation and ruthless restraint. And because Jane sees how Blanche might have succeeded, arrows that continually glanced off from Mr. Rochester's breast and fell harmless at his feet, might, I knew, if shot by a surer hand, have quivered keen in his proud heart. The pain is the keener. Why can she not influence him more, when she is privileged to draw so near to him? It seems to me that she might, by merely sitting quietly at his side, saying little and looking less, get nigher his heart. The passage closes on the vision of the wife, who might be the very happiest woman the sun shines on, spoken, though she does not say it, of herself. The chapter's middle section introduces the stranger, Mason. Jane's account of him is a small masterpiece of distaste. A tall, fashionable man with a sallow complexion, regular features too relaxed, a large, well-cut eye whose life was a tame, vacant life, whom she compares to Rochester, between a sleek gander and a fierce falcon, between a meek sheep and the rough-coated, keen-eyed dog, its guardian. He speaks of old friendship with Rochester, of Jamaica, Kingston, Spanish Town, and the reader is allowed his name and his origin, the first hint of the West Indian connection that will soon break the courtship, while Jane, watching him shrink near the fire as if he were cold, is merely struck by the curious friendship and the adage that extremes meet. The household is alive with the mystery of the third story even in the midst of mirth. Grace Poole glides through the bustling rooms, as companionless as a prisoner in his dungeon, and the servants' whispered exchange, cut off at Jane's approach. Doesn't she know? Confirms that there is a secret from which she is deliberately excluded. The chapter's final movement brings the gypsy. With Rochester away at Millcote, the party's proposed walk to the gypsy camp on Hay Common is deferred by rain. And into the dull drawing room comes the footman's news that one of the old mother bunches is in the servants' hall, refusing to leave until admitted to tell fortunes. The dowagers are scandalized, the young are delighted, and Blanche, on her high horse, commands her forward, then retires alone to the library to consult her. She returns cold and displeased. She had obviously not heard anything to her advantage. The three younger girls who follow come back half scared. The gypsy has told them of their childhood, described their boudoirs, whispered the name of the person each likes best in the world. And then, in the midst of the tumult, Sam appears at Jane's elbow. The gypsy declares there is another young single lady in the room who has not been to her yet, and swears she will not go till she has seen her. Jane, glad of the unexpected opportunity to gratify my much excited curiosity, slips out unobserved and goes to the library alone. The chapter ends on the threshold of the book's most audacious scene, the fortune-teller's chamber, with the reader trusting, as Jane cannot, that the Sibyl is no gypsy at all. The ceaseless surveillance, Rochester's clear-eyed watching of Blanche's defects, the courtship conducted without passion, read by Jane as the proof that he has not given his heart. The challenge beneath jealousy. Miss Ingram was a mark beneath jealousy. Jane's self-knowledge at its most exact, recognizing the rival's ineptitude and her own unseen claim. Quote, I could not unlove him now, merely because I found that he had ceased to notice me, because I might pass hours in his presence, and he would never once turn his eyes in my direction, because I saw all his attentions appropriated by a great lady. I could not unlove him, because I felt sure he would soon marry this very lady, because I read daily in her a proud security in his intentions respecting her. Quote, it seems to me that she might, by merely sitting quietly at his side, saying little and looking less, get nigher his heart. I have seen in his face a far different expression from that which hardens it now, while she is so vivaciously accosting him. But then it came of itself. It was not elicited by meretricious arts and calculated maneuvers. Chapter 19, The Fortune-Teller. Midpoint / the reveal. The library looked tranquil enough as Jane entered it, and the Sibyl, if Sibyl she were, was seated snugly in an easy chair at the chimney corner in a red cloak and broad-brimmed gypsy hat, bending over the fire and muttering over a little black book. The chapter is one of the novel's most audacious set pieces, a dialogue conducted between Jane and a gypsy who is, as the reader guesses long before Jane does, Mr. Rochester himself, and whose preternatural knowledge of Jane's heart is the whole point of the masquerade. The interview opens in the register of sparring. Well, and you want your fortune told? I don't care about it, mother. You may please yourself, but I ought to warn you, I have no faith. The gypsy's first pronouncement, you are cold, you are sick, and you are silly, is met by Jane's challenge to prove it. You are cold because you are alone. No contact strikes the fire from you that is in you. You are sick because the best of feelings, the highest and the sweetest given to man, keeps far away from you. The dialogue that follows is a sustained act of psychological revelation under the mask of fortune-telling. The gypsy speaks of the fine people that flit before Jane like shapes in a magic lantern, of her secret hopes, of her future school in a little house rented by myself. Then, with the name of Mrs. Poole, draws her startled exclamation. The questioning narrows. Does she never single out one face from the rest? Positively, I don't care about it. It is nothing to me, to which the answer comes back with a transparent double meaning. When a lady, young and full of life and health, charming with beauty and endowed with rank and fortune, sits and smiles in the eyes of a gentleman you know, and perhaps think well of, the sparring over Mr. Rochester's own place in her acquaintance. He is not at home. A profound remark, a most ingenious quibble, culminates in the gypsy's question whether Jane has seen love and beheld his bride happy. The centerpiece is the long passage in which the gypsy reads Jane's face, the eyes soft and full of feeling, the mouth that should speak much and smile often, and above all the brow, whose declaration the passage renders with an almost legal precision. I can live alone if self-respect and circumstances require me so to do. I have an inward treasure, born with me, which can keep me alive if all extraneous delights should be withheld or offered only at a price I cannot afford to give. The forehead declares that reason sits firm and holds the reins, that judgment shall have the casting vote in every decision, that strong wind, earthquake shock, and fire may pass by, but I shall follow the guiding of that still small voice which interprets the dictates of conscience. It is the novel's most explicit statement of Jane's character as self-possession, her pride, her reserve, her capacity for solitude, and it is spoken by the man in the act of falling in love with her. Then the disguise falls. Where was I? Did I wake or sleep? The old woman's voice had changed. Her accent, her gesture, and all were familiar to me as my own face in the glass. The hand is no withered limb of the LD, but a rounded, supple member wearing a ring Jane has seen 100 times. The bonnet is doffed, and the familiar voice asks, "Well, Jane, do you know me?" "Only take off the red cloak, sir." And then the unmasking produces the chapter's first note of vexed intimacy. "It is scarcely fair, sir." Jane is troubled not because she was deceived, but because she has been drawn out, or in. She reflects that she had been on her guard, suspected a masquerade, but that her mind had been running on Grace Poole, that living enigma, that mystery of mysteries. And I had never thought of Mr. Rochester. Her suspicion has been quietly reoriented. The chapter's close brings the first blow of the coming crisis. Rochester, learning that Mason has arrived from Spanish Town, gives Jane's wrist a convulsive grasp, grows whiter than ashes, and murmurs, "Mason, the West Indies." "Jane, I've got to blow, Jane." He asks her to lean on him, to sit beside him, and there follows the exchange that carries, in miniature, the whole relation of the next chapters. I wish I were in a quiet island with only you, and trouble, and danger, and hideous recollections removed from me. Can I help you, sir? I give my life to serve you. The colloquy that follows, if all these people came in a body and spit at me, what would you do, Jane? Turn them out of the room, sir, if I could. If they laid you under a ban for adhering to me, I could dare it for the sake of any friend who deserved my adherence. As you, I am sure, do, is the book's first full rehearsal of the loyalty to be tested to its breaking point. She goes on his errand, delivers the summons to Mason, and hears from her bed his cheerful this way, "Mason, this is your room," which sets her heart at ease, and the chapter closes on the threshold of the night's horror. The brow's declaration, reason sits firm and holds the reins, the gypsy's reading of Jane's character as self-possession, spoken by the man falling in love with her. The quiet island, Rochester's, "I wish I were in a quiet island with only you." The first naming of the isolation he desires, with Jane alone beside him. Quote, "You are cold because you are alone. No contact strikes the fire from you that is in you. You are sick because the best of feelings, the highest and the sweetest given to man, keeps far away from you. You are silly because, suffer as you may, you will not beckon it to approach, nor will you stir one step to meet it where it awaits you." Quote, "The forehead declares, reason sits firm and holds the reins, and she will not let the feelings burst away and hurry her to wild chasms. Strong wind, earthquake shock, and fire may pass by, but I shall follow the guiding of that still small voice which interprets the dictates of conscience." Chapter 20, The Midnight Cry. Midpoint / the first reveal of horror. Good God, what a cry! The chapter opens on the night that breaks the surface of Thornfield's mystery for the first time. Jane, lying awake to the moonlight that her unguarded curtain has let in, hears the night. Its silence, its rest rent in twain by a savage, a sharp, a shrilly sound, running from end to end of the hall. A shriek the widest-winged condor could not repeat. The thing delivering such utterance must rest ere it could repeat the effort. It comes from the third story, and overhead, in the room just above her ceiling, she hears a struggle, a half-smothered voice crying, "Help! Help! Help!" And then, through plank and plaster, "Rochester! Rochester! For God's sake, come!" The sleepers are all roused. The gallery fills with terrified murmur, and Mr. Rochester, descending from the upper story with a candle, gives the company the pacifying explanation that a servant has had the nightmare, coaxing and commanding them back to their rooms. Jane, not deceived, dresses carefully. She has heard what the others have not, the words from the room above, and she knows that the explanation Mr. Rochester had given was merely an invention framed to pacify his guests. She sits by the window waiting, certain that some event must follow the strange cry, struggle, and call. And when the hush returns, at the moment she is about to lie down in her clothes, a cautious hand taps low at her door. "I want you," he says, and she follows him up through the dark to the fateful third story, to a door he unlocks, to a room whose inner door he opens upon. In her own recollection, a snarling, snatching sound almost like a dog quarreling, and Grace Poole's goblin laughter. The door closes, and now there is revealed the scene off the wounding. Mason, pale and seeming lifeless, his linen and one arm soaked in blood. The vigil that follows is among the most powerfully rendered of the novel's dark set pieces. Rochester leaves Jane alone with the wounded man for an hour or two. The sponge in her hand, the water, the salts, under the absolute prohibition of speech. Remember, no conversation. She is fastened into one of its mystic cells, the pale and bloody spectacle under her eyes and hands. A murder is hardly separated from me by a single door. She watches the ghastly countenance by the wasting candle. The shadows darken over the cabinet opposite, whose 12 panels bear the heads of the 12 apostles, while above them at the top rose an ebon crucifix and a dying Christ. Her thoughts turn on questions that the whole book has been accumulating. What crime was this that lived incarnate in this sequestered mansion and could neither be expelled nor subdued by the owner? What mystery that broke out, now in the fire and now in blood, at the deadest hours of night? And she wonders at the puzzle of Mason's submission and of Rochester's power over him, and at the blow that his very name had delivered the night before. The relief comes with the surgeon, Carter, in the gray dawn, and the chapter's second great scene is the diagnosis conducted over Mason's body. The surgeon finds that the flesh on the shoulder is torn as well as cut. This wound was not done with a knife. "There have been teeth here. She bit me," Mason murmurs. "She worried me like a tigress when Rochester got the knife from her. She has sucked the blood. She said she'd drain my heart." Rochester's face at these words shows a singularly marked expression of disgust, horror, hatred, warped almost to distortion, and his counsel to Mason, "When you get back to Spanish Town, you may think of her as dead and buried, or rather, you need not think of her at all," is the first explicit acknowledgement of the creature in the third story as a her, a being of the family, hidden by design. Mason's parting plea, as he is helped into the chaise, "Let her be taken care of. Let her be treated as tenderly as may be," and his tears complete the portrait of a horror born in secrecy by those who are bound to it. The chapter's close moves to the garden, and is one of the most beautiful passages in the novel. The transition from the charnel house of the third story to the freshness of the spring morning. "Come where there is some freshness for a few moments," Rochester says. "That house is a mere dungeon. Don't you feel it so?" And when Jane answers that it seems to her a splendid mansion, he gives her the novel's most direct statement of the hidden relation of the beautiful and the false. The glamour of inexperience is over your eyes. You cannot discern that the gilding is slime and the silk draperies cobwebs, that the marble is sordid slate and the polished woods mere refused chips and scaly bark. Now here all is real, sweet, and pure. He gathers her a half-blown rose, the first on the bush, asks if she was afraid when he left her alone with Mason, calls himself a careless shepherd who would not leave a lamb, my pet lamb near a wolf's den, and tells her that to live for him is to stand on a crater crust which may crack and spew fire any day. The garden scene rises, in its final movement, to the first open proposal, veiled as a hypothesis. Suppose you were no longer a girl well-reared and disciplined, but a wild boy, indulged from childhood upward. Conceive that you there commit a capital error. Are you justified in overleaping an obstacle of custom, a mere conventional impediment, which neither your conscience sanctifies nor your judgment approves? Jane's answer is given with the book's fullest clarity. A wanderer's repose or a sinner's reformation should never depend on a fellow creature. Let him look higher than his equals for strength to amend and solace to heal. And when he turns aside, you have noticed my tender penchant for Miss Ingram. Don't you think if I married her, she would regenerate me with a vengeance? The veil of the proposal drops into the jest that has been half a confession. The chapter ends with Rochester dismissing her through the shrubbery, and Jane hearing him say, cheeringly, "Mason got the start of you all this morning. He was gone before sunrise. I rose at 4 to see him off. The wound in the teeth. There have been teeth here." The first physical revelation of the creature in the third story, and of the her who is taken care of with tenderness. The gilding is slime. Rochester's garden sermon on the false and the true. The charmed house against the real, sweet, and pure, framing the novel's central deception. Quote, "The glamour of inexperience is over your eyes. You cannot discern that the gilding is slime and the silk draperies cobwebs, that the marble is sordid slate, and the polished woods mere refused chips and scaly bark. Now here all is real, sweet, and pure." Quote, "To live for me, Jane, is to stand on a crater crust which may crack and spew fire any day." Chapter 21, Gateshead again. All is lost / the summons. Presentiments are strange things, and so are sympathies, and so are signs. And the chapter opens on the novel's most overtly Gothic register of foreboding. Jane recalls Bessie's saying that to dream of children is a sure sign of trouble. For the past week, a dream of an infant, now wailing, now laughing, nested in her arms or running from her, has met her every night, and it was from companionship with this baby phantom that she was roused on the moonlight night of the cry. The presentiment is fulfilled on the following afternoon, when a man in deep mourning, with a crape band round his hat, is shown into Mrs. Fairfax's room. Robert Levin, come from Gateshead to say that John Reed is dead. His death was shocking, ruined in health and estate among the worst men and the worst women, supposed to have killed himself, and that Mrs. Reed, struck down by the intelligence, is asking, in her paralysis, for Jane Eyre. Jane, feeling that I ought to go, resolves to go. The parting from Rochester is conducted in the register of their whole relation, teasing, testing, edged with a tenderness neither will yet name. He refuses to believe a 100-mile errand of charity to a woman who cast her off. He gives her wages, first £50, then 10. Better not give you all now. You would, perhaps, stay away 3 months if you had £50. And when she broaches the business of her situation after his marriage, in that case, sir, Adele ought to go to school, and you, of course, must march straight to the devil. The exchange becomes a small duel of promises. He will not have her advertise. She will not have her and Adele in the house when his bride enters it. The parting itself. And how do people perform that ceremony of parting, Jane? Teach me. I'm not quite up to it. Is drawn out into the book's most explicit statement of his feeling in the negative. It seems stingy to my notions and dry and unfriendly. I should like something else, a little addition to the right. So you'll do no more than say farewell, Jane? He bolts at the dinner bell without another syllable, and Jane is off before he has risen in the morning. The journey to Gateshead is a return built on the whole transformation since the first departure. Arriving at the lodge on the 1st of May, Jane finds Bessie, now Mrs. Levin, mother of 3, and the old intimacy returns with the old peremptory kindness. tea by the fireside, the little round stand with the cup, absolutely as she used to accommodate me, with some privately purloined dainty on a nursery chair. The walk up to the hall recalls the other walk, 9 years before, on a dark, misty, raw morning in January, when she left a hostile roof with a desperate and embittered heart. Now she comes back with firmer trust in myself and my own powers, and less withering dread of oppression. In the breakfast room, everything is as it was, the very rug on which Mr. Brocklehurst stood. The inanimate objects were not changed, but the living things had altered past recognition. Eliza, tall and ascetic in black stuff and a string of ebony beads. Georgiana, full-blown and plump, with languishing blue eyes. And Jane, seated between them, is surprised at her own ease. Eliza did not mortify, nor Georgiana ruffle me. The fact was, I had other things to think about. Within the last few months, feelings have been stirred in me, so much more potent than any they could raise. The deathbed scene is the chapter's center, and it is conducted with a restraint that is itself a kind of triumph. Jane finds Mrs. Reed in the great four-post bed with amber hangings, the footstool at which I had 100 times been sentenced to kneel, and she comes to her, she notes, with no other emotion than a sort of ruth for her great sufferings, and a strong yearning to forget and forgive all injuries. The well-known face is there, stern, relentless, as ever, the eye which nothing could melt, and the dying woman, taking her hand away, assures Jane that her opinion is unchanged and unchangeable. The confession, when it comes, is of the 2 wrongs done. One was in breaking the promise which I gave my husband to bring you up as my own child. The other, and then the revelation of the letter from John Eyre, desiring to adopt Jane and bequeath her as competency, which Mrs. Reed suppressed, and answered by writing that Jane Eyre was dead. She had died of typhus fever at Lowood. Her reason is given with a terrible candor. Because I disliked you too fixedly and thoroughly ever to lend a hand in lifting you to prosperity. I cannot forget your conduct to me. Jane's answer is the novel's clearest statement of her own moral position. My disposition is not so bad as you think. I am passionate, but not vindictive. Many a time, as a little child, I should have been glad to love you if you would have let me, and I long earnestly to be reconciled to you now. Kiss me, aunt. The offered kiss is refused. The glazing eyes shun her gaze, and Jane's farewell is given without bitterness. Love me, then, or hate me, as you will, you have my full and free forgiveness. Ask now for God's, and be at peace. Mrs. Reed dies at midnight, unloved and unforgiving to the last. Living, she had ever hated me. Dying, she must hate me still. The chapter's long middle is given to the interval at Gateshead, and it is a portrait of the 2 grown cousins that completes the novel's social anatomy of the Reed household. Georgiana, self-absorbed, chatters of her London winter and her titled conquest. Eliza, regulated by the alarm clock and the rubric, plans to seek a retirement where punctual habits will be permanently secured from disturbance, informing Jane that after her mother's death she will be as separate from Georgiana as if we had never known each other. The sisters quarrel, Eliza's tirade against a more vain and absurd animal than you. Georgiana's countercharge of the ruined match with Lord Edwin Vere draws from the narrator the chapter's one aphorism. Feeling without judgment is a washy draught indeed, but judgment untempered by feeling is too bitter and husky a morsel for human deglutition. And in the midst of this cold house, Jane paints, sketching absent vignettes at the window, a glimpse of sea between 2 rocks, a rising moon, and a ship crossing its disk. She finds one morning that her pencil has been tracing, unbidden, a face she knows. Broad forehead, square outline, black whiskers and jetty hair. A friend's face under my gaze. Asked whose portrait it is, she lies that it is a fancy head. It is, in fact, a very faithful representation of Mr. Rochester. The interval at Gateshead is thus threaded with the presence of the master of Thornfield, absent, unfinished, already drawn by the hand of his Jane. The baby phantom, Bessie's saying and the recurring dream, presentiment and sign as the chapter's frame, linking the cry at Thornfield to the summons to Gateshead. The suppressed letter, Mrs. Reed's falsehood to John Eyre, Jane Eyre was dead, the withheld inheritance and the broken promise, confessed on the deathbed that cannot forgive. Quote, because I dislike you too fixedly and thoroughly ever to lend a hand in lifting you to prosperity. I cannot forget your conduct to me, Jane. I wrote to him. I said I was sorry for his disappointment. But Jane Eyre was dead. She had died of typhus fever at Lowood. Quote, love me, then, or hate me, as you will. You have my full and free forgiveness. Ask now for God's, and be at peace. Chapter 22. The Return. Finale approaching / the dualism. Mr. Rochester had given Jane but 1 week's leave. A month elapsed before she quitted Gateshead. The chapter opens on the drawn-out farewells. Georgiana entreating her to stay till she can get off to London with their uncle, Mr. Gibson. Eliza, meanwhile, filling trunks with her door bolted. The sisters part as they have lived. Georgiana, self-absorbed to the last. Eliza announcing that she will take up her abode in a religious house near Lisle, and if she finds the Catholic system, the one best calculated to ensure the doing of all things decently and in order, will probably take the veil. Jane's valediction is dry and exact. What you have, I suppose, in another year will be walled up alive in a French convent. And the narrator closes the account of both in a parenthesis of terrible economy. Georgiana made an advantageous match with a wealthy, worn-out man of fashion. Eliza took the veil and is at this day superior of the convent. The Reed household, which opened the novel as the arena of Jane's childhood martyrdom, is concluded and dismissed. The journey back is rendered as the first return in Jane's life that is a true homecoming. She has never known what it is to return home. No magnet drew me to a given point, increasing in its strength of attraction the nearer I came. The return to Thornfield was yet to be tried. The first 12 hours are given to Mrs. Reed's deathbed and funeral. Night gave them quite another turn. Laid down on my traveler's bed, I left reminiscence for anticipation. And she knows, from Mrs. Fairfax's letter, what awaits her. The party dispersed. Mr. Rochester in London come to make arrangements for his wedding. She dreams of Miss Ingram closing the gates of Thornfield against her. And yet the approach is flooded with a joy she cannot account for. So glad that I stopped once to ask myself what that joy meant. You know very well you are thinking of another than they, and that he is not thinking of you. Youth and inexperience affirm that it is pleasure enough to look on him again, whether he looked on me or not. The meeting at the stile is among the novel's most purely lovely passages. The haymakers quitting their work, how full the hedges are of roses, and Mr. Rochester sitting on the narrow stile with a book and pencil, writing. Jane's tremor, well, he is not a ghost. Yet every nerve I have is unstrung, gives way to his teasing welcome. And this is Jane Eyre. What the deuce have you done with yourself this last month? The exchange over the carriage and Mrs. Rochester is pure teasing surface, beneath which runs the current of everything unspoken, Jane's silent thought. A loving "I's all the charm needed" is the one true sentence of the interview, and he seemed to think it too good for common purposes. It was the real sunshine of feeling. He shed it over me now. His parting words, "Pass, Janet. Go up home and stay your weary little wandering feet at a friend's threshold. Break her reserve." Something in her, in spite of her, turns her round to say, "Thank you, Mr. Rochester. Wherever you are is my home, my only home." The confession is made and immediately fled from. The chapter's close names the condition of the household in which the courtship will ripen. A fortnight of dubious calm. Nothing is said of the master's marriage. No preparation is going on for it. Mrs. Fairfax, asking directly when he is to bring his bride home, is answered only by a joke and one of his queer looks. There are no journeyings to Ingram Park. I began to cherish hopes I had no right to conceive, that the match was broken off. And the final sentence, in its very plainness, carries the whole of Jane's state. Never had he called me more frequently to his presence, never been kinder to me when there, and alas, never had I loved him so well. The two sisters closed, Georgiana's wealthy, worn-out man of fashion and Eliza's convent. The Reed sisters dismissed in a parenthesis. The family of the opening concluded. Wherever you are is my home. Jane's involuntary confession at the stile. The word home transferred from Thornfield to the man who is its master. Quote, "Thank you, Mr. Rochester, for your great kindness. I'm strangely glad to get back again to you. And wherever you are is my home, my only home." Quote, "Never had he called me more frequently to his presence. Never been kinder to me when there, and alas, never had I loved him so well." Chapter 23. The Declaration in the Orchard. Midpoint/Love declared. A splendid midsummer shone over England. Skies so pure, suns so radiant, as were then seen in long succession, seldom favor, even singly, our wave-girt land. The chapter opens on the setting of the novel's great declaration. Midsummer Eve, Adele asleep after gathering wild strawberries, and Jane seeking the garden at the sweetest hour of the 24, the solemn purple of the sunset burning with the light of red jewel and furnace flame, the east with its rising solitary star. The orchard in which she takes refuge is described as the novel's image of Eden. No nook in the grounds more sheltered and more Eden-like. It was full of trees. It bloomed with flowers, a very high wall shutting it from the court, a beech avenue screening it from the lawn, a sunk fence at the bottom, and a winding walk bordered with laurels terminating in a giant horse chestnut circled at the base by a seat. The setting is deliberately paradisal, and the serpent enters in the form of a warning fragrance, Mr. Rochester's cigar. The dialogue that follows is the courtship conducted by indirection to its climax. Rochester's teasing questions, whether she is attached to the house, to Adele and Mrs. Fairfax, whether she would be sorry to part with them, lead to the declaration, "You must move on, Jane," and the supposed marriage to Miss Ingram, and his elaborate plan for her future, the education of the 5 daughters of Mrs. Dionysius Ogle of Bitternut Lodge, Connaught, Ireland, is the cruelest instrument of his testing, played out to the moment when her tears gush out and the truth escapes her. "From you, sir." The chapter's great passage follows his half-confession of the queer feeling. The cord under his left ribs knotted to a similar cord in her little frame. And if that boisterous channel and 200 miles or so of land come broad between us, I am afraid that cord of communion will be snapped, and her grief at the necessity of parting, spoken with the book's fullest declaration of what Thornfield has been to her. I have lived in it a full and delightful life, momentarily at least. I have not been trampled on. I have not been petrified. I have known you, Mr. Rochester, and it strikes me with terror and anguish to feel I absolutely must be torn from you forever. Then comes the pas de deux of protest and proposal, in which the novel's central claim is stated once and for all. Rochester, denying the bride, "My bride is here because my equal is here and my likeness. Jane, will you marry me?" is met first by Jane's incredulity, entirely, not a whit, and then by his assurance that what he feels for Miss Ingram is nothing, that he caused a rumor of his reduced fortune to reach her and watched her cool. And the chapter's famous speech is Jane's, roused to passion by his assertion of the marriage. "Do you think I am an automaton, a machine without feelings, and can bear to have my morsel of bread snatched from my lips, and my drop of living water dashed from my cup? Do you think because I am poor, obscure, plain, and little, I am soulless and heartless? You think wrong. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. I am not talking to you now through the medium of custom, conventionalities, nor even of mortal flesh. It is my spirit that addresses your spirit, just as if both had passed through the grave, and we stood at God's feet, equal, as we are. The speech is the novel's manifesto of equivalence, the declaration that the dependent, plain, poor governess is, in the order of spirit, the equal of the master. And it draws the chapter's other famous assertion, her refusal of his attempted restraint. "I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will, which I now exert to leave you." The acceptance is given with the same honesty. "Are you in earnest? Do you truly love me? Do you sincerely wish me to be your wife?" "I do, and if an oath is necessary to satisfy you, I swear it. Then, sir, I will marry you. Edward, my little wife. Dear Edward. The chapter's close, however, is shadowed from the first by the note of exultation that Jane half reads as savage. God pardon me, and man meddle not with me. I have her, and will hold her. I know my Maker sanctions what I do. For the world's judgment, I'll wash my hands thereof. And then the weather itself turns. The moon's set, the chestnut writhes and groans. Wind roars in the laurel walk, and the thunderstorm breaks over them, so that Jane hides her dazzled eyes against his shoulder and thinks only of reaching the house. He kisses her good night in the hall. Good night, my darling. Before the pale, grave, amazed Mrs. Fairfax, and all through the 2-hour storm that follows, with the lightning and rain lashing the house, Jane experiences no fear. Mr. Rochester comes thrice to her door to ask if I was safe and tranquil, and that was comfort, that was strength for anything. The chapter ends on the morning's small omen. Adele running in to say that the great horse chestnut at the bottom of the orchard had been struck by lightning in the night, and half of it split away. The paradise is entered. The blight is already at work. Equal, as we are. The chapter's manifesto, spirit addressing spirit across rank and fortune, the novel's central claim of equivalence. The split chestnut, the Eden tree of the orchard struck and riven by the storm on the very night of the betrothal. The first intimation of the ruin to come. Quote, do you think I am an automaton? A machine without feelings? You think wrong. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. I am not talking to you now through the medium of custom, conventionalities, nor even of mortal flesh. It is my spirit that addresses your spirit, just as if both had passed through the grave, and we stood at God's feet, equal, as we are. Quote, I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being with an independent will, which I now exert to leave you. Chapter 24, The Engagement. Fun and games / the morning after. As I rose and dressed, I thought over what had happened and wondered if it were a dream. I could not be certain of the reality till I had seen Mr. Rochester again and heard him renew his words of love and promise. The chapter opens on the engagement's first morning. Jane's face no longer plain in the glass. There was hope in its aspect and life in its color. A brilliant June morning succeeding the tempest. A beggar woman and her little boy come up the walk, and Jane gives them all the money in her purse. Good or bad, they must partake of my jubilee. The kiss of greeting, soon-to-be Jane Rochester. In 4 weeks, Janet. Not a day more. All the felicity of the betrothed state is rendered with a fullness that the close of the chapter will quietly shadow. The long morning conversation is a duel over the terms of the union, conducted with the book's characteristic wit and seriousness. Rochester would dress Jane in jewels, the diamond chain, the circlet, the priceless veil. I will attire my Jane in satin and lace, and she refuses with a precision that has nothing of coyness. Don't address me as if I were a beauty. I am your plain, Quakerish governess. I will be myself, Mr. Rochester. You must neither expect nor exact anything celestial of me, for you will not get it any more than I shall get it of you. His assertion that, I never met your likeness, Jane, you please me, and you master me, is met by her teasing catalogue of his probable cooling in 6 months. And when she asks her single question, why he took such pains to make her believe he wished to marry Miss Ingram, his answer is the chapter's most direct revelation of his method. I feigned courtship of Miss Ingram, because I wished to render you as madly in love with me as I was with you, and I knew jealousy would be the best ally I could call in for the furtherance of that end. She calls it a burning shame, a scandalous disgrace, and her challenge, may I enjoy the great good that has been vouchsafed to me, without fearing that anyone else is suffering the bitter pain I myself felt a while ago, is the assertion of a conscience his contrivance has not fully silenced. Mrs. Fairfax's warning occupies the chapter's middle, and it is the novel's most explicit statement of the social question the marriage raises. Interrupted at her morning scripture, she can scarcely believe that Mr. Rochester has asked you to marry him. Her mind runs on the ordinary objections. Equality of position and fortune is often advisable in such cases, and there are 20 years of difference in your ages. He might almost be your father, and, most woundingly, the question, is it really for love he is going to marry you? Jane is nettled, hurt to tears, and the old lady's final counsel: try and keep Mr. Rochester at a distance. Distrust yourself as well as him. Gentlemen in a station are not accustomed to marry their governesses, is the world's forecast of the disaster to come. The warning closes with Mrs. Fairfax's confession of her own doubt, that there will be something found to be different to what either you or I expect. A premonition lodged in the very chapter of the betrothal, spoken by the one clear-sighted old woman in the house. The ride to Millcote is the comic relief of the chapter, and it is also the field on which the central struggle of the engagement is fought out. The silks and the jeweler's shop. The more he bought me, the more my cheek burned with a sense of annoyance and degradation, and the thought of the uncle's letter, which Jane has wholly forgotten, and which she now remembers with relief. If she had but ever so small an independency, she could never bear being dressed like a doll by Mr. Rochester. I will write to Madeira the moment I get home, and tell my Uncle John the first I'm going to be married, and to whom. The exchange over the seraglio and the harem is Jane's most spirited assertion of the dependent woman's freedom. I'll be preparing myself to go out as a missionary to preach liberty to them that are enslaved, your harem inmates among the rest. I'll get admitted there, and I'll stir up mutiny. In her stipulation of the terms, I shall continue to act as Adele's governess. By that, I shall earn my board and lodging, and £30 a year besides. I'll furnish my own wardrobe out of that money, and you shall give me nothing but your regard. And if I give you mine in return, that debt will be quit, is the clearest statement in the novel of Jane's refusal to be bought, of the union she will enter on every basis but dependency. The evening brings the great set-piece of Rochester's song, the truest love that ever heart felt at its kindled core, sung to a sweet air, with the book's most romantic lyric: I have at last my nameless bliss as I love. Loved am I. And the close of the chapter names the mode of the whole probation. The system thus entered on, I pursued during the whole season of probation, Jane thwarting and afflicting him in the evening conferences, keeping the distance Mrs. Fairfax counseled, having him call her provoking puppet, malicious elf, sprite, changeling. I did not know how long I should be able to keep him in reasonable check. And the chapter's final paragraph gives the book's truest confession of the state to which the engagement has brought her. My future husband was becoming to me my whole world, and more than the world, almost my hope of heaven. He stood between me and every thought of religion, as an eclipse intervenes between man and the broad sun. I could not, in those days, see God for his creature, of whom I had made an idol. The idolatry is named, with the clarity that will govern the novel's whole moral resolution. The feigned courtship, Rochester's method, jealousy as ally, the contrivance Jane repudiates on the ground of Miss Ingram's feeling, the first shade on the union. Of whom I had made an idol, the engagement's private confession, the eclipse of religion by the beloved, the idolatry the novel will have Jane correct. Quote, Don't address me as if I were a beauty. I am your plain, Quakerish governess. I will be myself, Mr. Rochester. You must neither expect nor exact anything celestial of me, for you will not get it any more than I shall get it of you. Quote, My future husband was becoming to me my whole world, and more than the world, almost my hope of heaven. He stood between me and every thought of religion, as an eclipse intervenes between man and the broad sun. I could not, in those days, see God for his creature, of whom I had made an idol. Chapter 25, The Veil. Bad guys close in the portent. The month of courtship had wasted. Its very last hours were being numbered. The chapter opens on the eve of the bridal day, trunks packed and corded, ranged along the wall, the address cards still to nail on. Mrs. Rochester, Hotel, London, written by his own hand. Jane cannot persuade herself to affix them. Mrs. Rochester. She did not exist. She would not be born till tomorrow. and in the closet hangs the wedding raiment, the pearl-colored robe, the vapory veil, which she calls a white dream, shutting the closet to conceal its ghostly shimmer. The eve is restless and feverish, but there is a third cause beyond the hurry of preparation. Something has happened, known to no one but herself, which she cannot comprehend. She goes out into the wind, and the chapter's first omen is the wreck of the chestnut tree, struck by lightning on the night of the betrothal. It stood up, black and riven. The trunk, split down the center, gaped ghastly. She addresses the riven halves as living things. You did right to hold fast to each other. Each of you has a comrade to sympathize with him in his decay. The moon, appearing momentarily in the fissure of the tree, is blood-red and half overcast. The wind, falling about Thornfield, pours over wood and water a wild, melancholy wail. The omen is explicit. What it portends is not yet. Rochester, returning late, finds her waiting at the gates and swings her up before him on Messerer, and the chapter's long vigil scene follows, Jane's account, at midnight, of what happened in his absence. The first dream, an unknown road, total obscurity. I was burdened with the charge of a little child, which shivered in my cold arms and wailed piteously in my ear, while Rochester, far before her, withdrew further and further. The second dream, Thornfield, a dreary ruin, the retreat of bats and owls, nothing left but a shell-like wall. She climbs to catch a glimpse of him departing. The wall crumbles. She falls and wakes. And then the tale itself, the visitation. Waking to a gleam of candlelight, she sees a form emerge from the closet. A woman, tall and large, with thick dark hair hanging to her back, weather gown, sheet, or shroud. I cannot tell. The figure takes the veil, throws it over her own head, and turns to the mirror, disclosing a discolored face, a savage face, the lips swelled and dark, the brow furrowed, the roll of the red eyes, and the fearful blackened inflation of the lineaments, which Jane can compare only to the foul German specter, the vampire. The figure tears the veil in two, tramples it, thrusts the candle close to Jane's face, and extinguishes it, and Jane loses consciousness. For the second time in my life, only the second time, I became insensible from terror. The scene is the chapter's crisis, the first direct, unsurmised encounter with Bertha Mason, though Jane does not know her. Rochester's response is a masterpiece of circumspection, the tenderness of a man protecting both his bride and his secret. He calls the figure the creature of an overstimulated brain. He argues that the dreams were real enough, but the visitation fragments of imagination, results of nightmare. And when Jane insists the thing was real, the transaction actually took place, he answers with the veil torn in two halves on the carpet, which she has found in full daylight, what gave the distinct lie to my hypothesis. His explanation is the novel's most audacious lie in the service of love. The woman must have been Grace Poole. The long, disheveled hair, the swelled black face, the exaggerated stature were the fever's additions. The spiteful tearing of the veil was real, and it is like her. And he defers the truth. I see you would ask why I keep such a woman in my house. When we have been married a year and a day, I will tell you, but not now. Jane is not satisfied, but she accepts. To please him I endeavored to appear so. Relieved, I certainly did feel. The chapter's close returns the narrative to the mundane and the somber. Rochester makes her promise to sleep in the nursery with Adele, to fasten the door, to be dressed before 8. He lifts the curtain and shows her the serene night, the clouds filing off eastward, the moon shining peacefully. The night is serene, sir, and so am I. But the prediction that she shall dream of happy love and blissful union is but half fulfilled. She never sleeps at all. Holding Adele in her arms, she watches the slumber of childhood, so tranquil, so passionless, so innocent, and waits for the coming day. She remembers how Adele clung to her, how she kissed her, how she cried over her with strange emotion, quitting her because she feared her sobs would break the child's repose. She seemed the emblem of my past life, and I was now to array myself to meet the dread, but adored, type of my unknown future day. The chapter closes on the threshold of the wedding. The past life held in the arms of the sleeping child, the unknown future personified in the man she is to marry at 8 o'clock in the morning. The white dream. The prophet robe and vapory veil. I will leave you by yourself, white dream. The wedding gear as wraith, foretelling the union's unreality. The split chestnut and the riven veil. The twin omens. The tree struck on the night of the betrothal. The veil rent at the eve of the wedding. Nature and the hidden wife both marking the union for ruin. Quote, you did right to hold fast to each other. I think, scathed as you look, and charred and scorched, there must be a little sense of life in you yet, rising out of that adhesion at the faithful, honest roots. You will never have green leaves more, never more sea birds making nests, but you're not desolate. Each of you has a comrade to sympathize with him in his decay. Quote, a discolored fage, a savage fage. I wish I could forget the roll of the red eyes and the fearful, blackened inflation of the lineaments, of the foul German specter, the vampire. Chapter 26. The Wedding and the Impediment. Bad guys close in slash the ceremony broken. Sophie came at 7 to dress Jane, fastening on the plain square of blonde as veil. Before the glass the bride sees a robed and veiled figure, so unlike my usual self that it seemed almost the image of a stranger. The chapter's first movement is the quiet, driven progress to the church, Rochester's brain on fire with impatience. The footman sent ahead to see the clergyman's surpliced, the carriage ordered ready for departure, and the bridegroom's aspect so bent up to a purpose, so grimly resolute, revealing such flaming and flashing eyes. The walk to the church is framed by portent. Two figures of strangers straying among the grave mounds, passing round to the back of the church, the gray old house of God rising calm, the rook wheeling round the steeple. And then, at the communion rails, the service begins, and the clergyman pronounces the charge. When is the pause after that sentence ever broken by reply? Not, perhaps, once in 100 years. But it is broken now. A distinct and near voice said, the marriage cannot go on. I declare the existence of an impediment. The revelation is conducted with the novel's characteristic restraint, no explosion of passion, a calmly pronounced objection, a few stern questions from Rochester, the lawyer Briggs reading the paper. Edward Fairfax Rochester was married 15 years back at Spanish Town, Jamaica, to Bertha Antonetta Mason, daughter of Jonas Mason, merchant, and of Antonetta his wife, a Creole. Rochester's defense, that, if a genuine document, may prove I have been married, but it does not prove that the woman mentioned therein as my wife is still living, is met by the production of the witness. Mason himself, I am her brother, and the climax of the ceremony's collapse is Rochester's own terrible admission, delivered heartily and recklessly. Bigamy is an ugly word. I meant, however, to be a bigamist, but fate has outmaneuvered me, or Providence has checked me, perhaps the last. He tells them of the mysterious lunatic kept there under watch and ward, and of his wife, Bertha Mason, mad, and she came of a mad family, idiots and maniacs through 3 generations. His appeal to the spectators is the novel's most bitter self-vindication. You shall see what sort of a being I was cheated into espousing, and judge whether or not I had a right to break the compact, and seek sympathy with something at least human. The attic scene is the revelation made flesh. Rochester leads them up through the gallery to the 3rd story, unlocks, with his master key, the low black door, uncovers the 2nd door, and reveals the inner room, windowless, with a guarded fire and a lamp hanging by a chain. And there, in the deep shade, is the figure. It groveled, seemingly, on all 4s. It snatched and growled like some strange wild animal. But it was covered with clothing, and a quantity of dark, grizzled hair, wild as a mane, hid its head and face. The maniac bellowed, parted her shaggy locks, and Jane recognizes that purple face, those bloated features, the face of the visitation. Grace Poole's warnings, "Take care then, sir. For God's sake, take care," are fulfilled when the clothed hyena rose up, The lunatic sprung and grappled his throat viciously and laid her teeth to his cheek. Rochester, who could have settled her with a blow, would not strike, he would only wrestle. And after the struggle, he turns to the spectators with a smile, both acrid and desolate. That is my wife. Such is the sole conjugal embrace I am ever to know. Such are the endearments which are to solace my leisure hours. And, laying his hand on Jane's shoulder, this young girl, I wanted her just as a change after that fierce ragout. The comparison of the two, these clear eyes with the red balls yonder, this face with that mask, this form with that bulk, is made the test of his judge's mercy, and the chapter's revelations complete the design of everything concealed since the first laugh in the gallery. The close is Jane's, the quiet, mechanical aftermath in her room. She takes off the wedding dress and replaces it with the stuff gown I had worn yesterday as I thought for the last time, and then she thinks. I was in my own room as usual, just myself, without obvious change. Nothing had smitten me, or scathed me, or maimed me. And yet, where was the Jane Eyre of yesterday? The passage that follows is one of the novel's most sustained utterances of desolation. The midsummer turned to winter. A Christmas frost had come at midsummer. A white December storm had whirled over June. My hopes were all dead, struck with a subtle doom. And it closes on the long reflection for which the whole second half of the book will grow. Mr. Rochester was not to me what he had been, for he was not what I had thought him. I would not ascribe vice to him. I would not say he had betrayed me. But the attribute of stainless truth was gone from his idea, and from his presence I must go, that I perceived well. The chapter's final paragraph is the interior flood, the image of the dried-up riverbed, the torrent coming. To rise I had no will, to flee I had no strength, and the one idea that still throbs lifelike within her, a remembrance of God, giving her the unuttered prayer, "Be not far from me, for trouble is near. There is none to help." And then it came, in full, heavy swing, the torrent poured over me. The whole consciousness of my life lorn, my love lost, my hope quenched, my faith death-struck, swayed full and mighty above me in one sullen mass. The chapter ends with Jane at the bottom of the flood, the bridegroom exposed, the marriage broken, the way forward not yet discerned. The impediment, Briggs's paper and Mason's testimony, the law's voice breaking the ceremony on the threshold, the existence of a previous marriage. The clothed hyena, the addict's first full revelation of Bertha, the beast growl, the purple face, the teeth laid to Rochester's cheek, the mystery of the third story made flesh. Quote, "Bigamy is an ugly word. I meant, however, to be a bigamist, but fate has outmaneuvered me, or Providence has checked me. Perhaps the last. I have been married, and the woman to whom I was married lives. Quote, that is my wife. Such is the sole conjugal embrace I am ever to know. Such are the endearments which are to solace my leisure hours." Chapter 27, Bertha's Husband. All is lost / the flight. Sometime in the afternoon I raised my head, and seeing the westering sun gilding the sign of its decline on the wall, I asked, "What am I to do?" But the answer my mind gave, "Leave Thornfield at once," was so prompt, so dread, that I stopped my ears. I could not bear such words now. The chapter opens on the aftermath of the broken wedding, and its first movement is Jane's inward wrestle, the knowledge that she must leave, and the rebellion of every feeling against it, that I must leave him decidedly, instantly, entirely, is intolerable. I cannot do it. Then conscience, turned tyrant, holds passion by the throat, and speaks the sentence that the whole chapter will enforce. No, you shall tear yourself away. None shall help you. You shall yourself pluck out your right eye, yourself cut off your right hand. Your heart shall be the victim, and you the priest, to transfix it. Rising at last, faint with a day without food, Jane stumbles over an obstacle on the threshold, and is caught by Rochester, who has been waiting for her. "I have been waiting for you long, and listening." The confession that follows is the chapter's great center, and it is the fullest account in the novel of Rochester's history. He asks whether she will forgive him, and the narrator's parenthesis, "Reader, I forgave him at the moment, and on the spot, is the book's most direct statement of the persistence of her love. The account unfolds as a lawyer's brief, conducted with a terrible candor. The avaricious father who would keep the estate whole and provide for the younger son by a wealthy marriage. The bride courted for him in Jamaica, Bertha Mason, the boast of Spanish Town for her beauty, £30,000. A marriage was achieved almost before I knew where I was. And then the shrinking, exact detail of the aftermath. The honeymoon over. I learned my mistake. She was only mad and shut up in a lunatic asylum. The sister of idiots and maniacs through 3 generations. Her mother, the Creole, was both a madwoman and a drunkard. The 4 years of unutterable misery. What a pygmy intellect she had, and what giant propensities. Bertha Mason, the true daughter of an infamous mother, dragged me through all the hideous and degrading agonies which must attend a man bound to a wife at once intemperate and unchaste. The confession climbs to the night of the West Indian storm, the fiery night before the hurricanes. The maniac's curses 2 rooms off, with such language. No professed harlot ever had a fouler vocabulary than she, when, kneeling to unlock a trunk containing a brace of loaded pistols, he meant to shoot myself, and was arrested by a fresh wind from Europe blowing over the ocean, and the air grew pure. The resolution then formed, while I walked under the dripping orange trees of my wet garden, to bring her secretly to England, lodge her in the 3rd story at Thornfield with Grace Poole for keeper, and live free. I transformed myself into a will-o'-the-wisp, roaming Europe for 10 years, seeking the antipodes of the Creole, and finding none he could ask to marry him. The confession turns, in its second half, on the history of the last year. The meeting at the stile, the linnet that had hopped to my foot and proposed to bear me on its tiny wing, the watching of Jane through the snowy days, the deliberate strategy of the courtship. I was an intellectual epicure and wished to prolong the gratification of making this novel and piquant acquaintance. His account of first seeing her, the keen, daring, glowing eye she lifted to his face, the pleasant ease that tranquilized her manner. Snarl as I would, you showed no surprise, is the most purely loving description of Jane in the novel. The picture of her as he first knew her, before the deception entangled them. His declaration, I have for the first time found what I can truly love. I have found you. Kindling in pure, powerful flame, fuses you and me in one, is met by Jane's silence. And the chapter's climactic dialogue follows, the moment on which the whole moral structure of the novel turns. Mr. Rochester, I will not be yours. His appeal, it would not be wicked to love me, is answered by her, it would to obey you. And when he presses his strongest argument, that no one would be injured by their union. This was true, and while he spoke, my very conscience and reason turned traitors against me, and charged me with crime in resisting him. The temptation is rendered with the book's full psychological realism. Oh, comply, it said. Think of his misery, think of his danger. Tell him you love him and will be his. Who in the world cares for you? Or who will be injured by what you do? And then comes the speech that is the moral fulcrum of the novel. Jane's reply, the answer to every temptation that has been laid before her. I care for myself. The more solitary, the more friendless, the more unsustained I am, the more I will respect myself. I will keep the law given by God, sanctioned by man. I will hold to the principles received by me when I was sane and not mad, as I am now. Laws and principles are not for the times when there is no temptation. They are for such moments as this, when body and soul rise in mutiny against their rigor. Stringent are they, inviolate they shall be. His fury, I could bend her with my finger and thumb, and what good would it do if I bent, if I uptore, if I crushed her? Consider the resolute, wild, free thing looking out of it, defying me, his tenderness, his despair. Oh, Jane, my hope, my love, my life, are all met by her final fidelity. She walks back from the door, kneels by him where he lies thrown on his face on the sofa, kisses his cheek, smooths his hair, and speaks the benediction that is the chapter's most quietly powerful utterance. God bless you, my dear master. God keep you from harm and wrong. direct you, solace you, reward you well for your past kindness to me. And then she quits the room. Farewell, was the cry of my heart as I left him. Despair added, farewell, forever. The chapter's final movement is the flight itself, conducted with the novel's characteristic exactness of physical detail. The dream that precedes it, the red room of Gateshead, the light that long ago struck her in a syncope, and the white human form that speaks in her heart. My daughter, flee temptation, is answered by Jane's mother, I will. She rises before dawn, takes only her linen, a locket, a ring, 20 shillings, and the passage past Rochester's chamber renders the whole temptation in a single held breath. I would have got past Mr. Rochester's chamber without a pause. There was a heaven, a temporary heaven, in this room for me, if I chose. I had but to go in and say, Mr. Rochester, I will love you and live with you through life till death, and a fount of rapture would spring to my lips. I thought of this. She thinks, too, of the morrow, how he will send for her, and she will be gone, how he will suffer, perhaps grow desperate, and draws back her hand from the lock. She oils the side door lock, slips through the wicket, and is out of Thornfield. The walk that follows is the book's most sustained passage of desolation. A mile off, beyond the fields, lay a road which stretched in the contrary direction to Millcote. No reflection was to be allowed now. Not one glance was to be cast back, not even one forward. The summer morning is lovely and unregarded. He who is taken out to pass through a fair scene to the scaffold thinks not of the flowers that smile on his road, but of the block and the axe edge, and the thought of what she has left is insupportable. How he watches the sun rise hoping she will come. How she could yet spare him the bitter pang of bereavement. How she longs to be his and pants to return. Oh, that fear of his self-abandonment, far worse than my abandonment. How it goaded me. Birds began to sing and break in copse. Birds were faithful to their mates. Birds were emblems of love. What was I? The deliberate recoil of the passage. I had injured, wounded, left my master. I was hateful in my own eyes. Still I cannot turn, nor retrace one step. God must have led me on, is the moral of the whole. The choice made against every desire, sustained by the belief that she has not chosen freely but been led. A coach takes her, 30 shillings demanded, 20 offered, to a place where I was sure Mr. Rochester had no connections, and the chapter ends on the reader's address that names the whole of its moral. Gentle reader, may you never feel what I then felt. May your eyes never shed such stormy, scalding, heart-wrung tears as poured from mine. May you never appeal to heaven in prayers so hopeless and so agonized as in that hour left my lips. For never may you, like me, dread to be the instrument of evil to what you wholly love. I care for myself, Jane's moral fulcrum, self-respect as the law that must be kept even when conscience and reason turn traitors. The novel's central statement of principled autonomy. The linnet and the ewe lamb. Rochester's two images of Jane. The linnet that came to his foot, the ewe lamb of the shepherd's care. The tenderness of his love set against the impossibility of the union. Quote, I care for myself. The more solitary, the more friendless, the more unsustained I am, the more I will respect myself. I will keep the law given by God, sanctioned by man. Laws and principles are not for the times when there is no temptation. They are for such moments as this, when body and soul rise in mutiny against their rigor. Stringent are they. Inviolate they shall be. Quote, God bless you, my dear master. God keep you from harm and wrong. Direct you, solace you, reward you well for your past kindness to me. Chapter 28, Destitution. All is lost / the wilderness. 2 days are past. It is a summer evening. The coachman has set Jane down at a place called Whit Cross, for he could take her no further for the sum she had given, and she possesses not another shilling. The chapter is the novel's descent into the wilderness, the fullest account of what the flight from Thornfield has cost, and the threshold of the new life. Whit Cross is no town, nor even a hamlet. It is but a stone pillar set up where 4 roads meet. the four arms pointing to towns 10 and 20 miles distant, and around it stretch great moors and waves of mountains, the roads white, broad, lonely. She has no relative but the universal mother, nature, and the first night is spent under a moss-blackened granite crag in a hollow of the heath, her shawl folded double for a coverlet, a morsel of bread and a handful of bilberries for the last meal of her small remainder. Her heart, impotent as a bird with both wings broken, trembling for Rochester and his doom, is stilled only by the prayer beneath the unclouded night sky. I turn my prayer to thanksgiving. The source of life was also the savior of spirits. Mr. Rochester was safe, he was God's, and by God would he be guarded. The second day is one itself, pale and bare. Following a road that leads from the sun, Jane comes at last to a village, a church bell heard through the fatigue, where she attempts, in the extremity of destitution, to find work and shelter. The shop where she cannot bring her tongue to offer glove or handkerchief, and only asks to sit down. The pretty little house where she asks if a servant is wanted and is told no. The parsonage where the clergyman is from home, and of her I could not bear to ask the relief for one of which I was sinking. The shop again, where her handkerchief is refused and the suspicion of the well-dressed beggar is written on every face. Reader, it is not pleasant to dwell on these details. The moral degradation, blent with the physical suffering, form too distressing a recollection ever to be willingly dwelt on. I blame none of those who repulse me. The day is a chronicle of refusals and half-kindnesses. The farmer who gives her a thick slice of bread and cheese without a word. The little girl who empties the stiffened mold of cold porridge in her hand because the pig doesn't want it. And at twilight, in the rain, her strength gone, the soliloquy of despair. Shall I be an outcast again this night? In all likelihood, though, I should die before morning. And why cannot I reconcile myself to the prospect of death? Why do I struggle to retain a valueless life? Because I know, or believe, Mr. Rochester is still living. The chapter's great turn comes at the point of extremest desolation. Jane, resolved rather to die on the moor than in a workhouse coffin, climbs toward the hill. And there, far and among the marshes and the ridges, a light sprung up. First an ignis fatuus she expects to vanish, then a bonfire, then, steadily, a candle in a house. The movement of hope is rendered with the book's most concentrated symbolism. This light was my forlorn hope. I must gain it. She drags herself across a wide bog, finds a gate and a low wall, and at last, stooping to a small latticed window screened by ivy, sees all within: a clean scoured kitchen, a glowing peat fire, an elderly woman knitting, and two young, graceful women, ladies in every point, in deep mourning, bent over books with a dictionary between them, reading German. The scene is as still as if all the figures had been shadows, and the fire-lit apartment a picture, and the distant conversation about the absent brother. I wonder when St. John will come home, and the death of the father, he went to sleep and never wakened, begins the disclosure of the Rivers family. Jane, watching, is for the moment so absorbed that she half forgets her own wretchedness. Then it recurred to me, more desolate, more desperate than ever, it seemed from contrast. The arrival at the door is the chapter's climax of humiliation and rescue. Hannah, the honest but inflexible servant, refuses her shelter. "Oh, I'll warrant you know where to go, and what to do. Here is a penny. Now go," and claps the door to. And Jane, sinking on the wet doorstep, is at the bottom of all. Not only the anchor of hope, but the footing of fortitude was gone, at least for a moment. She speaks the words that are the moral of the whole book. I can but die, and I believe in God. Let me try to wait his will in silence. And is answered by a voice quite close at hand. All men must die, but all are not condemned to meet a lingering and premature doom, such as yours would be if you perished here of want. It is Mr. St. John, returning through the rain, who overrules Hannah's exclusion. You have done your duty in excluding, now let me do mine in admitting her, and brings Jane into the clean, bright kitchen. The scene's reversal is complete. Diana and Mary, whom Jane christens in her own mind by their likeness to her earliest memories. The brother, the servant, all gazing at the famished stranger. Diana breaking bread, dipping it in milk, putting it to her lips. Try to eat. Jane, asked her name, answers Jane Elliot, having resolved to avoid discovery. Asked for an account of herself. She answers only, "Sir, I can give you no details tonight." And Diana's challenge. "Do you mean that we have now given you what aid you require, and that we may dismiss you to the moor and the rainy night?" Draws Jane's quiet reply, the confidence of the book's turning. "If I were a masterless and stray dog, I know that you would not turn me from your hearth tonight. As it is, I really have no fear." The chapter ends with the warm, dry bed receiving her. I thanked God, experienced amid unutterable exhaustion a glow of grateful joy, and slept. The wilderness is ended. Marsh End has received her. The forlorn hope, the light in the marsh, first ignis fatuus, then a steady candle. The chapter's central symbol of hope and despair, guiding Jane to Marsh End. I can but die. Jane's whispered creed at the door. I believe in God. Let me try to wait His will in silence, the moral ground on which the rescue is answered. Quote, "This light was my forlorn hope. I must gain it." Quote, "I can but die, and I believe in God. Let me try to wait His will in silence. All men must die, but all are not condemned to meet a lingering and premature doom, such as yours would be if you perished here of want." Chapter 29, Marsh End. Debate/the new family. The recollection of about 3 days and nights succeeding this is very dim in my mind. The chapter opens on a convalescence at Marsh End. Jane lying motionless as a stone in the small room and narrow bed, aware of the voices of Diana and Mary at her bedside, overhearing their whispers. "It is very well we took her in. She would certainly have been found dead at the door in the morning. She is not an uneducated person, I should think, by her manner of speaking." Her accent was quite pure. The interval is a quiet threshold comedy of the household's charity. Mr. St. John comes but once, pronouncing her lethargy the result of reaction from excessive and protracted fatigue, and, with the tone of a man little accustomed to expansive comment, delivers his verdict on her. Rather an unusual physiognomy. Certainly not indicative of vulgarity or degradation. To which Diana answers warmly, "My heart rather warms to the poor little soul." His judgment is precise and cold. She is some young lady who has had a misunderstanding with her friends. I trace lines of force in her face which make me skeptical of her tractability. She looks sensible, but not at all handsome. The first sketch of St. John, the Greek face, the pure outline, the colorless as ivory forehead, the eyes large and blue, with brown lashes, is drawn with the exactness that will mark all his appearances. And Jane, waking to find her clothes clean and dry, the bog's traces removed, creases smoothed out, is made whole enough to descend. The central movement of the chapter is the reconciliation with Hannah, and it is one of the novel's warmest comedies. Hannah, busy baking, asks bluntly, "Did you ever go a-begging afore you came here?" And Jane's quiet reply, "You are mistaken in supposing me a beggar. I am no beggar, any more than yourself or your young ladies," begins the adjustment of the old servant suspicion. The dialogue that follows is a small masterpiece of the novel's realism about class and charity. Hannah's incredulity that a book-learned girl who has kept herself should have no house and no money. Jane's correction, "The want of house or brass does not make a beggar in your sense of the word." And her rebuke of Hannah's reproach, delivered with a firmness that surprises. "Some of the best people that ever lived have been as destitute as I am. And if you are a Christian, you ought not to consider poverty a crime." The reconciliation is sealed with a handshake. My heartier smile illumined her rough face, and from that moment we were friends. And Hannah, settling in her talkative vein, gives Jane the history of the house. Marsh End, abund 200-year-old, the River's an ancient family. The father a plain gentleman stark mad o' shooting and farming, the mother a great reader, and the 3 children, Mr. St. John, when he grew up, would go to college and be a parson, and the girls would seek places as governesses, for their father lost money by a man he trusted, and they must provide for themselves. The chapter's close introduces St. John at full length, and the interview that establishes the terms of the new life. Led into the parlor by Diana. You are a visitor and must go into the parlor. Jane finds herself alone with him, sitting as still as one of the dusky pictures on the walls, his blue, pictorial-looking eyes fixed full upon her with an unceremonious directness, a searching, decided steadfastness in his gaze. His questions are pursued with a relentless acumen. You have never been married? You are a spinster, which forces the blush and tears of bitter and agitating recollections. And when Jane declares herself absolutely without home and friends, a most singular position at your age, is the cold comment. Her answer is the chapter's most important speech, at once a claim and a reserve. She will tell them as much of the history of the wanderer you have harbored as I can tell without compromising my own peace of mind. An orphan, the daughter of a clergyman, educated at Lowood, lately a governess, obliged to leave her situation by a catastrophe of a strange and direful nature, of which no blame attached to me. St. John's response, on learning she is willing to work. I will be a dressmaker. I will be a plain workwoman. I will be a servant, a nurse girl, if I can be no better, is the door opening on the village school scheme that will give her shelter and occupation. Right? If such is your spirit, I promise to aid you in my own time and way. The chapter closes with Jane withdrawing to rest, the threshold between the destitution of the moor and the independent life of the village schoolmistress having been quietly, tentatively crossed. The half-frozen bird, St. John's image of his sister's charity, as they would have a pleasure in keeping and cherishing a half-frozen bird some wintry wind might have driven through their casement. The gentle irony of the household's reception. I am no beggar. Jane's correction of Hannah. The dignity of the destitute asserted against the servitude of suspicion, the moral ground of her independence. Quote, you are mistaken in supposing me a beggar. I am no beggar, any more than yourself or your young ladies. I don't understand that. You've like no house nor no brass, I guess. The want of house or brass does not make a beggar in your sense of the word. Quote, I will be a dressmaker. I will be a plain workwoman. I will be a servant, a nurse girl, if I can be no better. Right? If such is your spirit, I promise to aid you in my own time and way. Chapter 30, The Village Schoolmistress. B-story / The Independent Life. The more I knew of the inmates of Moor House, the better I liked them. The chapter opens on the settled life of the household. Jane recovered, sitting up all day, joining Diana and Mary in all their occupations, and tasting for the first time the pleasure arising from perfect congeniality of tastes, sentiments, and principles. The description of the place is among the novel's most loving passages of landscape. The gray, small, antique structure with its lattice casements and avenue of aged firs grown aslant under the stress of mountain winds. The garden dark with yew and holly, the purple moors with their mossy-faced lambs, details that are just to me what they were to them, so many pure and sweet sources of pleasure. In the trio, Diana is the leader, handsome, vigorous, an affluence of life and certainty of flow, and she offers to teach Jane German. They discover Jane can draw, and days pass like hours and weeks like days. The interval is the novel's image of a friendship of minds, the sober good fortune of intellectual kinship. The chapter's second movement is the portrait of St. John at close range, and it completes the figure that will test Jane's autonomy. He is reserved, abstracted, even brooding, zealous in his ministerial labors, blameless in his life and habits, yet without that mental serenity, that inward content, which should be the reward of every sincere Christian. The first measure of his mind is taken when Jane hears him preach at Morton, a sermon of compressed, condensed, controlled force, with stern allusions to Calvinistic doctrines, election, predestination, reprobation, each sounding like a sentence pronounced for doom. And the effect is sadness, the sense that the eloquence had sprung from a depth where lay turbid dregs of disappointment. St. John, Jane concludes, had not yet found that peace of God which passeth all understanding, any more than she herself has found it, with my concealed and racking regrets for my broken idol and lost Elysium. The offer of the village school is the chapter's practical center, and it is conducted with St. John's characteristic exactness. He says, nothing eligible or profitable to suggest. A village school for the poor girls of Morton, salary £30 a year, a cottage of 2 rooms attached for the mistress house, furnished by the kindness of Miss Oliver, the daughter of the only rich man in the parish. He warns her plainly of its poverty, and Jane's acceptance is one of the book's quietest and firmest acts of independence. In truth, it was humble, but then it was sheltered, and I wanted a safe asylum. It was plodding, but then compared with that of a governess in a rich house, it was independent. I made my decision. To his caution that she will waste her accomplishments. What will you do with your accomplishments? What with the largest portion of your mind, sentiments, tastes? She answers with the book's own principle of reserve. Save them till they are wanted. They will keep. And the chapter closes the interview on his sudden, unsettling prediction. You will not stay at Morton long. No, no. And his oblique confession of his own restlessness, spoken with an emphasis that startles her. I, who preach contentment with a humble lot, almost rave in my restlessness. Well, propensities and principles must be reconciled by some means. The final movement brings the death of the river's uncle. The news St. John delivers with a marble immobility of feature. Our Uncle John is dead. The inheritance, long hoped for, has been left to the other relation, the 3 receiving only 30 guineas for the purchase of 3 mourning rings, and the sister's stoical acceptance. And men, we can yet live, together with Diana's explanation that their father and the uncle quarreled long ago, and that the uncle became a fortune of £20,000, closes the chapter's business. The reader, who knows the inheritance belongs to Jane, watches the disclosure unfold with the irony the novel will shortly make explicit. The chapter ends with the dispersal of the household. Jane leaving Marsh Inn for Morton the next day, Diana and Mary quitting for distant B. St. John and Hannah repairing to the parsonage. And so the old Grange was abandoned. The cottage of 2 rooms, St. John's offer, salary £30, the mistress house attached, the humble, sheltered, independent post Jane accepts as her own refuge. Save them till they are wanted, Jane's answer to the charge of wasted accomplishments. The principle of reserve, keeping the inner life against the time of need. Quote, it is a village school. Your scholars will be only poor girls, cottagers' children. Knitting, sewing, reading, writing, ciphering will be all you'll have to teach. What will you do with your accomplishments? What with the largest portion of your mind, sentiments, tastes? Save them till they are wanted. They will keep. Quote, our Uncle John is dead. What then, D? What then? Why, nothing. Read. Chapter 31. The Cottage and the School. B-Story / The New Servitude. My home, then, when I at last find a home, is a cottage, a little room with whitewashed walls and a sanded floor, for painted chairs, a table, a clock, a cupboard, a set of tea things and delf, and above, a chamber with a deal bedstead and chest of drawers, small, yet too large to be filled with my scanty wardrobe. The chapter opens on the first evening of the village school. 20 scholars, of whom barely 3 can read, none write or cipher, speaking the broadest accent of the district. And Jane's first eventide musing is the chapter's quiet manifesto of her condition. I must not forget that these coarsely clad little peasants are of flesh and blood as good as the signs of gentlest genealogy. My duty will be to develop these germs. The first day, however, has not been easy. Not to deceive myself, I must reply no. I felt desolate to a degree. I felt, yes, idiot that I am, I felt degraded. And the passage turns to the question the whole novel has been asking, in the form Jane puts to herself. Which is better? To have surrendered to temptation, listened to passion, to have been now living in France, Mr. Rochester's mistress, delirious with his love half my time, or to be a village schoolmistress, free and honest, in a breezy mountain nook in the healthy heart of England. Her answer is decisive and final. Yes, I feel now that I was right when I adhered to principle and law, and scorned and crushed the insane promptings of a frenzied moment. The chapter's second movement is the evening visit of St. John, the parcel of pencils and paper from his sisters, the grave examination of Jane's tear-stained face, and the counsel he gives her with his characteristic exactness. Your good sense will tell you that it is too soon yet to yield to the vacillating fears of Lot's wife. I counsel you to resist, firmly, every temptation which would incline you to look back. His account of his own conversion to the missionary life. A year ago, I was myself intensely miserable because I thought I had made a mistake in entering the ministry. I burned for the more active life of the world. Is the fullest self-disclosure he has yet made, and it ends in the statement of his resolve. An entanglement or two of the feelings broken through or cut asunder. A last conflict with human weakness, in which I know I shall overcome, because I have vowed that I will overcome, and I leave Europe for the East. The chapter's close introduces Rosamond Oliver, the pure white vision, a face of perfect beauty that rises at the wicket while St. John is looking at the setting sun. Jane's description is one of the novel's most frankly admiring passages, eyes shaped and colored as we see them in lovely pictures, large and dark and full, and the little scene that follows reveals, with perfect economy, the drama of St. John's restraint. The glow that rises to his face as she pats old Carlo, his eye melting with sudden fire, the chest that heaves, as if his large heart, weary of despotic constriction, had expanded despite the will, all curbed as a resolute rider would curb a rearing steed. Her invitation to Vale Hall he refuses with an automaton's voice. Not tonight, Miss Rosamond, not tonight. And when she asks, "Are you well?" his face is blanched as her gown. The parting, she turning twice to gaze after him, as she tripped fairy-like down the field, he striding firmly across, never turning at all, closes the chapter on the image of St. John's inexorable sacrifice, which Diana had named, inexorable as death. She had not exaggerated. The village schoolmistress, Jane's chosen lot, free and honest, in a breezy mountain nook. The answer given to the question of the silken snare, the new servitude embraced as the way of principle. The parry at the wicket, Rosamond Oliver's first appearance, a face of perfect beauty, and the drama of St. John's curse, the fire curbed as a resolute rider would curb a rearing steed. Quote, which is better? To have surrendered to temptation, listened to passion, to have been now living in France, Mr. Rochester's mistress, or to be a village schoolmistress, free and honest, in a breezy mountain nook in the healthy heart of England? Yes, I feel now that I was right when I adhered to principle and law. Quote, not tonight, Miss Rosamond, not tonight. Mr. St. John spoke almost like an automaton. Himself only knew the effort it cost him thus to refuse. Chapter 32. Rosamond Oliver. B-story / the portrait. I continued the labors of the village school as actively and faithfully as I could. The chapter opens on the school's slow transformation. The harsh first weeks, the heavy-looking, gaping rustics who wake up into sharp-witted girls, the discovery among them of natural politeness and innate self-respect, and the honest pride Jane comes to take in their rapid progress. The settled contentment of her new life, to live amid general regard, though it be but the regard of working people, sitting in sunshine, calm and sweet, is, however, brooded over by the recurring dream of Rochester at night. I used to rush into strange dreams at night, dreams many-colored, agitated. I still again and again met Mr. Rochester, always at some exciting crisis. The passage is the novel's quietest confession of the continued cost of the flight. By 9 the next morning, she opens the school tranquil, settled, prepared for the steady duties of the day, but the nights give back the man she has left. The chapter's center is Rosamond Oliver, her character examined with Jane's cool delight, coquettish but not heartless, exacting but not worthlessly selfish, vain but not affected, gay, lively, and unthinking. Her visits to the cottage, her discovery of Jane's French and German books and her sketches, and her delight in the drawing of the cherub-faced scholar lead to the request for her own portrait. And the scene of the portrait is the chapter's great set piece. St. John, finding Jane completing the miniature on the 5th of November holiday, stoops to examine it, starts erect, and says nothing. And Jane, reading his heart plainly, takes the resolution to do him some good. She will make him talk about Rosamond. The dialogue that follows is the novel's most sustained account of St. John's inner conflict. His whispered, "She is lovely. She is well named the rose of the world." His "that I should like to have it is certain. Whether it would be judicious or wise is another question." And Jane's blunt counsel, "You ought to marry her," which he answers at first with the strange pleasure of being understood. It is very pleasant to hear this, very. Go on for another quarter of an hour. The confession turns on the recognition of his own divided nature. He loves Rosamond so wildly, with all the intensity, indeed, of a first passion, yet knows she would not make me a good wife, that a 12 months' rapture would succeed a lifetime of regret. And to Jane's suggestion that he might relinquish the missionary scheme, his reply is the chapter's most elevated and most fatal utterance. Relinquish? What, my vocation? My great work? My foundation laid on earth for a mansion in heaven. It is dearer than the blood in my veins. And the chapter closes on his definition of himself. Know me to be what I am, a cold, hard man. I am simply in my original state, stripped of that blood-bleached robe with which Christianity covers human deformity, a cold, hard, ambitious man. Reason and not feeling is my guide. A self-description that Jane, smiling incredulously, refuses to accept, and that the novel will test in its last movement. The chapter's final turn introduces the discovery that begins the plot's resolution. Looking at the sheet of paper on which Jane rests her hand in painting, St. John sees something that catches his eye, tears a narrow slip from the margin, and disappears it in his glove. Jane, scrutinizing the paper, sees nothing on it, save a few dingy stains of paint. She concludes it cannot be of much moment, dismisses it, and soon forgets it. The reader, who has already been told of the suppressed letter in the uncle's estate, understands what St. John has found. The name, written in Jane's own hand, that will reveal her as the heiress. The seed of the novel's last great reversal is quietly planted in this small, unregarded action. The rose of the world, Rosamond's name for herself, as St. John murmurs it. The earthly beauty he renounces for the missionary's vocation, my foundation laid on earth for a mansion in heaven. The slip of paper, what St. John sees and tears from the painting sheet. The written name that will prove Jane's inheritance, the quiet seed of the novel's resolution. Quota relinquis? What, my vocation? My great work? My foundation laid on earth for a mansion in heaven. It is dearer than the blood in my veins. It is what I have to look forward to and to live for. Quote, know me to be what I am, a cold, hard man. I am simply, in my original state, stripped of that blood-bleached robe with which Christianity covers human deformity, a cold, hard, ambitious man. Reason and not feeling is my guide. Chapter 33, The Heiress. Fun and games / the revelation. The chapter opens on a night of storm. The whirling snow, the valley drifted up and almost impassable, Jane alone with Marmion by her fire, and St. John Rivers entering out of the frozen hurricane, his cloak all white as a glacier, to have a little talk with her. Jane notes the hollow trace of care or sorrow so plainly graved on his face, and the uncalled-for gush of pity that moves her to urge that Diana or Mary come and live with him, and she is silenced by his careless indifference. The scene that follows is conducted with the novel's most elaborate machinery of suspense. St. John, producing a letter from his pocketbook and reading it in silence, draws Jane into the conversation with a roundabout story. 20 years ago, a poor curate fell in love with a rich man's daughter. The narrative of an orphan girl who lost her parents, was reared by Mrs. Reed of Gateshead, educated at Lowood, and became a governess to the ward of a certain Mr. Rochester. There are parallel points in her history and yours, he observes, and Jane interrupts, Mr. Rivers. The revelation unfolds with a deliberation that makes the discovery of the inheritance almost secondary to the discovery of kinship. The tale of the groomed union, the impediment, and the flight is told as the merest summary. At the very altar she discovered he had a wife yet alive, though a lunatic, and Jane, learning that advertisements have been put in all the papers, asks only the one question that matters to her. Just tell me this. What of Mr. Rochester? How and where is he? What is he doing? Is he well? St. John, knowing nothing of Rochester, produces the torn slip of paper from his pocketbook, the ravished margin of the portrait cover, and shows Jane, in her own handwriting, the words Jane Eyre. The name, written in some moment of abstraction, has been the clue. A name casually written on a slip of paper has enabled me to find her out. And the fortune is revealed with St. John's dry wit, merely to tell you that your uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, is dead, that he has left you all his property, and that you are now rich. Merely that, nothing more. How much am I worth? Oh, a trifle. Nothing, of course, to speak of. 20,000 pounds, I think they say. Jane's response to the wealth is almost entirely a response to the discovery of family. I survey him, she says of St. John. It seemed I had found a brother, one I could be proud of, one I could love. The recognition that Diana, Mary, and St. John are her cousins. Half our blood on each side flows from the same source. Floods her with a joy I could not trust myself to express, a joy the money itself has not given. Glorious discovery to a lonely wretch. This was wealth indeed, wealth to the heart, a mine of pure, genial affections. And the chapter's second great movement is her insistence on sharing the inheritance. 20,000 pounds, the sum in question, divided equally between the nephew and 3 nieces of our uncle, will give 5,000 to each. I abandon to you, then, what is absolutely superfluous to me. The argument with St. John, his insistence that the inheritance is her right, hers that it is a matter fully as much of feeling as of conscience, ends in the resolution that wins both points. The judges chosen, Mr. Oliver and an able lawyer, both coincided in my opinion. I carried my point. The instruments of transfer were drawn out. St. John, Diana, Mary, and I each became possessed of a competency. The chapter closes on the found family, the orphans of the storm made kin, and on St. John's closing words, which give Jane the brother she has wanted. Jane, I will be your brother. My sisters will be your sisters, without stipulating for this sacrifice of your just rights. It is the one offer of kinship in the novel she accepts without reserve. Jane Eyre on the slip, the name written in her own hand, the accidental self-inscription that reveals the heiress, the quiet hinge of the novel's last movement. Wealth to the heart, Jane's joy at the discovery of kin, a mine of pure, genial affections, the inheritance valued not as money but as the means of reunion. Quote, merely to tell you that your uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, is dead, that he has left you all his property, and that you are now rich. Merely that, nothing more. Quote, glorious discovery to a lonely wretch. This was wealth indeed, wealth to the heart, a mine of pure, genial affections. I say again, I am glad. Chapter 34. More house restored. Fun and games slash the brothers' claim. It was near Christmas by the time all was settled. The season of general holiday approached. The chapter opens on the closing of Morton School, Jane's parting bounty to her rustics. Good fortune opens the hand as well as the heart wonderfully, the promise that never a week should pass without her visit. Her best scholars were as decent, respectable, modest, and well-informed young women as could be found in the ranks of the British peasantry. And from years afterward, she adds that she has since seen the paysans and bourgeois of the continent, and the best of them seem to me ignorant, coarse, and besotted, compared with my Morton girls. And on St. John's first attempt to claim her future for his vocation, would not a life devoted to the task of regenerating your race be well spent? Her answer is the book's assertion of the good life she means to have. I want to enjoy my own faculties, as well as to cultivate those of other people. I must enjoy them now. And when he counsels her to look beyond domestic endearments and household joys, she interrupts, "The best things the world has." The claim is refused. The love of household life is asserted against the life of pure aspiration. The middle of the chapter is the renovation of Moor House and the return of Diana and Mary. Jane's great act of household love, conducted as the novel's fullest picture of domestic felicity. She cleans the old house down from chamber to cellar, rubs it with beeswax till it glitters, arranges every chair and carpet with mathematical precision, and refurnishes the spare parlor with old mahogany and crimson upholstery, so that Moor House stands as complete a model of bright, modest snugness within, as it was at this season, a specimen of wintry waste and desert dreariness without. The reunion is rendered as pure joy, the rumbling of wheels, the two well-known forms, Jane's face under their bonnets in contact first with Mary's cheek, then with Diana's flowing curls. The sisters delighted with the renovation and new drapery, rich tinted china vases, their gratification ungrudgingly expressed, while St. John, summoned at last from the parlor, takes the quiet kiss and withdraws as to a place of refuge. And the chapter pauses on the call that breaks the Christmas merriment. The poor lad come 4 miles over the moor to fetch him to a dying mother, Hannah urging St. John to send word till morning. He goes without one objection and returns at midnight, starved and tired enough, but he looked happier than when he set out. He had performed an act of duty, made an exertion, felt his own strength to do and deny, and was on better terms with himself. The coldness of his response to the house that Jane has made leads to her great analysis of his nature. I comprehended, all at once, that he would hardly make a good husband, that it would be a trying thing to be his wife. I saw he was of the material from which nature hews her heroes, Christian and pagan, her lawgivers, her statesmen, her conquerors, a steadfast bulwark for great interests to rest upon, but at the fireside, too often a cold, cumbrous column, gloomy and out of place. This parlor is not his sphere, she reflects. The Himalayan ridge would suit him better. The Christmas week that follows is a sort of merry domestic dissipation. Diana and Mary gay from morning till night, St. John escaping daily to his scattered parish. And at its height comes the quiet intelligence that Rosamond Oliver is about to be married to Mr. Granby. He was serene as glass. The chapter's second half turns on St. John's growing ascendancy over Jane and her long answer to it. He draws her from Diana's German to his own Hindustani, and the lessons become the instrument of his will. I could no longer talk or laugh freely when he was by. I fell under a freezing spell. When he said go, I went, come, I came, do this, I did it. But I did not love my servitude. The experiment kiss, Diana pushing her toward him, St. John's Greek face brought to a level with mine, the salutation that is a seal affixed to my fetters, confirms the nature of the courtship to come. And over it all hangs the evil of suspense. The letters written to Briggs and Mrs. Fairfax, the 2 months, the half-year unanswered. Not for a moment has she forgotten Rochester. His idea was still with me, because it was not a vapor sunshine could disperse. It was a name graven on a tablet, fated to last as long as the marble it inscribed. The chapter's great centerpiece is the proposal on the glen, the May Day walk to which St. John summons her alone. The scene is set with the book's richest natural imagery. The emerald turf minutely enameled with a tiny white flower, the stream pouring along, catching golden gleams from the sun and sapphire tints from the firmament. St. John standing with the breeze on his brow, as if in communion with the genius of the haunt. With his eye he bade farewell to something. His farewell, and I shall see it again in dreams when I sleep by the Ganges, and again, in a more remote hour, on the shore of a darker stream. And his announcement that he sails on the 20th of June lead to the demand that is the chapter's crisis. Jane, come with me to India. Come as my helpmeet and fellow laborer. God and nature intended you for a missionary's wife. You are formed for labor, not for love. A missionary's wife you shall be. You shall be mine. I claim you, not for my pleasure, but for my sovereign service. The claim is pressed through all her objections with the relentless force of a man who has studied her. In the village school, I found you could perform well, punctually, uprightly, labor uncongenial to your habits. In the calms with which you learned you had become suddenly rich, I read a mind clear of the vice of Demas. I can trust you unreservedly. Jane's resistance is the chapter's second great speech, the longest interior answer she gives to any temptation, and the fullest statement of the difference between duty and love. Her meditation runs on the one dreadful item. If I join St. John, I abandon half myself. If I go to India, I go to premature death. He will never love me, but he shall approve me, and the refusal of the marriage, as his curate, his comrade, all would be right. I would cross oceans with him in that capacity. My heart and mind would be free, but as his wife, at his side always and always restrained, and always checked, forced to keep the fire of my nature continually low, this would be unendurable. Her answer is therefore, St. John, I repeat, I freely consent to go with you as your fellow missionary, but not as your wife. I cannot marry you and become a part of you. I am ready to go to India, if I may go free. I have a woman's heart, but not where you are concerned. For you, I have only a comrade's constancy. And when he presses that to refuse him is to deny God, she glimpses his fallibility for the first time. The veil fell from his hardness and despotism. I was with an equal, one with whom I might argue. I understood that I sat at the feet of a man erring as I. The chapter closes on the parting. St. John leaving for Cambridge, granting a fortnight to reconsider, the cold handshake. No happy reconciliation was to be had with him. No cheering smile or generous word. I would much rather he had knocked me down. The cold cumbrous column. Jane's portrait of St. John at the fireside. A steadfast bulwark for great interests, but gloomy and out of place in the parlor. The novel's clearest analysis of the missionary's nature. You are formed for labor, not for love, St. John's claim. The proposal is conscription for God's service, answered by Jane's, not as your wife. The assertion of the unblighted self. Quote, I want to enjoy my own faculties, as well as to cultivate those of other people. I must enjoy them now. Don't recall either my mind or body to the school. I am out of it, and disposed for full holiday. Quote, I felt as if an awful charm was framing round and gathering over me. Jane, come with me to India. Come as my helpmeet and fellow laborer. I'm ready to go to India, if I may go free. Chapter 35. St. John's Proposal. All is lost / the voice. He did not leave for Cambridge the next day, as he had said he would. He deferred his departure a whole week, and during that time he made Jane feel what severe punishment a good, yet stern, man can inflict on one who has offended him. The chapter opens on the week of refined torture that follows her refusal. Without one overt act of hostility, St. John impresses on her momently that I was put beyond the pale of his favor. He has forgiven her words, but he had not forgotten them. To me, he was in reality become no longer flesh, but marble. His eye was a cold, bright blue gem, his tongue a speaking instrument, nothing more. And the narrator's reflection is the chapter's first discovery of his nature in its cold operation. I felt how, if I were his wife, this good man, pure as the deep sunless source, could soon kill me, without drawing from my veins a single drop of blood or receiving on his own crystal conscience the faintest stain of crime. The garden scene is the chapter's first confrontation, and it is conducted with St. John's terrible evenness. Jane, moved by the thought that this man, alienated as he now was, had once saved my life, comes to him at the little gate and asks, St. John, I am unhappy because you are still angry with me. Let's be friends. His replies are cool and tranquil. I hope we are friends. I wish you no ill and all good, until the turning question. When I go to India, Jane, will I leave you? What? Do you not go to India? You said I could not, unless I married you. And you will not marry me? You adhere to that resolution. No, St. John, I will not marry you. I adhere to my resolution. His demand to know her reason draws the chapter's most terrible answer. Formerly, because you did not love me, Now? I reply, because you almost hate me. If I were to marry you, you would kill me. You are killing me now. And the dialogue closes on St. John's discovery of the truth he has refused to name. I know where your heart turns and to what it clings. The interest you cherish is lawless and unconsecrated. You think of Mr. Rochester. She confesses by silence, and his leave-taking is the chapter's most wounding passage. I shall entreat God for you, that you indeed become a castaway. I had thought I recognized in you one of the chosen. But God sees not as man sees. His will be done. With that he passes through the gate and is soon out of sight. The middle of the chapter is Diana's league with Jane, the conversation that restores the balance of the household's affections. That brother of mine cherishes peculiar views of some sort respecting you, I am sure. I wish he loved you, does he, Jane? No, not one whit. Her despair at his proposal, madness, and Jane's summing of the contracted fate. He has told me I am formed for labor, not for love. Would it not be strange, to be chained for life to a man who regarded one but as a useful tool? Insupportable, unnatural, out of the question. And the chapter closes its middle on Jane's portrait of the good, great man who forgets the claims of little people. He is a good and a great man. It is better, therefore, for the insignificant to keep out of his way, lest, in his progress, he should trample them down. The evening reading is the chapter's great scene of St. John's sublimity and the threshold of the supernatural. He selects the 21st chapter of Revelation and reads the vision of the new heaven and the new earth, how God would come to dwell with men, how he would wipe away all tears from their eyes. Then, with his eye turned on Jane, the words that reveal his fear for her, the fearful, the unbelieving, shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone. In the prayer that follows, all his energy gathered, all his stern zeal woke, and Jane is awestruck. He supplicated a return, even at the 11th hour, a brand snatched from the burning. And when at last he lays his hand on her head, in the full moonlight, she is almost overcome. I was almost as hard beset by him now as I had been once before, in a different way, by another. His "could you decide now?" draws her conditional surrender. I could decide if I were but certain. Were I convinced that it is God's will I should marry you, I could vow to marry you here and now. Come afterward what would. And then the call. All the house was still, the one candle dying out, the room full of moonlight. Suddenly it stood still to an inexpressible feeling that thrilled it through. And then, "What have you heard? What do you see?" asked St. John. I saw nothing, but I heard a voice somewhere cry, "Jane, Jane, Jane," nothing more. The chapter's crisis is the book's one sustained intrusion of the supernatural into the natural order. It was the voice of a human being, a known, loved, well-remembered voice, that of Edward Fairfax Rochester, and it spoke in pain and woe, wildly, eerily, urgently. "I am coming," Jane cried. "Wait for me." "Oh, I will come." She flew to the door. The passage was dark, the garden void. Only the hills beyond Marsh Glen sent back the answer, "Where are you?" And her own resolution of the marvel is the chapter's last word on it. Down superstition. It is the work of nature. She was roused, and did, no miracle, but her best. But the call has done its work. She breaks from St. John, mounts to her chamber, locks herself in, and prays in my way. A different way to St. John's. I seemed to penetrate very near a mighty spirit, and my soul rushed out in gratitude at his feet. I rose from the thanksgiving, took a resolve, and lay down, unscared, enlightened, eager but for the daylight. The voice in the night, Rochester's Jane, Jane, Jane. The book's one overt supernatural visitation, answered by her, "I am coming." Nature roused to do her best. The Marble Man, St. John's week of punishment, and the garden confrontation. "You are killing me now," the clearest statement of what his love would be. Quote, "I felt how, if I were his wife, this good man, pure as the deep sunless source, could soon kill me, without drawing from my veins a single drop of blood or receiving on his own crystal conscience the faintest stain of crime." Quote, "It was the voice of a human being, a known, loved, well-remembered voice, that of Edward Fairfax Rochester, and it spoke in pain and woe, wildly, eerily, urgently. I am coming. Wait for me. Oh, I will come." Chapter 36, The Summons. All is lost / Thornfield in ruins. The daylight came. Jane rose at dawn. Beneath her door, St. John has slipped a paper before leaving for Cambridge. "You left me too suddenly last night. I shall expect your clear decision when I return this day fortnight. Meantime, watch and pray that you enter not into temptation. The spirit, I trust, is willing, but the flesh, I see, is weak." Her answering resolve is quiet and absolute. "My spirit is willing to do what is right, and my flesh, I hope, is strong enough to accomplish the will of heaven. When once that will is distinctly known to me, it shall be strong enough to search, inquire, to grope an outlet from this cloud of doubt." The chapter opens on the morning of the summons. The overcast 1st of June. St. John crossing the misty moors toward Whitcross. Jane watching him go and thinking, "I too have some to see and ask after in England before I depart forever." The journey back is rendered with the precise emotional geography of the return. Reflecting on the visitation, again I questioned whence it came. "It seemed in me, not in the external world," she resolves, "ere many days I will know something of him whose voice seemed last night to summon me." She announces a journey of at least 4 days to see a friend about whom she had for some time been uneasy. Diana and Mary, with their true natural delicacy, abstain from comment. She leaves Moor House at 3 and stands at the foot of the signpost at Whitcross amid the silence of the solitary roads, hearing the same vehicle whence, a year ago, I had alighted one summer evening on this very spot. Once more on the road to Thornfield, I felt like the messenger pigeon flying home. The approach gathers the book's whole history of anticipation, the Rochester arms and gilt letters on the ensign. My heart leaped up. I was already on my master's very lands. Her resolve to go on, because to prolong doubt was to prolong hope, through the very fields through which she fled blind, deaf, distracted a year before, to the chapter's famous turn. The turn is the illustration of the lover and the sleeper, one of the novel's most brilliant framed conceits. The lover who steals to his sleeping mistress, dares at last to clasp her, and finds she is stone dead. The application is given in 4 words after a page of suspense. "I looked with timorous joy toward a stately house. I saw a blackened ruin." Thornfield stands a shell-like wall, very high and very fragile-looking, perforated with paneless windows. All had crashed in, and the passage reads its fate with the narrator's grief. What loss had followed upon it? Had life been wrecked, as well as property? The chapter's long center is the butler's tale at the inn. He was the late Mr. Rochester's butler. The words strike Jane like a blow until he explains that the late means the father, the present gentleman being Mr. Edward. Gladdening words, alive at least. The tale unfolds through all the particulars Jane's absence left unknown. The fire broke out at dead of night, just about harvest time. That was ever the hour of fatality at Thornfield. The rumor that had long surrounded the house, a lady, a lunatic kept in the house, is now openly told. She was Mr. Rochester's wife, discovered through the young governess he fell in love with. They never saw anybody so much in love as he was. Jane turns him from that part of the story, for she will not hear her own, and he gives the machinery of the catastrophe. Mrs. Poole's private bottle of gin, the mad lady as cunning as a witch who took the keys and roamed the house, and who on the fatal night kindled the bed in the governess' chamber. But there was nobody sleeping in it, fortunately. The governess had run away 2 months before. Rochester sought her as if she had been the most precious thing he had in the world. He grew quite savage on his disappointment. He sent Mrs. Fairfax away with an annuity, put Adele to school, and shut himself up like a hermit at the Hall. The catastrophe itself is given with the host's plain, horrifying truth. Mr. Rochester was at home when the fire broke out. He went up to the attics, got the servants out of their beds, and helped them down himself, and went back to get his mad wife out of her cell. She was on the roof by then, standing, waving her arms above the battlements. he ascended through the skylight. They heard him call Bertha, she yelled, and gave a spring, and the next minute she lay smashed on the pavement. Dead. Dead as the stones on which her brains and blood were scattered. And the aftermath. Some say it was a just judgment on him for keeping his first marriage secret, but I pity him for my part. The blow that follows is Jane's last terror resolved. He is stone blind, one hand so crushed that Mr. Carter, the surgeon, had to amputate it directly. The other eye inflamed. He lost the sight of that also. He is now helpless, indeed, blind and a cripple. He lives at Ferndean, quite a desolate spot, 30 miles off with old John and his wife. He would have none else. Jane's command closes the chapter and answers the summons. Let it be got ready instantly. And if your postboy can drive me to Ferndean before dark this day, I'll pay both you and him twice the hire you usually demand. She is stone dead, the lover and sleeper figure. He thought his love slept sweetly, stone dead, the frame conceit that delivers the sight of the ruin. The fixture, the butler's tale, Bertha's death by fire, Rochester's blindness and lost hand, the ruin of the hall, the completion of the novel's catastrophe. Quote, a lover finds his mistress asleep on a mossy bank. He thought his love slept sweetly. He finds she is stone dead. I looked with timorous joy toward a stately house. I saw a blackened ruin. Quote, he is stone blind, one hand so crushed that Mr. Carter, the surgeon, had to amputate it directly. The other eye inflamed. He lost the sight of that also. He is now helpless, indeed, blind and a cripple. Chapter 37, Ferndean. Finale, / the reunion. The manor house of Ferndean was a building of considerable antiquity and no architectural pretensions, deep buried in a wood, an insalubrious, unfurnished spot, ineligible and uninhabited, bought by Rochester's father for the game covers. To this house Jane comes, just ere dark, on an evening marked by sad sky, cold gale, and continued small penetrating rain. The last mile on foot, the iron gates between granite pillars admitting her to the twilight of close-ranked trees, a grass-grown track winding far and further with no sign of habitation. The house, when at last it appears, scarce, by this dim light, distinguishable from the trees, so dank and green were its decaying walls, presents two pointed gables, latticed and narrow windows, no flowers, no garden beds, quite a desolate spot, as the host had said, as still as a church on a weekday. Can there be life here? Jane asks, and the narrow front door uncloses, and a figure comes out to stand on the step, without a hat. A man. Dusk as it was, I had recognized him. It was my master, Edward Fairfax Rochester, and no other. The sight of him is the chapter's first great set piece. She watches him, herself unseen. A sudden meeting, and one in which rapture was kept well in check by pain. His form still strong and stalwart, his hair still raven black, but in his countenance a change that looked desperate and brooding. The caged eagle, whose gold-ringed eyes cruelty has extinguished, might look as looked that sightless Samson. He descends the step, groping, lifts his hand, and opens his eyelids, gazed blank on the sky, stretches his right hand, the mutilated left hidden in his bosom, folds his arms, and stood quiet and mute in the rain, now falling fast on his uncovered head. In this figure the novel's whole tenderness concentrates, and Jane's aside is the chapter's register. And, reader, do you think I feared him in his blind ferocity? If you do, you little know me. I would not accost him yet. The recognition scene is conducted through the comedy of Mary's tray. Jane, having questioned Mary and asked that her name be withheld, carries in the water and candles herself. Pilate bounds toward her with a yelp, and Rochester, checking the water on its way to his lips, demands, "Who is this? Who is this? Will you have a little more water, sir? I spilled half of what was in the glass." The recognition builds through the interrogation. Great God! What delusion has come over me? What sweet madness has seized me? To the gripping of the hands. "Her very fingers," cried he. "Her small, slight fingers. If so, there must be more of her. Is it Jane? What is it? This is her shape, this is her size, And this is her voice, she adds. She is all here, her heart too. I am come back to you. And the first exchanges are kept in the flavor of their old banter. You touch me, sir. You hold me, and fast enough. I am not cold like a corpse, nor vacant like air. No, sir. I am an independent woman now. Independent. What do you mean, Jane? My uncle in Madeira is dead, and he left me 5,000 pounds. Ah, this is practical. This is real. The offer follows. I will be your neighbor, your nurse, your housekeeper, to read to you, to walk with you, to sit with you, to be eyes and hands to you. Cease to look so melancholy, my dear master. You shall not be left desolate, so long as I live. And his first doubt is answered by her. You should care, Janet. If I were what I once was, I would try to make you care. But a sightless block. The evening that follows is the chapter's comedy and its recovery. Jane rehumanizes him with her own liveliness, combing out this shaggy black mane, teasing him as Nebuchadnezzar and a brownie, relishing that her vivacity brought to life and light my whole nature. Blind as he was, smiles played over his face. The dialogue is the book's fullest restoration of the old give and take. The questions about her year, the partial answers deferred till morning, the cry from the heart. A commonplace, practical reply was, I was sure, the best and most reassuring for him. And the tender comedy closes on his tormenting question, were there only ladies in the house where you have been, which she answers with a laugh, as I ran upstairs. A good idea, I thought with glee. I see I have the means of fretting him out of his melancholy for some time to come. The jealousy is the next day's morning walk set piece. The cross-examination over St. John. This St. John, then, is your cousin. The exquisite tortures of a good man. Does that mean a respectable, well-conducted man of 50? St. John was only 29, sir. The aside, damn him. The Apollo against the Vulcan. Your eyes dwell on a Vulcan, a real blacksmith, brown, broad-shouldered, and blind and lame in the bargain. It ends in the exquisite misunderstanding. Your heart is not with me. It is with this cousin. Jane, leave me. Go and marry Rivers. Corrected by her, he is not my husband, nor ever will be. All my heart is yours, sir. It belongs to you. The chapter's crown is the second proposal, his despair of himself. I am no better than the old, lightning-struck chestnut tree in Thornfield orchard. And what right would that ruin have to bid a budding woodbine cover its decay with freshness? Is answered by her, you are no ruin, sir, no lightning-struck tree. You are green and vigorous, because your strength offers them so safe a prop. The exchange unfolds with the old patterns of indirection. But I want a wife. Do you, sir? Yes. Is it news to you? Which you shall make for me, Jane. I will abide by your decision. Choose then, sir, her who loves you best. I will at least choose her I love best. Jane, will you marry me? Yes, sir. The threefold rehearsal of the ruin he offers her. A poor blind man, whom you will have to lead about by the hand. A crippled man, 20 years older than you, is answered 3 times. Yes, sir. And her own declaration is the most complete statement of the novel's completed ethic. To be your wife is, for me, to be as happy as I can be on earth. Sacrifice. What do I sacrifice? Famine for food, expectation for content. To be privileged to put my arms round what I value, to press my lips to what I love, to repose on what I trust. Is that to make a sacrifice? And his confession of the change in him. Hitherto I have hated to be helped, to be led. Henceforth I feel I shall hate it no more. The chapter's close is the explanation of the summons. Rochester tells of his last Monday night, the supplication to God, the prayer for death, and the alpha and omega of my heart's wishes broke involuntarily from my lips in the words, Jane, 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 and the voice, a voice. I cannot tell whence the voice came, but I know whose voice it was, replied, I am coming, wait for me. And a moment after went whispering on the wind the words, where are you? His reading of it. In spirit, I believe, we must have met. Perhaps your soul wandered from its cell to comfort mine, is matched by Jane's terrible silence. Reader, It was on Monday night, near midnight, that I, too, had received the mysterious summons. Those were the very words by which I had replied to it. She keeps the secret. I kept these things then and pondered them in my heart, and the chapter closes on his thanksgiving and the homeward walk. I am no better. I thank my Maker that in the midst of judgment he has remembered mercy. Then he stretched his hand out to be led. I took that dear hand, held it a moment to my lips, then let it pass round my shoulder. Being so much lower of stature than he, I served both for his prop and guide. We entered the wood and wended homeward. The sightless Samson, the caged eagle, whose gold-ringed eyes cruelty has extinguished. Rochester as Jane first sees him at Ferndean, the strong form broken and brooding in the rain. Jane, will you marry me? The second proposal, thrice rehearsed against his blindness and crippled strength, answered thrice, yes, sir. The reunion as completion. Quote, Jane, will you marry me? Yes, sir. A poor blind man, whom you will have to lead about by the hand. Yes, sir. A crippled man, 20 years older than you, whom you'll have to wait on. Yes, sir. Quote, as I exclaimed, Jane, 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 a voice. I cannot tell whence the voice came, but I know whose voice it was, replied, I am coming. Wait for me. In spirit, I believe we must have met. Chapter 38. Reader, I married him. Finale / the conclusion. Reader, I married him. A quiet wedding we had. He and I, the parson and clerk, were alone present. The chapter opens with the book's most famous line and the homely comedy that follows it. Jane returning from church to the manor house kitchen to tell Mary and John, Mary, I have been married to Mr. Rochester this morning. Mary's ladle hanging suspended 3 minutes, John's knives at rest, and the reply, Have you, miss? Well, for sure. John's benediction, I wish you joy, miss. And the servant's verdict, overheard as she passes, I zeen she's fair beautiful. Anybody may see that. The chapter pulls the threads together with the book's characteristic economy. Adele is not forgotten. Jane finds her at school, pale, thin, and unhappy. The rules of the establishment were too strict, so she takes her home, finds a more indulgent school, and the grown girl a pleasing and obliging companion. The account of 10 years of marriage is the novel's final statement of its ideal of union. And my husband's life as fully as he is mine. To be together is for us to be at once as free as in solitude, as gay as in company. We talk, I believe, all day long. Rochester remained blind the first 2 years. Perhaps it was that circumstance that drew us so very near. Jane was his vision, the apple of his eye. At the end of the 2 years, one clouding eye clears. He can find his way without being led by the hand. And when his firstborn is put into his arms, he sees the boy has inherited his own eyes and acknowledges that God has tempered judgment with mercy. The fortunes of the rivers close the tale. Diana and Mary are both married happily, and St. John, who left England for India and entered on the path he had marked for himself, receives the novel's most elevated portrait, firm, faithful, and devoted, full of energy and zeal and truth. He labors for his race. St. John is unmarried. He never will marry now. The last letter I received from him drew from my eyes human tears, and yet filled my heart with divine joy. The novel ends on his own words, its last sentence given to the man who chose God. My master has forewarned me. Daily he announces more distinctly, surely I come quickly, and hourly I more eagerly respond. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. Reader, I married him. The book's most famous sentence, the quiet, declarative completion of the love plot. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. St. John's closing words, the counterfeit to Jane's earthly happiness, the missionary's election fulfilled, the novel's 2 kingdoms balanced to the end. Quote, Reader, I married him. A quiet wedding we had. He and I, the parson and clerk, were alone present. I am my husband's life as fully as he is mine. No woman was ever nearer to her mate than I am, ever more absolutely bone of his bone, and flesh of his flesh. Quote, St. John is unmarried. He never will marry now. And why weep for this? No fear of death will darken St. John's last hour. His mind will be unclouded. His heart will be undaunted. His hope will be sure. His faith steadfast. Character, theme, and symbolism deep dive. Character arcs. Jane Eyre is the novel's whole subject and its whole instrument. Narrator, heroine, and moral standard in one. Her arc is the Bildungsroman perfected into a claim of equivalence. The child who learns at Gateshead that she is less than a servant, at Lowood that the meek shall inherit by enduring, at Thornfield that she may command a master's love and yet must refuse it, on the moor that she can die with her integrity intact, and at Ferndean that equality, not sacrifice, is the condition on which she may finally be loved. Every stage is governed by the same inward law first stated in the Red Room and enforced against Rochester in Chapter 27. I care for myself. The more solitary, the more friendless, the more unsustained I am, the more I will respect myself. She is not static virtue, but a will in formation, passionate, judgmental, hungry for knowledge and life, capable of the fierce satisfaction of watching Blanche fail, and of the terrible self-overcoming that leaves a man she loves. Her function in the novel's argument is to demonstrate that the dependent woman's dignity is not a gift of fortune or beauty, but an act of self-possession that no powerful man may overrule. Mr. Rochester is the novel's other great arc, the Byronic hero re-engineered so that his redemption is earned, not assumed. He begins as the master of Thornfield in the full opacity of his power, brooding, witty, commanding, hiding a secret that corrupts his courtship into a near bigamy. The novel's structure lets the reader forgive him by degrees precisely because its first-person narrator does, and then forces the full moral bill in the confession of Chapter 27 and the catastrophe of the fire. His arc is from the man who would overleap the law of God and man for love. I know my Maker sanctions what I do. To the humbled man who can kneel and give thanks that in the midst of judgment he has remembered mercy. The cost, blindness, the lost hand, the sightless Samson of Ferndean, is the novel's insistence that his salvation be real. He must be brought low before he can be loved as an equal, not as a master condescending. His function is to test Jane's autonomy, tempt it with everything, fail, and be redeemed only when she returns to him, rich and free, no longer dependent on his charity. St. John Rivers is Jane's countergroom, the man who offers her the opposite of Rochester's sin. Where Rochester would break God's law for love, St. John would break love for God's law. Where the one tempts with passion, the other tempts with duty. His arc is the novel's most austere. The cold, marble, ambitious missionary who suppresses the natural love of Rosamond Oliver as idolatry and demands that Jane become his helpmeet for labor, not for love. Jane's refusal of him is as principled as her refusal of Rochester. As his curate, his comrade, all would be right. But as his wife, at his side always and always restrained, this would be unendurable. His function is to give the novel its second image of the despot of conscience, and to prove that Jane's autonomy is answerable to neither passion nor asceticism, only to her own integrity. The novel ends, significantly, on his words, not Rochester's. Bertha Mason is the novel's suppressed sinner, the madwoman of the third story who is revealed, in the 20th century's famous reading, as Jane's dark double. The imprisoned wife, the unacknowledged body of female desire and rage that Jane must refuse to become. In the plot, she is the impediment, the clothed hyena, whose existence breaks the marriage. In the structure, she is the engine of every Gothic effect of Thornfield. The laugh in the gallery, the fire in Rochester's bed, the torn veil, the midnight cry. Her death by her own leap in the burning rooftops frees both Rochester and Jane, but the novel keeps her, even dead, as the standard against which Jane's marriage to the redeemed master is measured, a caution against the wife reduced to a cell. Helen Burns and Miss Temple are the twin figures of Lowood, the two models of endurance the child is offered and between which the adult Jane must choose. Helen's is the Christianity of absolute submission. Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. the creed that would later be charged with hypocrisy, but which in Helen is pure and dies young. Miss Temple's is the worldly goodness of competence and dignity. She always looked as if she were thinking of something beyond her place, something better than her station. Jane loves both and survives by neither. She takes from Helen the inner life and the doctrine of self-respect's spiritual ground, and from Miss Temple the professional autonomy of the governess. Together they complete her education, and their departure, Helen to death, Miss Temple to marriage, is what propels her to Thornfield. Diana and Mary Rivers are the novel's portrait of friendship between equals, perfect congeniality of tastes, sentiments, and principles, and the first family Jane ever freely joins. They function as the proof that Jane's autonomy does not doom her to isolation. At Marsh End, she is loved for her mind and herself, with no master to obey and no patron to placate. Their marriages at the close, to a naval captain and a clergyman, quietly round out the novel's distribution of fates, the two sisters who chose domestic happiness for its own sake, without either Rochester's grandeur or St. John's vocation. Technical themes. Equivalence, equal, as we are. The novel's central proposition. Bronte builds the argument over the whole narrative. The dependent child denied even a book's worth of equality at Gateshead. The governess who must keep her caste at Thornfield. The explicit manifesto of Chapter 23. I am not talking to you now through the medium of custom, conventionalities, nor even of mortal flesh. It is my spirit that addresses your spirit, just as if both had passed through the grave, and we stood at God's feet, equal, as we are. I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. The claim is not that Jane is as rich or noble as Rochester, but that in the order of spirit, in the soul that addresses in God's feet, her plainness and poverty are irrelevant. The novel's whole design, making her a poor orphan and him a rich master, then bringing her to wealth and him to ruin before their marriage, enacts the principle structurally. They can only marry when, in worldly terms, she is the giver and he the receiver. Equality is the condition of love. Love cannot create it. Self-respect as law. The novel's ethics restated at every crisis. Jane's code is stated most fully in the moral fulcrum of Chapter 27. I will keep the law given by God, sanctioned by man. Laws and principles are not for the times when there is no temptation. They are for such moments as this, when body and soul rise in mutiny against their rigor. The doctrine rules out both Rochester's bigamy, the law overleapt for love, and St. John's marriage of convenience, the law observed without love. It rules in her chosen ends, the honest wage of the village schoolmistress, the inheritance divided among kin, the refusal to be kept, the return to Rochester only as his equal. The novel's realism is that this law is kept at enormous cost. I abhor myself. I was hateful in my own eyes, and Bronte never pretends it is easy or automatic. It is a discipline sustained by grace. The governess's plight, the novel's social analysis, woven through every station Jane occupies. The governess is the Victorian class anomaly, the lady who works, the dependent who must appear independent, neither holy servant nor holy family. Bronte dramatizes the condition in every register. The humiliation of Blanche's dismissal. She looks too stupid for any game of the sword. Mrs. Fairfax's warning that gentlemen in a station are not accustomed to marry their governesses, the destitution of the Whitcross outcast who cannot even sell a handkerchief, and the hard-won dignity of the Morton schoolmistress, free and honest, in a breezy mountain nook. The novel argues that this structural humiliation is the true obstacle, worse than poverty, because it treats the self as negotiable, and that Jane's whole struggle is to refuse the equation of dependence with worthlessness. The two despots, the novel's paired temptation structure. Rochester offers the tyranny of passion, the wife in the attic ignored, the law broken for the beloved. St. John offers the tyranny of conscience, the wife as instrument. I claim you for my sovereign service. Both would extinguish Jane's autonomy, one by absorbing her into lawless desire, the other by absorbing her into dutiful purpose. The technical achievement is that Bronte makes both temptations genuinely attractive. Rochester's love is real and deeply moving. St. John's vocation is great and sincere, so that Jane's refusals cost her real things. Her third path, neither the attic nor the mission, but the equal marriage, is asserted against both, and the novel's famous private confession, "He stood between me and every thought of religion, as an eclipse. I could not, in those days, see God for his creature, of whom I had made an idol," names precisely the idolatry she must correct. Symbolism and imagery. The Red Room, the novel's founding symbol. The chamber where Mr. Reed died and where Jane is imprisoned as punishment. It is chill, silent, solemn, a red tabernacle of paternal authority and its suspicious memory. Jane's swoon, the sensation almost as if I could have been mad, makes it the birthplace of her Gothic imagination and her first lesson in the violence of adult power. It recurs as the site of the dream before her flight. My daughter, flee temptation. The Red Room of the opening becoming the moral admonition of the climax. Fire, the novel's great double symbol. The hearth fire is the warmth of domestic affection and honesty, the fire at which Jane reads at Ferndean for her blind master. The conflagration is the destruction of falsehood and the furious repressed desire of the attic wife. Rochester's bed is set on fire by Bertha. Thornfield burns, and she dies in it. The scar on Rochester's forehead is fire's mark. Jane, the glimmering ember that Rochester says he loves to rake, is fire-controlled, passion kept in the hearth of self-respect. The split horse chestnut, the Eden tree of the orchard struck by lightning on the night of the betrothal. The trunk, split down the center, gaped ghastly. The split enacts the division the marriage will suffer. The union entered under concealment, destined to be riven by the revelation. Jane's address to the riven halves. Each of you has a comrade to sympathize with him in his decay. Makes the tree an emblem of loyalty within ruin, anticipating Bertha's death and Rochester's disfigurement. The tree is the novel's most concentrated image of nature's judgment on a false paradise. The veil, the wedding raiment that Jane calls a white dream, torn in two by the mad wife on the eve of the wedding. The veil is the symbol of the marriage's unreality, the Mrs. Rochester Hotel, London, that does not yet exist, the union that would have been counterfeit. Its tearing is Bertha's second-hand act of truth-telling. Jane cannot wear it, any more than she could have fixed the address cards. I would wait to be assured she had come into the world alive. Birds, the novel's warmest recurring image of freedom and yearning. The child Jane is a discord, a noxious thing. The gypsy reads her as a linnet that had hopped to my foot and proposed to bear me on its tiny wing. Rochester calls her my skylark, and a bird stopping its way bayant there, and the engine of the novel is her claim. I am no bird, and no net ensnares me. I am a free human being. Birds appear at every turning. Helen's assertion that the life we have here is the die of a day. The wild nightingale of the orchard, the crows over the ruined thornfield, always promising freedom, never quite caged. Mirrors and portraits, the novel's instrument of self-knowledge. The looking glass of the Red Room shows the child a strange little figure that had the effect of a real spirit. The bride's mirror at Thornfield shows a robed and veiled figure, so unlike my usual self. Jane's pencil traces, unbidden, Rochester's portrait at Gateshead, and her self-portrait drawn to shame herself, portrait of a governess, is the realistic counter to Blanche's ideal. Mirrors and portraits render the theme of identity under pressure. Who Jane is versus who the world says she is. Critical evaluation. Jane Eyre, 1847, attempts the union of two things Victorian prose had usually kept apart: the Gothic novel of terror and passion and the Bildungsroman of moral development. And its permanent distinction is that it succeeds so completely that the seam disappears. The Gothic machinery is never decoration. The third story, the mad wife, the fire, the midnight voice are all made to carry the novel's argument about female autonomy and the concealments that power requires. Bronte's first-person register is the achievement on which everything else rests. a voice at once violently passionate and scrupulously self-examining, capable of the Red Room's terror, the Thornfield Meditation's precision, and the Marshland Destitution's desolation, all in a prose that stays recognizably Jane's. The long interior passages, the jealousy meditation of the charades chapter, the confession and refusal of chapter 27, the refusal of St. John, are among the strongest sustained psychological writing in English fiction, and their intensity is disciplined by the irony and dry wit of the narrator's judgment. The structure, too, is cunning. The courtship is stretched and shadowed by every Gothic device, so that the marriage, when it comes, is earned, and the childhood and read history at the opening are not prologue, but the source of the moral vocabulary the whole novel will use. The costs are real. The novel's plotting at the close relies on conspicuous machinery. The inheritance, the uncle in Madeira, who conveniently dies and leaves £20,000, the dream omen and the telepathic voice that unite the lovers across 30 miles, the conveniently timed fire that removes Bertha and disables Rochester. Bronte half answers the charge by having Jane herself call down superstition in the very passage that dramatizes the call down superstition. Yet the resolutions remain the weakest tissue of the book. After the relentless psychological realism of the middle, the final third gathers the plot's debts with an evening's speed. The treatment of Bertha is the novel's most contested feature. She is given almost no interiority. The clothed hyena, a savage face, the foul German specter, the vampire, and functions almost wholly as the obstacle and the symbol, a woman denied the narrative justice Jane herself demands. Whether one reads her as the racist and ableist caricature of her time, or as the uncanny double of Jane's suppressed rage, the reading the novel's own mirror imagery underwrites, and that Sandra Gilbert and Susan Goober made canonical. The effect is that the novel's humane argument for the autonomy of the plain, poor, passionate woman stops short at the attic door. The novel's ambition, to make a woman's inner life, unglamorized and unsoftened, the matter of serious fiction, is executed with a completeness that makes its local failures matter less than they might. Its account of romantic love as the mutual recognition of equals, stated in the I am not talking to you now through the medium of custom, passage, anticipates and outruns most of the century's love plot conventions. Its portrait of the governess's stigma and of the dependent's destitution gives the social novel of the 1850s its prototype. The truest judgment may be that it is a first-person performance of such force that the reader forgives it its machinery, the same forgiveness the novel itself endlessly extends to its hero and makes the reader earn. It is not the novel's perfection, but its pressure that has kept it alive, the sense on every rereading that Jane Eyre is not merely a narrator describing her life, but a consciousness insisting, against every power that would silence her, that her story be told and be believed. Conclusion. Jane Eyre is the first novel to make the unglamorous inner life of a poor, plain, dependent woman the whole matter of serious fiction, and to claim, on that woman's behalf, an equality with the powerful that the age's institutions would deny her. Its central diagnosis is that the self is not a property of rank, fortune, or beauty, but a possession to be kept or surrendered by the person who holds it, and that dependency, not poverty, is the real despot. Jane's career is the demonstration. The child who refuses to be less than a servant, the governess who refuses to be bought, the fugitive who would rather die on the moor than be a kept mistress, the heiress who returns to her ruined, blinded master as his equal in his eyes. Every station is a test of the same law, and the novel's power is that it makes the keeping of that law cost her everything it plausibly could: her love, her home, her hope, at times her will to live, and still insists it is the only choice that leaves a self to bring to love it all. The book's fragile affirmatives must be held against its own catastrophes. The equality Jane wins is won only after Rochester is broken, blind, maimed, dependent on her ministry, and only after Bertha, the married woman the plot cannot reconcile, has died by her own leap. The marriage of equals is purchased, in part, by the forfeiture of the wife who is never granted equality at all. The happy fireside at Ferndean is shadowed by the attic it replaced. In the other road, St. John's is honored even as it is refused. The novel's last sentences are his, and Bronte allows the missionary's election its own stark sublimity, a counterfeit to Jane's earthly love. The book thus refuses to resolve its argument into triumph. It settles for the attainable, the equal marriage of two scarred and chastened people, and leaves standing, side by side, the two kingdoms of the heart and the cross. What the novel leaves the reader is less a moral than a method, an image of self-possession that has shaped the idea of the heroine in English fiction ever since. The window seat at Gateshead, where the outcast child reads against the daylight. The red room that taught her the violence of power. The hearth at Thornfield where the master raked his glimmering ember. The split chestnut and the torn veil. The bare moor and the low fire at Ferndean. These assemble into a geography of the inner life that later fiction, from Dickens to the present, has been exploring ever since. The question the book leaves open, as it was open in 1847, is whether the autonomy Jane insists on can coexist with the passionate love the plot also insists on, or whether, as the novel's own concessions to machinery, omen, and fire suggest, such equality must always be the reward of the fiction. Jane's answer, spoken to the reader across the whole of the narrative, is that it must be made possible, in the spirit if not the letter of her world. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. Index of key concepts. Equivalence, equal, as we are the novel's central claim that in the order of spirit Jane is the equal of her master, regardless of rank, fortune, or beauty, stated in the Orchard Manifesto and enacted structurally by making her the giver and Rochester the receiver at their marriage. Self-respect as law, Jane's governing ethic. I care for myself. I will keep the law given by God, sanctioned by man. The standard that rules out both Rochester's bigamy and St. John's loveless marriage while permitting her honest poverty and her free return to Ferndean. The governess's plight, the Victorian class anomaly of the lady who works but must seem independent, dramatized in Blanche's disdain, Mrs. Fairfax's warning, and the Whitcross destitution where Jane cannot even sell a handkerchief. The two despots, Rochester's tyranny of passion, the hidden wife, the broken law, and St. John's tyranny of conscience, the wife as instrument, formed for labor, not for love. The pair temptations Jane refuses to assert her third path. Dependency as despotism, the novel's social thesis that dependence, not mere poverty, is what degrades. The Red Room's lesson that the dependent child has no right, even to a book, enforced again in the servant's phrase, less than a servant. The Red Room, founding symbol of paternal power and its memory, the dead uncle's chamber of punishment, origin of Jane's Gothic imagination and recurring as the dream of the flight. The split horse chestnut, the Eden tree of the orchard riven by lightning on the night of the betrothal, nature's judgment on the false paradise, emblem of loyalty within ruin. The veil, a white dream of wedding raiment torn by Bertha on the eve of the wedding. The symbol of the marriage's unreality before the impediment is spoken. The madwoman in the attic, Bertha as concealed wife and uncanny double. The married woman denied narrative justice, whose fire and death both obstruct and enable Jane's union. The governess's third path, neither the attic nor the mission, the equal marriage, the resolution Jane holds against both despots. The message voice, the telepathic Jane, of Chapter 35, explained by Rochester's simultaneous call of Chapter 37, the novel's one overt supernatural device, which Jane calls the work of nature. She was roused and did, no miracle, but her best. Bildungsroman of the inner life, the novel's genre, a first-person formation narrative in which every outer station, Gateshead, Lowood, Thornfield, the moor, Marsh End, Ferndean, is a test and school of the self. Reading comprehension questions. Why does the Red Room matter beyond its function as punishment? What does Jane's swoon and her terror of the dead uncle's memory establish about her imagination and her relation to adult power? Explain the difference between the two models of endurance Jane is offered at Lowood, Helen Burns's Christianity of submission and Miss Temple's competence, and say what Jane takes from each. What does the Charades chapter's long meditation on jealousy establish about Jane's self-knowledge? Why does she say Miss Ingram was a mark beneath jealousy? Trace the meaning of the split horse chestnut. How does the tree struck on the night of the betrothal connect to the torn veil, the fire at Thornfield, and Rochester's final condition? Why does Jane refuse Rochester after the wedding is broken, given that she loves him and forgives him at the moment and on the spot? What is her answer in chapter 27, I care for myself? Claim that a mere plea of law or religion could not. Compare Jane's two refusals, of Rochester at Thornfield and of St. John at Marsh End. What is the difference between the tyranny each would impose, and what does the paired structure reveal about the novel's argument? How does the novel use Bertha Mason as plot device, as Gothic engine, and as symbol? What might it mean that the one wife in the novel is given no voice and no interiority? What does the Jane of chapter 35 and XVI contribute to the novel's realism, given that Jane herself cautions down superstition? Is the supernatural device consistent with the book's psychological method, or a lapse from it? The narrator says of her engagement that Rochester stood between me and every thought of religion, as an eclipse intervenes between man and the broad sun, of whom I had made an idol. What value must Rochester's love have for Jane that even idolatry is the risk she runs? And what does the novel require her to correct? Jane becomes an heiress and Rochester a blinded, maimed dependent before they marry. Why does the novel engineer this reversal of fortune? What does it claim about the conditions under which an equal marriage is possible? A sympathetic but critical reader might say the novel's happy ending is bought at Bertha's cost and depends on convenient machinery, the inheritance, the fire, the telepathic call. Is this a fair charge, or does the novel structure answer it? Under what conditions, if any, would the ending be a genuine resolution? The novel is told in the first person by a woman looking back on her own life. How does this retrospective voice shape the reader's trust? And where might it be tempting to believe Jane when the events themselves warrant doubt?